Good evening. We've been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. No actions to report. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now reconvene our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone for joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. At this moment, we're going to have a flag salute and invocation. If there's anyone in our audience who is a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Please remain standing, and Councilwoman Kalani will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilwoman Lewis will lead us in the invocation.
Please join me as we pay tribute to our flag and our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States.
Dear Lord, as we gather here tonight, we thank you for each mind and heart that is present tonight. Enable us to draw upon the wisdom and experience of yesterday as we respond to the questions and concerns of tomorrow. Let us pray for tolerance, that we can more carefully and thoughtfully listen to alternative points of view so that we may find collaborative solutions that benefit all people. We ask for your guidance and grace. Amen.
Once again, please try to find an empty seat. All right. Thank you both. At this moment, I'll take a report from the city clerk on the posting of agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Monday, July 17th, 2023.
I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. And now we're on item 4, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and our supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparro, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9A, Transportation Committee. Accept and file April 12, 2023, meeting minutes, and provide direction regarding airport landing fees, airport noise mitigation efforts, and phase out of leaded gas. 9F, Community Development Department. Discuss and consider adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting smoking in and around multi-unit residences. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're on item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. On July 20th, 2023, the Torrance City Council's Transportation Committee convened a meeting at 4 p.m. to discuss safety and security at transit stations and to examine the city's current position on supporting the right-of-way alternative for the Metro C Line extension. Staff invited a panel of security experts from the Transportation Security Administration, Department of Homeland Security, the California Office of Emergency Services, and Los Angeles Metro to discuss regional efforts to improve safety and security at transit stations and terminals. Transit staff also provided a brief overview of security features at the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center. A representative from the Office of the Los Angeles Mayor, Karen Bass, also gave an outline on current and ongoing efforts to assist individuals who are experiencing homelessness. Finally, staff gave an overview of the benefits for the C Line extension and the potential loss of future funding for a no-build scenario. The Transportation Committee voted to bring an item to council at a later date to discuss this matter and provide final direction to staff and the city's position for the C Line extension. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an announcement from our Assistant Fire Chief, Chief Hudson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Assistant Chief Brian Hudson. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert Siren System on Wednesday, August 2nd at 11:30 a.m. That's next Wednesday, 1 week from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. Excuse me. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all-clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It's important to note the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, when you hear the sirens, we encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside, close all windows, doors, and vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, and social media sites. If you are driving, continue to drive, but close all windows and vents. Set air conditioning to recirculate and tune your radio to 1620 AM city sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal the all clear message to signal the emergency is concluded. And for additional information regarding the community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. And we also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts, which is Torrance's emergency notification and warning system. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. Now we're on to committee matters. Item 6A is a resolution honoring Darrell Grimm of the Public Works Department upon his retirement from the city of Torrance after a 36 years of service with our city. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-77, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Darrell V. Grimm upon his retirement from the City of Torrance after 36 years of service.
I'll take a motion to adopt resolution 2023-77.
Make a motion to adopt resolution 2023-77.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we're on to committee matters. Item 6B, a proclamation declaring the week of August 6th to the 12th, 2023 as National Farmers Week in the city of Torrance. Councilman Kaji will lead us off.
Whereas the U.S. Department of Agriculture proclaimed the first National Farmers Market Week in August 1999, and this year, in 2023, over 8,000 farmers markets across the nation, including the Torrance Certified Farmers Market, will celebrate National Farmers Market Week from August 6th to the 12th, 2023, and
Whereas the U.S. Department of Agriculture recognizes the importance of expanding regional agricultural marketing opportunities that continue to provide access to safe, healthful, and nutritious, locally and regionally produced food, and reinforcing a competitive food system benefiting producers and consumers alike. And
Whereas, we know the farmers market supports the farm-to-table movement, which highlights the role local farmers play in supporting healthy communities and stimulating local economies. Farmers markets report an estimated $1 billion in annual sales nationwide, transforming downtown streets, neighborhood parks, and parking lots into weekly retail marketplaces where farmers can sell their products directly to consumers. And
Whereas, farmers markets are available to everyone, including people receiving nutrition assistance benefits such as women, infants, and children. Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and EBT benefits. And
Whereas farmers markets contribute to the social vitality of their communities, they are evolving to accommodate the demand for a diverse array of products and services, creating a positive and safe shopping experience and educating shoppers about their food and where it comes from. And whereas the Torrance Unified Certified Farmers Market is a service provided by the city every Tuesday and Saturday from 8 a.m. through 1 p.m., helping create a healthy California and a beloved place of community connection.
Now therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim August 6 to 12, 2023 as National Farmers Market Week in the City of Torrance and urge everyone in our community to join in shopping at our Torrance Certified Farmers Market and enjoy the healthful benefits. Signed this 25th day of July, 2023. And we have our Farmers Market Manager, Joyce Chan. Do you want to share a few words with us? Bring your whole team up.
These are our farmers market volunteers. I would like to thank Honorable Mayor George C. Chen and the Torrance City Council members for their support, farmers market staff, dedicated volunteers, City of Torrance staff across all departments, including the city cable team. I would like to spotlight our farmers who have put in a lot of work to show up for each and every market for 38 years. Our farmers have worked through droughts, through flooding, and now picking in the hot summer heat so that the Torrance community has a place to get their produce freshly picked the day before. Many thanks to our food vendors and loyal customers who help create the market into the special place it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce, and thank you all the volunteers of the Farmers Market. So I'm going to make a special announcement because it looks like we do have a large crowd tonight. And I'm going to ask for your cooperation to allow us to conduct the city business as efficiently as possible. Each item we'll be discussing, there will be a process on how we're going to conduct our meeting. I ask you to respect each of the speakers when it's their turn to speak and allow them to speak at their allotted time and do not disrupt them or shout over them if you disagree with them. And we're going to try to get through this meeting as efficient as possible. And I appreciate all your cooperation. We'll now be taking item 8C out of order. At this time, I would like to invite Carrie Jordahl, President of the Friends of Torrance Theater Company, to join me at the podium. Item 8C is to accept an appropriate $20,000 donation from the Friends of the Torrance Theater Company for the annual summer musical produced by the city's very own Torrance Theater Company. This generous donation will be used for live orchestra and production costs incurred in mounting Kinky Boots, which opens Saturday, August 5th at the Armstrong Theater. Carrie, would you like to say a few words about Kinky Boots on the 24th anniversary season of the Torrance Theater Company?
Thank you, Your Honor, council and staff. I am Carrie Jordahl, the president of the Friends of Torrance Theater Company, here with fellow board member. Everybody knows Carol Gillis, and we are presenting the $20,000 donation to offset the cost, as the mayor has stated. This rising costs of production have sort of generated the need to keep. We want to keep the music live and keep those production values up. We open a week from this Saturday right here at the James Armstrong Theater, so we encourage everyone to come out and see us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. for the Torrance Theater, the Friends of Torrance Theater Company for your generous donation and ongoing support to the Torrance Theater Company, both for the summer musical and the season at 1316. Let's take a photo together. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd get to keep that track. All right.
Mayor,
Now, can I get a motion to accept
there you go.
and file the appropriate the funds?
Yes, I move that we accept and appropriate the donations from the Friends of Torrance Theater Company.
Second.
Start voting, please.
At this moment, I think we actually have to acknowledge that one of our council members is stepped out, and she'll be returning. She's got a family matter she's attending to. So when Councilman Lewis returns, we'll give the time when she returns.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Lewis absent.
Thank you. We're moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. And I'm going to emphasize 1 minute per speaker because your microphone will be cut off. And just please be respectful to the time limits. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cell phone when you come up to the microphone to speak. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. So this is 15 minutes. It is now 6:58. City clerk, do you have anyone signed up?
Yes, Sherry.
Hi. I just wonder why you don't feel like you have to follow rules that were told to you that you need to have an oversight, a civilian oversight committee. It seems like you just choose to ignore what people have said that you need to do. And it is reminding me of what's going on in Alabama right now, that you are just ignoring rules that are supposed to be for everybody. And you're the people that actually put rules into place, and yet you're refusing to have an oversight committee, a civilian oversight committee.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Audrey.
Hi, we've spoken truth to you, the people that are here in support of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and his family. We've spoken truth to you so many times, and you don't flinch, you don't care. And so, I mean, the only thing I can think of is to humanize Christopher so that maybe week after week of hearing him being humanized, you will actually think of him as a person who was shot by cops while he was in his car, within 15 minutes of those cops arriving on the scene. A young, early 20s young man who could have become anything, whose family loved him so dearly, who was so connected to his community. And I can see from your faces, some of you, you don't care. But maybe if we remind you week after week that he was a human being, you'll start to care.
Thank you. The next signed up listening speaker.
Marianne.
yet again, every couple weeks, we come in here for 4.5 years to demand a civilian oversight commission to rein in the insanity of Torrance police and their overreach and their harm that they cause to people in this community and people driving through this community, and the amount of money that goes out because of the crap they do, the heinous things that they inflict upon people, and you still, you refuse. This is free, it is easy, it gives people a place to go, and it gets us out of these meetings so that you all can deal with airport noise, et cetera, and things like that, right? Nobody wants us here and we don't want to be here, yet you insist we stay here. Create a civilian oversight commission.
Thank you.
Nathan Caller.
In relation
Nathan, just hang on for 1 second. Can we stop the clock? So after Nathan will be Kyle Brubaker, and then it'll be Sheila. Just want to let you know who are coming after. Go ahead.
in relation to the Metro Line C extension, the recent calls to oppose that extension is counterintuitive to Torrance's continued growth, ongoing downtown revitalization efforts, and traffic reduction. Extending the Metro into our area would enable greater mobility, reduce traffic, and give people living in the South Bay increased mobility to the rest of the Los Angeles County. Statistically, having public transit in an area increases property value and quality of life for people living in proximity to it. To borrow words from Pat Fury, voting no build would literally derail decades of work trying to get this Metro Line extension in place. Council claims to care about homelessness, but won't build housing citing traffic concerns, then votes no on public transit citing issues with homelessness and crime. You're operating off of baseless personal fears rather than listening to the majority of your constituents. Support the Metro Line C extension. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And Kyle Brubaker. It's Kyle Brubaker, Sheila, and then Sarah B.
Hi, I'd like to talk in regards to the Metro C Line extension as well. I live within walking distance of the Metro C Line extension terminus, and I'm really looking forward to, or at least I have been looking forward to, being able to walk to the train and take it to LAX and avoid all the traffic there, and potentially taking it to other destinations as well. I think it is disappointing that you are all trying to, well, I shouldn't say you are all considering stopping the progress of something that has been sort of in the works for decades at this point, and that it is unfortunate that you are considering putting an end to progress at the expense, or by putting an expense at progress because you're afraid of short-term problems that have solutions.
Thank you, sir. Sheila?
So I'm once again here on behalf of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. 4.5 years ago, he was killed by Torrance PD within 15 seconds of them approaching the vehicle. Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon killed him in cold blood, and then Brian Kawamoto shot him with a beanbag gun after he was already dead. You all already know this. I'm providing these details for the rest of the people who might not know the full context of what happened and why we're here. It is absurd that you then gave them awards and raises after he was murdered. It is absurd that you still have yet to address the messaging scandal wherein that over 30 Torrance cops were sending racist, anti-Semitic, anti-Black, transphobic, homophobic messages back and forth to each other that predated the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. That shows that the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was racist. It was anti-Black. It was intentional. And you all have blood on your hands. And you need to create a civilian
Thank you. Your time is up. We got Sarah B., a Jason Ritzky, and then a David Ortiz. I'm just queuing you up. Thank you.
Just again, giving context to everyone here about Torrance's racist police department and the racist city council, because you refuse to hold accountable your police department. After it was discovered 30 cops are on a text thread talking about lynching people and killing black children, you still refuse to hold them accountable. Your cops painted swastikas on cars. They mentioned lying about what led them to shoot Christopher. You refuse to even survey your residents here about creating a civilian oversight committee. You've used ignorant and erroneous excuses that you don't know anything about, talking about state committees that give you reason to not have oversight. That's wrong legally if you even look at and hear what legal experts have to say. It's wrong, and it goes against the 21st century policing standards that encourage civilian oversight to be local. And the only reason why some of the officers have been fired is because of the attention Black Lives Matter, the county DA, and the Attorney General have brought to the matter. You've done nothing.
Thank you. Jason Ritzky. And then after him is David Ortiz.
Hi. I'm also here about the Metro Line C extension. My friends let me know that we were talking about it this session. I've been living in Los Angeles since about 2012, and for as long as I've been here, I've been using the public transit system extensively to get to and from work at various jobs that I've had around the city. It's kept me employed, it's kept me alive, it's kept me housed, and it's also incredibly dangerous. I have spent time in the hospital systems here because it is unsafe to ride bicycles in this city. It is unsafe to do mixed mode commuting in this city. And it is important to pay attention to these public transit efforts because they will keep people safe and alive. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. David Ortiz. Okay. Anyone else has signed up?
No one else has signed up.
Okay, so now we have a few more minutes left until 7:13. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Just queue up in front of the microphone, and then we'll end when we get to 7:13.
Good evening. I'm Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and I'm a fourth-generation South Bay resident, native, actually. Thank you to the Transportation Committee for looking deeper into the Sea Line impacts. Specific thanks to Aurelio Matucci for all of your empathetic remarks. I just want to clarify something you said about buying a house on the tracks, which is 1 or 2 passing trains per day is a lot different than several dozen. Actually, we've been told it'll be between 200 to 300 passing trains per day at a frequency of between 5 minutes at peak hour to 10 or 12 minutes off peak between the hours of 4 a.m. to midnight, 365 days a year. Since the last train will leave station from the north at midnight, it will hit Torrance around 1 a.m. Are your Maricopa Street neighborhood residents and your 208th Street industrial business community aware of this sheer volume? The frequency, duration of hours? Would they be concerned about potential for 1 a.m. activity?
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Pam Cumbar. I'm a 46-year resident. I also support Torrance changing their position to no build on the Metro C extension. I've always felt that the row option was completely wrong because of the insurmountable impacts to 1,100 homes. I also understand the fear of the Hawthorne option, so I support changing the position to no build. And I'd just like to add that I got to walk the row where they proposed 3 tracks, 2 additional to the existing one. And if you walk that, there's no question. Row is definitely not an option. If we have to concede to an option, the Hawthorne option would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more minutes left, so after her, we could take 2 more.
Good evening. My name is Joy Richardson, and I represent the Office of State Senator Stephen Bradford. I just wanted to introduce myself because I'm new in this position, so I'm going to leave some information for our backpack giveaway for all school age children who are, or students in general, maybe not children, who are in need of backpacks, medical exam, haircuts, and all other resources. That will be at Dominguez Hills College on August the 5th, and also the Senator's annual Jazz Festival in Gardena on August 27th. So those are in there, and also my card if anyone needs anything from their state senator. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Thank you, Senator, for bringing backpacks to students. Go ahead, sir.
Today, I stand in full support of the Metro C Line extension in Torrance. This project is not just about expanding transportation, it's also about investing in the city's growth and the only way for us to meet our climate goals. It will alleviate traffic congestion, improve accessibility, and boost our economy. Better transit creates safer communities. One of the leading causes of death is car accident, and Angelenos are in their cars, driving on streets all the time. We need to also take into consideration the safety of these people in vehicles traveling 80 miles per hour constantly. I would like to join the groups urging the City Council to endorse this vital project. Together we can build a brighter, greener, and more connected Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This will be our last speaker for oral communications number 1.
Hello, guys. I'm Andy Porchop, and you are not. I came here today for 9A, but I cannot talk about it right now. But I would like to thank Mr. Shaparian and whoever hands in the thing. At fire station number 4, the construction picked up. All the contractors, like all 3 of them, running the skill saw and everything, and they're a little bit slow because they're coming from Orange County. All the 13 contractors and subcontractors, and not one contractor working on fire station number 4 from Torrance. But you want us to buy in Torrance, spend our money in Torrance, but you hire outside contractors, having fire station number 4 torn apart for months, like they could operate from the beach, from LA County Beach.
Thank you, sir. And that ends oral communications number 1. We're moving on to the consent calendar. Item 8C was already pulled forward. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under consent calendar? I don't see any. Then I'll take a motion to approve consent calendar items in its entirety with the exception of 8C, which we already approved.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety with the exception of 8C as in Charlie.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from the Transportation Committee. Again, I want to remind everyone, I anticipate a very emotional discussion, a very passionate discussion. So please allow our process goes through as respectful as possible. And so that we can hear each opinion, each side, so that we can carry on the city's business. Do we have a staff presentation? Oh, my bad. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to disclose that I spent hours, actually days, sitting below flight paths at and around the airport. I spoke with many residents, pilots, and groups like TAA and COTAR. I spent hours sitting near schools and parks. I sat and spoke for extended periods of time with residents in their yards, their living rooms, and their dining rooms. I listened, I learned, and I formed an independent thoughts free of any bias or personal opinions. Unfortunately and regrettably, it saddens me to say only earlier today, on the advice of counsel, due to any wrongful claim of a potential conflict of interest and to avoid even the appearance of impropriety, I will be recusing myself. I would like to thank anyone that took the time and everyone that took the time to speak with me, and once again know that I trust in my ability to listen and make correct decisions. This was not easy for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And at this moment, I want to give each of our council members an opportunity to comment on, and I will start, before Councilman Matucci starts. Just want to disclose that I have met with folks from the Torrance Airport Association, share some of the information they want to share with me. And I've also took a meeting with those from the Torrance Association who has wants to reform how we operate the city Torrance Airport. So I just want to make sure that I fully disclose it. We're hearing both sides. I will be making my decisions tonight based on the information presented. Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I also like to disclose that I have lots of meetings, numerous meetings with a lot of stakeholders, including the Torrance Airport Association, Homeowners Association, community members, and I also took some phone calls to discuss some of the items in reference to this specific item. But I will make my decision based on the information provided to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. I want to disclose that I have met with several people, including the airport operators, COTAR, Robinson Helicopters, Torrance Airport Association, homeowners groups, a consultant of the National Air Transportation Board, and I have also done my independent review by going throughout different neighborhoods and actually either trying to read a book or trying to experience the noise levels for significant periods of time. So my limit was about 45 minutes to an hour on each of the sites that I visited surrounding the airport.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. Like my colleagues, I have also met with a number of different groups, including the Pilots Association, the COTAR group. I've met with some of the homeowners associations. I've personally visited the New Horizons area, have sat at various points in and around the airport, including on the along PCH and going further up the hill. So I will make my decisions based upon both my personal interactions with those individuals on both sides of this, and also based upon my own research. Thank you.
Thank you. Now turn over to Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess over the last 5 years, I think we've met with a lot of people that are from one side of the aisle or the other. So as a general disclosure, I've also met and spoken to several people on both sides of the discussion. But furthermore, I'd like to talk about this item. This is a recommendation of the Transportation Committee that the City Council accept and file the meeting report of April 12, 2023. Council is asked to provide direction regarding airport landing fees, airport noise mitigation efforts, and the phasing out of leaded gas. On December 14, 2022 and April 12, 2023, the Transportation Committee met to receive input and provide direction regarding concerns about the Torrance Municipal Airport Zamperini Field. Items discussed were options for reduction of aircraft operations and noise, including the limitation and prohibition, prohibition of runways, enforcement of early left turn violations, and the commissioning of noise study to potentially expand the existing noise monitoring system. Additional topics included the implementation of landing fees and the development of a voluntary letter of agreement between the Torrance-based fixed-wing flight operations and the city of Torrance. Discussion from both Torrance residents and the aviation community was heard, each with proposals and feedback as how to best mitigate the noise and frequency of flights in the areas surrounding the airport. I'll turn it over to staff and that will provide more details on the committee's recommendations, and I also want to disclose the fact that I do live in the flight path. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Matucci, for the background. I appreciate that.
Sean,
Good evening.
just one
Yes.
second. I want to let Council. Oh, you want to let him go first? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. Sean Megardichin, General Services Director. I'll walk everybody through the recommendations tonight and also through the areas that are under my purview. I'll then turn it over to our Community Development Director and City Attorney for their areas in the item as well. So before you tonight is a recommendation from the Transportation Committee to the Council that 1, accept and file the minutes of the April 12th meeting. 2, approve the implementation of landing fees for all transient aircraft and Torrance-based fixed-wing flight school operators and fleets with more than 3 aircraft, and authorize certain exemptions for military, public safety, and medical flights. 3, approve the letter of agreement between the City of Torrance and Torrance-based fixed-wing flight school operators. 4, provide direction on the proposed noise study alternatives to potentially expand the existing airport noise monitoring system. 5, to discuss the phase-out of leaded gas in 10 to 15 years. And 6, received updates on the legalities of prohibiting touch-and-go landings on the south and north runways, imposing a moratorium on new flight school operators, and enforcement of early left turn violations. I'll start the discussion with landing fees. As stated in the recommendation, the committee is recommending the landing fees for flight schools and fleets with more than 3 aircraft. The exempt aircraft would be the military, public safety, medical, and it's inclusive of both fixed-wing and rotary aircraft. If landing fees are indeed approved by the City Council tonight, the city will enter into an agreement with Vector Airport Systems, who monitors and implements landing fee program. They do that at several airports listed on page 3 of the report. Such airports are Catalina, Camarillo, Oxnard, Napa Valley, etc. And so their rates are listed on there, and what they would do is, for Torrance, Torrance is proposing a rate similar to other airports. In our proposal, it is a $3 rate per 1,000 pounds, and that's a minimum charge of $6 per aircraft. And so what Vector does is there's no capital outlay for any equipment or anything. They take their revenues and a percentage of 22% of all their revenues collected. They'll take that, and the city receives the rest. There's a chart on page 4 that has the annual takeoff and landing count total. That's as of 2022, a full year. We estimated the number of takeoffs and landings with flight schools and transient flights and the billable flights. And if you look at the billable flights, those are half of the operations totals. And the reason that is that an operation is a takeoff and an operation is landing. So there's two operations right there. The landing fees will only be applied to an aircraft if they land and then they take off, that's one. So they'll be billed one time after they take off again. So if an aircraft lands and just never takes off again, they won't be implemented a landing fee. Once they take off, that's a landing fee. So it's basically half of the total operations of the airport. Next, we will talk about the noise mitigation efforts with a letter of agreement. Since January 2023, all the Torrance-based flight schools have voluntarily agreed to the following: that they will not use the south pattern for flight training, that the south runway will only be used for approach and departure. Upon departure, they'll not turn the aircraft prior to the shoreline. Flight schools will utilize other airports where possible, sending them in scheduled groups, and they'll also stagger flights as much as possible so not to saturate the airspace. That is, in essence, the letter of agreement right there. So that is an attachment to this item, and if approved tonight, that is something we'll work with all the flight schools to have them sign. I'm going to kind of skip over the noise study and take the leaded gas kind of out of order, and then we'll turn it over to our Community Development Director. So the phase out of leaded gas, and as recently as September 22, FAA approved the use of 100-octane unleaded fuel, which is G100UL. And so that basically is going to be able to be used in every type of general aviation aircraft. The timing of this, however, is just not available yet. There's production, there's distribution, the infrastructure is not in place quite yet, but we are working with our operators on the field to We have 2 fuel pits at the airfield, 2 fuel operators, and we've had some preliminary discussions. They are welcome to bring in 100 UL anytime they'd like, if they chose to do so. They can provide an additional option to what's out there now, which is the 100 low lead. So we'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to monitor the progress of the phase out of leaded gas. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean 10 to 15 years. It could certainly be sooner, depending on how soon, our airport can support the infrastructure and the gas is available to our local pilots. With that, I'll turn it over to the Community Development Director for the expansion of the noise study discussion.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The Community Development Department's Noise Abatement Office maintains a noise abatement program. The city uses interactive web-based community portal known as Noise Lab to monitor this program. This system includes such things as noise abatement information, location of noise monitors, flight history, live flight tracker, and complaints. Currently, there are 7 noise monitors surrounding the airport that feed information into Noise Lab. After review of the noise monitor locations, the Transportation Committee has included 2 options for the Council's consideration. Option 1 would include the completion of a noise study west of Anza Avenue and Pacific Coast Highway for a potential addition of 2 monitors at an approximate cost of $84,500. Option 2 would include a noise study around the entire airport with the potential of adding 4 noise monitors, 2 on the southwest side and 2 on the northeast side, at an approximate cost of $164,500. It is not uncommon to receive complaints of low-flying, noisy aircraft west of Anza Avenue and Pacific Coast Highway where there are no noise monitors located. The terrain in this area rises steeply and is occupied by single-family residential homes. As there are no noise monitors within this area, staff is unable to verify these complaints. Based on complaint locations north of the airport, there appears to be sufficient monitors. However, a noise study would be helpful to either confirm this analysis or recommend additional locations where monitors would be of benefit to the community. If the council recommends moving forward with the noise study, the cost could be funded from a newly established landing fee or existing airport fund revenue sources. Additionally, if approved, staff would return to a future council meeting to amend the current contract service agreement with Casper Airport Solutions and appropriate additional budget to the airport fund's fiscal year 2023-2024 operating budget for these activities. At this time, I would like to turn over the presentation to our city attorney, Patrick Sullivan.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. My 3 items are limiting touch and goes, moratorium on additional flight schools, and the status of discussions with the FAA on enforcement of early left turns. As far as the touch and goes, we have been working with myself and outside counsel, Lori Balance, have been working with FAA to look at prohibition of touch and goes through a city ordinance. We already have restrictions on touch and goes, and we believe that we can move forward with a ban on touch and goes. There is no preemption issue. We don't have any grant assurances or other requirements from the FAA that would prohibit that. It is still important to work and coordinate with the FAA, but we believe we have the ability to prohibit touch and go landings at Torrance Airport. As far as the moratoriums on additional flight schools, moratoriums are based on the government code and are based on land use entitlements. Flight schools do not require any land use entitlements to operate at Torrance Airport, so it wouldn't be a moratorium in the traditional legal sense of a moratorium. However, there is a resolution from 1977, which is resolution number 77-215, and in paragraph 16 of that resolution, it limits the number of flight schools to 6. Currently, there are 8 flight schools operating at the airport, and therefore the city will not be issuing any further business licenses to any new flight schools until that number of flight schools complies with the resolution. City Council can give direction on what they would like to do with the flight schools that are in excess of the number required. And then finally, the early left turns. Outside counsel and myself have met with the FAA. This is obviously a very complex and ongoing issue. We have had one very detailed meeting with them. We anticipate further meetings with them. The FAA indicated that there were options available to the city. One of them was that they recommend to form a a group discussion with a facilitator that would involve the stakeholders such as pilots and residents to discuss airport noise. But one of the concerns the city has with that is the FAA believes that it would take approximately 6 to 9 months to engage a facilitator and initiate the group discussions. So that's obviously one of the concerns we have with that process. And that's all I have for my items. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I'll go to the council. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first time in a long, long time I've seen this many people in our council chambers. And if it's okay with the mayor, I'd like to just kind of get a poll of why people are here. Are people here because you're happy with the airport and you don't want to see any changes? Raise your hand. You don't want to make any changes. That's what you're raising your hand for. And then can I see a show of hands of those who are here that are unhappy with the airport? All right. I really appreciate you sharing that so we have a better idea of why people are here. I've put together quite a few comments on this issue, and I've written them down, so I apologize in advance that I'm going to read them, because I think this is a very important topic, and I want to make sure I get all my points across. First, I would like to disclose that I've had many, many meetings on this subject. I've met with many residents who are impacted, including members of COTAR, and with staff who are probably sick and tired of hearing from me, and with flight school owners, including Sling. I have spent what feels like countless hours sitting in various locations in and around the airport, watching and listening firsthand to what is happening and monitoring the situation with the flight radar application. We as a council have been discussing this issue formally since last year, almost a full year ago, with no firm steps yet being taken. And the community around the airport continues to suffer, in my opinion. We need to take action now. So my takeaway from all of this is that the primary, current, and most significant problem resulting from our airport currently is the oversaturation of our airspace, primarily due to the significant increase in flight school training operations, including training from flight schools based outside of Torrance Airport, from which we gain zero benefit, but primarily the vast majority of traffic is from locally based training operations, and most notably Sling Pilot Academy. Per information provided to me by staff, and it's included in the supplemental number 2 on page 21, one statistic that really stands out to me, and that's the number of tie-downs being rented for aircraft used by flight schools based here in Torrance. There are currently a total of 61 tie-downs currently being rented by flight schools. Since the beginning of 2019, 28 tie-downs have been newly rented, almost a 100% increase, and all but one of those was to Sling Pilot Academy. This represents an almost doubling of flight school aircraft in just 4 years. In fact, prior to 2019, the growth of tie-down rentals for flight schools was almost nothing, with only one that began rental in 2018, only 2 that began rental in 2017, and only 3 that began rental in 2016. This really confirms that flight school activity dramatically increased beginning in 2019, and one could infer that it has been solely due to one flight school, Sling Pilot Academy. As a former business owner myself, I'm a big fan of businesses and for wanting to attract successful businesses to our city. Sling Pilot Academy appears to be a very successful business, which no doubt brings some benefit to our city. However, I will not support a business whose growth and success is at the expense of our residents with an ongoing and relentless assault upon their ability to enjoy living here.
Thank you. Let's let Councilman Griffith proceed. Thank you.
It's okay, I need a break once in a while. Unfortunately, our previous city leaders didn't have the foresight to envision the situation at hand and to provide for legal mechanisms to limit certain undesirable activities. And that has created the situation we face today. If it were up to me and legal to do so, my recommendation would be to roll back flight training activity to what it was prior to 2019. But unfortunately, I don't see a legal mechanism to do that. So we have to take some other steps, which I hope my colleagues will agree with me here tonight. I realize that with a city now divided by districts, my colleagues in districts away from the airport may not feel compelled to do anything. But I would remind us all, our job is to protect all of our residents, not just those within our districts. Let me take a few moments to comment on the recommendations of the Transportation Committee as outlined in the agenda item. Number one, landing fees. I strongly support the proposal from the Transportation Committee to implement landing fees as outlined in the agenda item. While I don't believe that this will eliminate or significantly reduce the amount of flight school training, it will accomplish the following things. One, it will generate revenue from the primary offenders of the volume of traffic for flight training over our neighborhoods, including transient flight training, where we currently get no benefit whatsoever. This new revenue can be used for such tools as increased noise monitoring studies and stations, and potentially to fund additional staff to help monitor the airport operations, as well as to pay for improved or new infrastructure to allow for the migration to unleaded fuel if needed. A second reason would be an important part of something I feel which is lacking today is good data on how our airport is being used. Currently, we now rely on cryptic reports from the FAA. The landing fee system will give us a much better and much faster information, on what is happening at our airport and who is doing it. This will help us make better decisions about the airport in the future, as well as to be able to see trends, etc. Most importantly to note is that this fee should not, and would not as proposed, impose landing fees on any of our general aviation pilots who rent space from our airport that are not conducting flight training. It will only impose fees on all transient flights and all flight school operations for flight schools with more than 3 aircraft. It would be important to ensure that flight testing by Robinson Helicopter be allowed without requiring landing fees from them as well. Number two, the letter of agreement with the fixed-wing Torrance-based flight school operators. While I agree with the spirit and all the items listed in the proposed letter of agreement, my concern is that it's voluntary and completely unenforceable. I support this item for what it is and would like to see all current Torrance-based flight schools agree to it. But further, I would like to stipulate that, if possible, that this agreement be an enforceable part of any future flight school lease agreements, if any are allowed. Number three, the noise study and possible additions of new noise monitors. I am supportive of doing a full noise study around the whole airport to improve our ability to enforce desired noise limitations resulting from operations of all types at our airport. Although we have installed a new noise system, the low number of violations being recorded makes me feel that the current system is either not functioning properly or not designed properly, or both. Unfortunately, this proposal will take a lot of time to implement, and it won't give the needed immediate relief to what has become the nuisance of high-frequency training flights. Number four, the phase-out of leaded gas. I am in favor of getting this done, and although I believe that this would solve a secondary problem resulting from our airport, and not the one that has become the primary nuisance to our community, and that's the frequency of flights, from the information that I have heard, there is a solution that's very soon available, as staff reported, and that'll be the use of G100UL fuel. I do not understand why this issue would take 10 to 15 years to implement. I recommend that this item be brought forward as a separate issue to be addressed as soon as possible by either the Transportation, the Airport Commission, or the Environmental Quality Commission, based on staff's recommendation, as a standalone issue separate from these issues that we're discussing today. Number five, eliminating touch-and-go operations from both the south and north runways. I am in 100% support of eliminating touch-and-go operations at our airport. Apparently, this is a tool that is legally available to us as the owner of the airport, and I support the rapid return of an agenda item with an ordinance to prohibit touch-and-go operations as well as low approach operations if possible. It is important to note that this affects all training schools, both locally based and transient, and unfortunately impacts those training schools who have not been the primary cause of the increase in training activity. This will also not eliminate training at our airport, but would only eliminate the most abusive type of training operation, a touch and go. This would force each plane landing to be required to taxi off the runway upon a successful landing, and then re-queue to begin another takeoff if training is wanting to be continued. This would also create the benefit that takeoffs would begin sooner on the runway in most instances. And the benefit to that is it allows planes to achieve a higher altitude before flying over non-airport properties and sensitive neighborhoods. Training operations in general are the most dangerous operations conducted at our airport on a regular basis. With the increase in training operations comes not only an increase in noise, but the risk of an unfortunate accident. I would venture to say that more deaths have resulted from airport operations in the last 20 years than any other business operation in our city, including our refinery. Slowing down these operations by eliminating touch and goes will make our community that much safer. Number 6, a moratorium on allowing additional flight schools. This was a recommendation that I made last year, and so as not to exacerbate the current nuisance of the high volume of flight training operations that are happening. It was disappointing to find out that our policy that we've had in place since 1977 did in fact have a limit to the number of flight schools operating at our airport. Yet more flight schools than were allowed by that policy were allowed to conduct business at our airport. We must, well, I guess I want to bring this to the city attorney. We did discuss this in closed session. Is this something that we can share at this time?
Normally, we don't discuss closed session and open session unless the council wants to waive the attorney-client privilege. An individual cannot waive the attorney-client privilege. It would require a majority of the city council.
I think maybe he's asking, can he discuss possible options that he wants us to
Well,
consider?
I'll certainly put out my own 2 cents. And whether
You can put out your own individual thoughts, yes.
So I do believe that we need to get back in compliance with our original resolution, and we need to do that as soon as possible. I would further like to see our resolution modified that if we want to add additional flight schools in the future, that would require approval of council in addition to the limit of 6 that we have in that current resolution. The next item is the enforcement of early left turns. We as a council and a city have kicked around this issue for years now without any firm resolution. There are many who feel that enforcement against early left turns is allowed and was grandfathered in, but the FAA says that we cannot enforce our municipal code 51.2.3E. Since this issue remains controversial and is essentially unresolved, my recommendation will be to immediately begin enforcement of early left turn violators. If the FAA or others believe we are in the wrong, then those parties can offer that we settle this once and for all in court. Any money spent defending our position can come from the revenues generated by landing fees and other airport enterprise funds with no impact to the general fund. Because of our unique geography, allowing early left turns increases not only the noise burden on our community, but it also decreases safety for operating aircraft at a lower distance above ground level due to the rising terrain on the south side of the airport. That summarizes my comments on the recommendations of the Transportation Commission and gives insight into the recommendations that I feel we must take tonight. However, that's not the end of my recommendations for action. I believe that we should consider the following actions as well tonight. Number 1, I believe it's important that we work together cooperatively with the FAA. And I believe that it is important for us to work with the FAA as partners to create a safe, balanced environment for the benefit of the needs of the FAA, the needs of the pilot, and the benefit of the neighborhoods in which the airport impacts. We should not treat the FAA as bad guys unwilling to work with us, and they should not be unwilling to work towards helping us to create the desired environment that we, as owners of the airport, would like to see. We need to write a formal letter signed by our mayor and council outlining our desires and allow the FAA to formally respond to our letter with how they can or cannot work with us to meet our objectives. Once we have that formal back and forth, we can consider further action. Depending on how things go here tonight, another option that I would like to consider is the possibility of suing the flight schools as being a public nuisance. California Penal Code 372 describes public nuisance in detail. I've had some discussions with this with our city attorney. Our city attorney believes that there's great potential uphill battles in doing this, and that's why I don't think this is a significant option to choose as our primary source of solving this problem, but I think it's something that we should hold in our back pocket as needed. Number 3, I think we should consider possibly changing the hours of the airport for training, and I'm open to different suggestions on that. There's one item that I'd like to see if possible that we can correct right away, and that is for some reason training has an exemption for taxi back training on Monday through Friday until 10 p.m. And staff has been unable to explain to me why that exists, and I'd at a minimum like to see that removed so that we're not doing any training after 8 p.m. at all, period. My last suggestion at this time is to better utilize the tools that are available to us through the FAA, and that is the ATIS announcements, or ATIS announcements, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. ATIS, thank you. This is a tool that FAA can use to make announcements related to the issues that are important to our airport for pilots to know, and pilots must listen to this and acknowledge it every time they fly out into our airport. And right now, currently, we are not utilizing that, and I think that's partly been because of FAA has been resistant to accepting our requests for making certain announcements. So that's something that I'd like to see us improve on so that we can inform pilots better of what is expected of pilots flying into our airport. That is the extent of my comments and recommendations at this time. I really look forward to hearing how my other council members feel on this, as well as the public feels on this, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths, for doing such an exhaustive analysis. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Griffith. I think you hit some really key points. Of course, being on the Transportation Committee kind of gave me a little bit of an insight as to, some of the feedback from both sides. And when we came up with the recommendations on the Transportation Committee, we did quite a bit of research, and when I say we talk about staff, really did in-depth analysis as far as what we can or cannot do. The whole early left turn thing, I'm a little weary about just sending out I guess infractions or citations or letters, just because my understanding is that we don't really have jurisdiction. Especially when the FAA tower tells somebody they need to turn left, they turn left. At that point, I believe we cannot fine them for that. That's my understanding. But I do agree that that's definitely been a thorn on our side since day one. Going down the list, and I think I'm going to take it from your playbook. I think going down the list of recommendations. These are the recommendations that were put together by the Transportation Committee, and I believe we had voted on these unanimously. And I think that's very important for the public to know. that three of the members on the Transportation Committee kind of piecemeal these things together. Now, I'm going to jump to the phase out of the leaded gas because and that's where I think the research from staff really does play a big role. I didn't know that there was the potential use of 100 octane unleaded fuel. So as Councilman Griffith said, there's really no reason to wait 10 to 15 years. I think we need to make a decision tonight, quite honestly, and not separate the two, because it's a very, very important item that I think deserves a position on it tonight. So on item 2 on 9A, approve implementation of landing fees. I'm a big supporter of landing fees, and some people in the pilot community aren't liking this, but if you're flying as a as a hobby, this doesn't affect you. If you have just a plane, it doesn't affect you. If you have a fleet of 3 or more, at least the way it's proposed, if you have a fleet of 3 or more, that's when these fees come in, which I believe they're minimal. I remember one person at the Transportation Committee saying, well, it's going to, less people are going to want to fly. And quite honestly, I think that's really the end goal, is to reduce the amount of traffic over our skies. So if that's one way to do it, and also put some money in the bank to where we can spend it on other things to make the airport safer, I'm all for it. So I say yes on the landing fees. The letter, item number 3, approve a letter of agreement between the City of Torrance and Torrance-based fixed-wing flight schools operators. I think it's just a waste of paper, quite honestly, because we've had a lot of handshake deals and promises that were broken, and it might be okay for one or two weeks, then all of a sudden we changes. I think what we really need to do is put down some. I don't want to call it ways to minimize the traffic, but I think landing fees. If we want to do a letter, let's do a letter. But if there's no teeth in that letter, there's no way to really force people to obey by it. But I think it's just a waste of paper. But let's go with that. As far as potential expand, let's see. I'm sorry, I lost my spot right here. Provide direction on proposed noise study. Of course, that was actually one of the items, recommendation from the Transportation Committee, to expand the territory where we're monitoring the noise. I think that's going to obviously need some research as far as, I think Hawthorne Boulevard is the last noise monitoring system, right? It's near Hawthorne Boulevard. When going to the west, then it's southwest, it goes up the lower Riviera, and that's about it, if I'm not mistaken. So I think expanding that system would be a positive for what we're trying to do. And of course, the phase out of the leaded gas. I'm obviously I don't know what kind of tanks we'll need at the airport, but I say within a year, 12 months, we should be able to get a project together and install whatever tanks we need to do to provide that 100 octane alternative to the leaded fuel engines. And I say 1 year is sufficient time, unless somebody tells me differently. But there's a product out there that's available. I think we could put a time frame of 1 year and just eliminate leaded fuel being sold. Now, it does not stop somebody flying in with leaded fuel in their tank that they might have gotten at some other airport. Is that correct? I don't know. Yeah, just like jet fuel. Yeah, just like jet fuel.
Yeah, that's correct. They could fly in with whatever fuel that the aircraft uses, but they would have the option, if they chose to refuel at Torrance, for the unleaded option.
Okay, and my understanding is that you can mix the 100 octane with the leaded fuel, at least like if somebody comes in with a half a tank and they need a full tank, they can still. But anyways, those are things that we can look into. But regardless, I think eliminating the sale of leaded fuel at Torrance Airport should come within the year. Let's see. All right, so the touch and goes. I think what we learned from this is that we can actually go ahead with a ban on touch and goes, but it doesn't mean that the pilot can't circle around, as Councilman Griffith said, circle around, get back in queue, and take off again. The touch and go is basically landing and keep on going and take off again. So, at least a lot of the emails that a lot of the email complaints that we get are people that are doing those constant circle over people's houses. You know, I get the whole, hey, you bought near an airport argument, but there comes a time to where, we have to be respectful of both sides, and I get that. I just think that the amount of traffic that's created by the schools is just way too high that it prompted a lot of people to come out and try to do something about it. I'm all for schools teaching how to fly. I think it's a great thing, but banning the touch and goes might be a way to at least alleviate some of that traffic over people's houses and maybe spread it out. I'm not in favor of necessarily condensing or compressing the schedule of flights. I definitely don't want flights going over people's houses at 10 o'clock at night. But I believe there was, in the Transportation Committee meeting, there was a talk about compressing the hours. But the thing is, if you have, I'll give it a number, 50 students spread out over, let's say, 5 hours, if you're going to make the amount 50 students in 3 hours, then you're just going to have more people in queue. And it's still the same amount of flights. So that's going to be something that we got to be careful with and not condense the hours of operation too small to where it creates a big influx of one plane after another at a certain time frame. Suing the flight schools, I think that's something that I would not support because it's not their fault that they're successful. But I wish we had a magic wand and just fix everything, but obviously no matter what we do up here today, somebody is going to walk away not happy with something, right? But if we can all walk away somewhat upset and not really upset, we're all okay, right? So, of course, the FAA, whether we want to work with them or not, they have authority over the skies, over our cities. So I agree that we do need to work with the FAA. They're not our enemy. We need to kind of reel them in and be our partners in this. But I do think that recommendations that are on today's item are fair. They're not going to run anybody out of business. They will, I think, lower the number of flights over our homes. The banning the touch and goes, I think, is going to be an important one because you would have to get back in queue to do it. It might take a little bit longer, but it might spread out the amount of planes going over our heads. But I guess the only thing that I think that we might need a little bit more research on is the ability to ban leaded fuel within the year. I want to make sure that the pilots still have gas to put in their tanks. If we do ban the leaded, I want to make sure that the 100 octane is able to be pumped into our existing tanks or whatever tanks we might want to bring in.
If I may clarify just that, the city does not run any fuel pits at the airport. They are run by our FBOs, 2 separate leaseholders, and we've been in just preliminary discussions to have them provide it. We could work with them to provide an option to include the unleaded fuel as the phase out of leaded gas happens over a length of time, whatever that may be. But we'll certainly do more research on that and we can bring that back.
Yeah, and just my concern, I know we don't operate that, but it's still on our land and we would have to approve the removal of tanks if that's the case, or installing new tanks. I don't want it to become like a 10-year project If it's something that we can just, something that we can do right away, let's just do it. 100 octane, it might be a little bit more expensive than the leaded fuel, but if, that's, I think in my opinion, is a short-term solution. In the long run, I think obviously, talking to some of the pilots, I believe I think that was actually part of the discussion on the Transportation Committee meeting, that the life expectancy of an engine is so many hours. We figure between 7 and 10 years you would have to rebuild or replace that engine, depending on use, of course. And that's my understanding. So at that point would be a great time to change to unleaded fuel types of engines. I'm not a mechanic. I'm not a pilot. There's just information that I've been getting for the public. So anyways, that's my position. I support what's being presented tonight. I'm looking forward to hearing some more testimony from the public and also my fellow council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Tucci. And I just want for the record that Councilwoman Lewis has joined us prior to the starting this item. And I'll let her break the news, so I'll take her thunder. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the analysis and comments by my colleagues on this. We've been going over this for a long time, and tonight should be the night that we come to a conclusion, so I'm very much looking forward to that. A few points that I wanted to point out. I did ask Mr. Murgadician a question a few weeks ago. The question was looking at the number of residents versus non-residents who rent the hangars and the tie downs at the airport. I asked the question, what percentage are Torrance residents and what percentage are non-residents? We have a total of 345 hangars and 70 tie downs, or a total of 415. The split between Torrance residents and non-residents, 24% are rented by Torrance residents, while the majority, 76%, are rented by Torrance non-residents. Secondly, I asked the question of our finance director, Sheila Poisson, related to the airport enterprise funds. I and my colleagues have been receiving emails in which there's this notion that airport aeronautical revenue generation contributes $10 million to the general fund of the city. In the supplemental number 5, resulting from my inquiry to the finance director, there is a breakdown between aeronautical and non-aeronautical revenue. So for the record, and this is the 23-24 operating budget, total airport fund revenue is $17 million, of which aeronautical revenue generated is $6 million, non-aeronautical is $11 million. The $11 million comes primarily from ground lease revenues. So if you're not familiar with our airport property holdings, they not only include the airport proper, but also all the properties on Pacific Coast Highway going east to Crenshaw, including the 2 retail properties on either side of Crenshaw and Pacific Coast Highway. So the bulk of the revenues coming into the airport enterprise fund comes from those ground lease payments. The auto dealers, the owner-operator of the retail centers, that's the main source of revenue. So just for the record, I wanted to make clear to the public so that everyone understands that $10 million that then comes from the enterprise, from total revenues to the general fund, that's the primary source of that revenue, all right? Other than that, I just wanted to stipulate those 2 points, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I think it is revealing on where the money actually comes from. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to thank our staff. I think staff did an amazing job to provide us the information that we were looking for. The detailed analysis. I think I had a lot of conversation with our staff to provide us the details so we make an informed decision with a couple things in mind. Number one, what is in the hands of our city? What city can do and what city cannot do? I think airport is a great asset to our community. Nobody's denying that. Even if you for this issues that we're dealing with today, or you're not. Airport is a great asset, but we should not let anyone abuse the kind-heartedness that we have up here. We have done so many different ways. We requested the stakeholders, the academies, the pilots, to show us that you can accomplish what we are trying to achieve here for our community. To achieve what we're asking. Have they done that? So I'm gonna have, I'll have some engagement with our staff so we can, come to, conversation and see what they have done and what have we achieved or we have not achieved. So, Mr. Magadishian, thank you for your presentation today, and thank you for meeting with me numerous of times. Also, Michelle, thank you so much for meeting for different occasions, so many different hours. I requested Mr. Magadishian to provide me the detail about before pandemic, what was the situation, and after our request for numerous times and numerous complaints from the city, did anything changed? And I think you provided us some information. Can you elaborate that for the public? What was your outcome or your findings?
Thank you, Councilman. Sean Megardichin, General Services Director. As stated before, we saw growth in our flight schools post-2019, and that was kind of exacerbated in 2020 when the pandemic hit. Essentially, a lot of our neighborhood flight schools amongst the region found out about Torrance, and they say, hey, this is a great place to fly. We're going to conduct training operations, whether it be out of Long Beach, even Carlsbad. Regional airports started using our airports more frequently. In addition, the pilot shortage caused a demand for flight training, and that's when you saw flight schools such as Sling really, expand their operations, and there's based on a need in the industry. And so as they grew, obviously the more flights out of Torrance happened, and the more repetitive flights around the community happened, and that's kind of in a nutshell what happened both pre and post pandemic.
And we requested numerous of times what are the patterns? What patterns they should use to avoid the noise or early left turns, all these. So have any of these changed because of your request significantly?
None of the flight patterns have ever changed, but the use of the south pattern and just the use of the airport in general increased. So it increased the frequency of flights around the neighborhoods, the saturation in the airspace increased, but none of the flight patterns ever changed. I think there was questions like, well, what happens if an aircraft strays off the flight pattern, whether it's to the north or the south? What can we do as a city? We don't control the airspace. I kind of equated, there's nobody that's going to pull over an aircraft in the air saying you're flying too far to the left or right. It's one thing that if they're flying dangerously, we can report that to the FAA, their Flight Standards Office. But if the pilot is not violating any federal regulations of the airspace, the city really does not have control.
Thank you again. Another question that I want for public awareness about the role of tower. What's their role for this? I mean, I know that we do not own tower operations. So have they made any changes for our request to bring back the quality of life for our community?
Yeah, the tower is very aware of our situation. They are very aware of the noise-sensitive areas. While they control the airspace, and they're gonna put traffic, weather, and safety first over everything. And safety especially, they're gonna look out for the aircraft. So if an aircraft takes off to the west, and the tower tells them to turn left over the south pattern for safety reasons, the aircraft is gonna obey that. The tower is also very aware of our noise-sensitive areas, especially in the south, due to the hillside, due to the rise in elevation, and they do their best to avoid putting traffic in the south pattern. It's going to happen on occasion. Just like any organization, you're going to have, maybe you'll get compliance with 90% of your employees, but maybe there's that 10% that are going to be, maybe they're on a weekend, maybe they're on a Sunday. Oh, I'm going to allow traffic. I'm going to allow left traffic. I'm going to allow training. Maybe they're not concerned with our noise ordinance. So those are things that we have constant communications with the tower on and always have for kind of the, kind of from the beginning of time. So that's where they play a role. Their cooperation is key, and we continue to work with them.
Also about this ARIS, the automated terminal information system. How much that was utilized? I'm sorry if I didn't ask you that earlier, but for what you just mentioned earlier, that they can, if there's a safety issue, this system can be helpful. And I don't think we have so many of those issues that will create nuisance for the community because of the safety issues. They have to make a left turn immediately. Any data that you can share, or do you have anything?
The ADIS is a recording that the pilots have to listen to as they approach the airport. As, I'm not a pilot, so I may be getting something wrong. But essentially, we've had discussions, and we continue discussions with the FAA to put noise-sensitive information on the ADIS. It's something we've discussed with our tenants and flight schools and community members. It's just something that hasn't been approved yet through the FAA. We'll continue to work with them and hopefully try to use that as a resource in the future.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Patrick Sullivan, if I may, please. Making early left turn. This is numerous of times we heard that this is FAA. City does not have any control on that. If we put into place some wording or verbiage or something that they have to follow these rules, can we do that without jeopardizing or getting any kind of legal lawsuits?
Like I said, we're currently engaged in discussions with the FAA. We have, our two agencies have a disagreement on who has control on that issue.
So until further notice, we just keep on.
We have suspended enforcement while we're engaged in discussions with the FAA.
I'm going to come back with more questions. I'm going to have other colleagues to make their appointment, but I think we have lots of strategies, rules are in place, but the question is that how are we going to get those implemented? No matter what we do today, if we tell them, hey, they have certain touch and go rules, this and so forth, but if they don't follow, we should have a stricter penalties for these things. If we do not have penalties, this will not solve any issue. We may come back again. So we have to draft in a very strategic way so everyone understands, all the academies. We also have hearing board, but it hasn't been implemented. They haven't been heard for a long time. So we need to utilize all resources to give a strong message and not only have so many different rules, but we need to find ways to implement those rules. So I'll come back with more questions. Thank you.
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, since it was brought up about the Administrative Hearing Board, we actually do have an Administrative Hearing Board set for August 10th for 3 flight school, or for 3 pilots who have violated some part of our municipal code. So we actually have started stricter enforcement of that.
And I think we talked about that. Thank you for bringing that. I think the point is that, I think you said it fairly, that going forward, we will have those in a very strict way, so they need to follow the rules. And if they don't, we have stringent and stricter penalties, so it will help our community to get back to their normal life. Thanks.
I assume you're done. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. And to say what the mystery was with my leaving, my daughter and son welcomed a baby girl. So we got to, due to technology, we got to watch. They're in Virginia, so love technology to be able to be there with both of them as they welcomed Kalani Chang into the world. So thank you. Getting back to the issues at hand, I've done a lot of research in the airports. I've gone all over Torrance, tried to read books, tried to have phone conversations, and it wasn't just limited to the day. I also wanted to have the experience at nighttime on the weekends, and unfortunately, the holidays. And I do believe that there needs to be some type of compromise that we can agree on tonight to even start the process, because we realize that our residents do need relief. I also understand that, touch and goes are an essential part of flight training, and it allows the pilots to practice takeoff and landings in quick succession. However, with those touch and goes comes some issues, some underlying issues: noise pollution, environmental impacts to the surrounding communities, safety concerns, because frequent takeoffs and landings do increase the likelihood of accidents, and we want to reduce the number of accidents. And also, airport congestion is one of the concerns. I think tonight we're going to make every attempt to strike a balance between flight training needs and the concerns raised by the residents and the communities. And all of these recommendations that the Transportation Committee recommended came after hours and hours of study and research and interviews and field trips. And so we also want to make sure that we are trying to follow our noise abatement procedures. And then there's some things that the flight schools can do, including optimizing training routes, or encouraging the use of more simulators, or finding an airport where you can practice the touch and goes. And yes, I already know you want to do touch and goes here in Torrance because of the crosswinds, something I learned in my research. The question that I have, and I think it could go to either Michelle, Shant, or our city attorney, is about if we go with more restrictive regulations at the airport, that is going to impact our grandfathered pre-ANCA status versus where we would have to be if we didn't. Who would like to take that one on?
I'd actually like to punt that to our outside counsel who's on the line.
Do you want to introduce and then punt it?
Yes, our outside counsel is Lori Balance, and she, I believe, is being let in by Carlos as we speak.
Hi, Mayor, City Council members. So you're interested in whether if you make your municipal code more restrictive, you'll lose your ANCA grandfathered status? Is that correct?
Correct. I would just like for you, if you could, because not a lot of people are familiar with what that means, to go into what it is, how we got there, and what would change.
Yeah, so you do have provisions in your municipal code that predate ANCA. ANCA was enacted in 1990, and so you are grandfathered from those restrictions. So if you want to keep that in place, it depends on which regulation you're focusing on. The touch and goes, you can make those more restrictive without losing your grandfathered status, because you can do that irrespective of your grandfathered status. So in that particular case, you will be fine. With some of the other provisions in your municipal code, you need to be a little bit more cautious, but it really depends on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And my other comments are that when we were doing this in the Transportation Committee, we wanted to make it very clear that this is not directed toward leaseholders that are currently at Torrance Airport that make every attempt to be good neighbors. They follow the rules, they put peer pressure on other folks that are there to make sure and follow the rules. With that said, the balance is the neighbors who are there, who are under the flight path, and shifting traffic. When we tried that, it doesn't work. Now it flies over my house. So I'm in the flight path, and I live in West Torrance. So there needs to be some type of balance there. And so I stand by all of the recommendations that the Transportation Committee sent forward, and with a revision to number 5 is I don't think it's going to take 5 to 15 years to phase out leaded fuel. I think that's something that we can push the trigger on fairly quickly unless there is something that comes up in the environmental review when we're having to switch out the tanks. That could certainly be a consideration, but I don't think a lot of people know that most of the folks are using unleaded fuel. I think Sling does, because they told me that they fuel up at Costco. So it's interesting to see planes that could literally drive into the Costco gas pump and fill it up. I understand the need for flight schools. Every time we get on a plane, I want a well-trained pilot that can take off and land. But I think as far as the touch and goes and the hours that we are allowed to do flight training, or we're allowing to do flight training, including weekends and holidays, should be revived, because we need to strike a balance. So for the exception of item number 5, which I'd like to see sooner, like as in real soon in the next 6 months, where we could stand on that, I do stand by it. The only issue that I have with the letter of agreement is that the city is already impacted with not having enough staff to enforce rules that impact our everyday life. I find it hard that we would be able to do anything other than sending out letters if the letter of agreement is breached in any way. I don't think that, and I know how much work this went into getting a letter of agreement, but my concern is the ability to be able to have, to respond to it if the rules are broken. I don't think at all that any of our Torrance-based pilots would break this. They have actually helped walk us through what can be done, and for that we appreciate it. And we listened to what can be done. I learned a lot, even down to training where flights need to take off and hit 1,500 feet by a certain amount of time in order to mitigate the noise impacts. So I learned a lot. Maybe I should try to use that credit to do some flight training or something. But before you clap, we have to strike a balance between our neighbors, because the last thing that I want to hear on the weekend where I've worked all week and on the holidays is the rumble of planes going over the house, and it is disruptive. So we are an intelligent group of people assembled here in a great town. The landing fees, I do want to make sure that it's crystal clear that when we considered this, we made exemptions for planes that are based in Torrance. And so the landing fees would apply to transient aircraft and to fixed base wing flight schools with more than 3 aircraft. Unfortunately, I understand that fee will probably roll into the tuition, but we have to make some kind of balance. So I agree with my council member Matucci. If everybody leaves a little bit ticked off, then we've accomplished something, instead of kicking the can down the road, which I am absolutely over. I think we've beat this topic enough. So whatever we can do tonight to come to some type of compromise between allowing the flight schools to train our future pilots and the residents actually being able to obtain some type of peace and quiet in their homes that they have not been able to do, I want to see that rolling forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. Councilman Sheikh, you have something to? Oh, that's from last time? I didn't click you off? Okay.
You can go on if you
No, don't go on. You have a chance to come back. Maybe we'll go to the public now. Okay. I think there are some folks from the public who submitted comment cards. We'll go through them first. Okay. City Clerk. Yeah.
Mario Sanabria.
Yeah, I'll read them. Mario Sanabria.
Your Honor. Mr. President, City Manager, if we can encourage the audience to
Yeah.
hold their applause to
Yes.
allow an opportunity for speakers to expedite.
Got
I
it.
think that'll help the
Yeah.
deliberation. Thank you.
Nice reminder, because we're trying to get a lot of people through. So Mario Sanabria, Richard Siak, Eric Sossman, and Kyle Newman. So please queue up, and then Mr. Porkchop, please let them speak. Mr. Porkchop, we don't need help here. Please speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to say that, like as Consul Lewis mentioned, this will absolutely roll into the tuition of like what we're paying to become pilots, become safe pilots. I think I would love to see a resolution that it's a win-win both for us pilot students and for the residents. We're not here to be nuisance of any kind. However, approving lending fees will absolutely, decrease the ability for pilot students like myself to afford training. I think it will make us unable to, especially like a Hispanic Latin American kid, like whether having lending fees or not having lending fees may be a decision of like, would I have the opportunity? I think what we're doing here today, it's like adding up to what aviation's been for decades, only for the rich. So I'm asking you, have some heart.
Thank you, sir. Richard Siak, and then Eric Sossman. Richard Siak, and then Eric Sossman, and then Kyle Newman, and then Tobias Baker.
My name is Richard Seals. I own South Bay Aviation. For over 30 years, the largest flight school at Torrance, up until the last 3 years. Our company provides many critical to air safety services, where the Unicom for the field, FAA charts, critical aircraft recurrency training. The new recommendations, such as landing fees, are a death blow to our company's services and survival. But make no mistake, I stand with the homeowners. Torrance airspace has become some of the most dangerous airspace in the state of California. My partner lives up on Las Tortugas. My family lives here. The safety of our family and your families is more important than anything else. The city's inability to control one bad actor has put us all in danger.
Please, please. We'll let the next speaker come up. Well, I understand your enthusiasm, but please, go ahead.
Residents have been complaining about increased noise over the last 6 months. However, the landing fees, per Councilmember Griffith's own admission, will not reduce traffic. Instead, the economic impact is going to be an increase of $370,000 over a $505 million budget. That is 0.07%. On the other hand, student pilots will opt to train elsewhere, and the flight schools will have reduced business, and that reduced business will reduce tax revenue. And on top of that, flight schools have been cooperating with the proposed budget flight pattern changes as per the Appendix 9A. Student pilots also fly some of the weakest powered, quietest airplanes. And they are the ones who are getting punished disproportionately. So please, instead of instituting a fee that will not even reduce noise, consider what actually will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kyle Newman. Kyle Newman, then Tim, and then Tobias Baker, and then Tim McOster. If I don't see Kyle Newman, let's go to Tobias Baker. Is that Tobias Baker? If that's the case, Tim McOster, you go next, and then Michelle Totham.
Oh, hi there. My name is Tobias. I'm a student at Sling. And also, I am a flight attendant for one of the world's largest airlines here in Los Angeles. I've been a flight attendant for 28 years. I tried to become a pilot back in the 1990s and couldn't because of the Gulf War. There was a hiring freeze, and so I became a flight attendant. Now, with the pilot shortage, I see it every single day at LAX. In fact, my flight last week canceled, stranding 310 passengers going on vacation to Europe because we had no pilots. I'm trying to become a pilot. And I can tell you from the minimal landing fees of $3, we need at least 1,500 hours to become a pilot with about 4 landings per hour. So now my tuition to try to improve myself and the aviation community and the traveling public is now going up probably $10,000. Also, we also need a number of night hours also, so that's why we need the night.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tim McCosker, and I'm the councilman of the 15th District in Los Angeles. And I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. I do not represent Torrance, but I do have the honor of representing a number of communities nearby, and I'm particularly honored to represent Harbor City. And Harbor City is one of those neighbors that does experience some of the effects, the noise from the airport. And on their behalf, I just want to say first that I really appreciate the Transportation Committee report. Really well done, really well thought out, and I particularly appreciate this discussion. We think on behalf of the folks of Harbor City that it would be important to assess those fees, because that gives you a chance to do some of the innovative things that you're talking about to address these noise issues. We think that it would make a lot of sense to ban the touch and goes, as many of you have said. We also think it makes sense to do the additional monitoring. And so I thank you very much for your attention to your community, and it also affects my community.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, we have Michelle Tatum, Ashley Ford, Carl Muller, and Igor Spanik. In those order.
Good evening. The RHA, COTAR, other groups, and individuals are circulating misinformation via emails and social media using gross exaggerations, false accusations, opinions, and emotions rather than facts. That's why we're here tonight, because there has been propaganda leading these people to believe things that aren't real. One example is regularly pinpointing, and some of you have done this yourselves tonight, Sling Pilot Academy as the biggest problem, when in fact Sling airplanes are the quietest aircraft on the airport and use unleaded gas. The most noise comes from helicopters at the airport, and I have not heard a single complaint about the helicopters. Also, there is more noise when I am at home working from my home. There is more noise from leaf blowers and the gardeners next door, down the road, and street noise.
Thank you. Ashley Ford, please hold the applause. We're really taking your own time away. Ashley Ford, Carl Muller, Igor Spanik.
Good evening. I'm a former California high school teacher and state university professor who lives off the departure end of the runway. I joined Sling because my employer, American Airlines, has a pilot shortage so acute we grounded 150 aircraft last month. I chose Sling to train where I live, in quiet, fuel-efficient planes, forging a career that will finally afford me the option to retire in this community. Charging students to practice landings is a reckless proposition. I would hate for the pilots flying my family around to have budgeted on their landing practice or skip night training or touch and goes. Furthermore, COTAR's proposal to regulate the number of aircraft in traffic patterns is particularly dangerous, leaving students to hover over the peninsula, port, and densely populated areas, waiting for their turn to enter the pattern and land. Torrance has raised generations of world-class pilots. Help us raise another one with women this time. Thank you.
Carl Muller, Igor Spanik, and Brandon Nielsen.
Good evening. I took a look at some of your profiles before coming tonight, and some of you discuss pursuing the American dream, some of you discuss being committed to small businesses, and some of you discuss continuing the continuance of your own education. Many of us are doing the same. We're pursuing the American dream, we're continuing our education, while also accruing loans, debt, things of that nature. And in doing so, we're also supporting small businesses in the area. The AMC lot, the food court across the street from the Sling, and imposing landing fees just ends up creating a barrier. Access ultimately does not equal equity. All right, so this fee ultimately prevents that growth, both personal and for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Igor Spanik and Brandon Nielsen.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to point out that currently there's a huge shortage of pilots, and all the flight schools in America cannot keep up with that shortage. Actually, in 8 years from now, it's going to be peak of shortage of the pilots. So what we're doing, we're trying to provide and gives what United States needs. We all fly, all of us. You got your see your family, your friends. You go on vacations, you go on business trips, you get your FedEx packages, pilot is there, right? And we were really nice here for no particular reason, because when it comes to the south runway and a flight path, nobody, I assure you that, nobody flies early left turns. We always go to the coast, make a left turn. This is part of our school, and it's actually, we would be, as instructors, we would be punished for that if we do that. And majority of our training goes over the water over there, so we're not even flying over the houses.
Please let him speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the next three speakers are Brandon Nielsen, Alex Laris, Laura Stratton, and then Lance Lee Davis.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brandon Nielsen. I was born here in Torrance in 1997. I've been around the South Bay ever since. When I graduated high school, I grew up dreaming I wanted to be a pilot, so I had to figure out how to pay for that. Graduated, went to the oil refineries, actually the one in Torrance. I spent 7 years trying to save up to pay for this flight school. Luckily, I was able to do that. By you guys imposing this fee, you're not hurting the business owners of Sling. You're not hurting anybody else but us, people like me who are from this community, who grew up, wanted to be a pilot, had to work hard in order to pay for this. And now everything that you're doing is only going to affect us. I don't know why you want to harm the youth of your community to pursue their dreams. Your fight is not with us. Your fight is with the FAA. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alexis?
Hello. Landing fees target individuals pursuing a career in aviation, primarily to become a commercial pilot. As an Army veteran, using my GI Bill is not an option with this career choice, and every cost will come out of my pocket. With the pilot shortage, we should be encouraging driven individuals to become pilots. Who likes to get canceled flights or delayed flights? I know I don't. I ask you, City Council, to vote no on landing fees and preserve Mr. Louis Zamperini's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Stratton, and then Lance Lee Davis.
Hello, my husband and I bought our home 26 years ago and were fully aware at the time that we were moving near a small community airport. We have lived here with our airport neighbor with very few, if no, complaints up until a few years ago, when the airport activity completely changed. Now, the loud noise and frequency of the planes is intolerable. I can no longer enjoy my home or yard without constant revving of engines flying low overhead. At times, a plane going over every minute. This chaos starts at 7 a.m. and goes on all day, well into the evening, weekends, and holidays. I implore the council to remedy these worsening conditions so Torrance citizens can reclaim our neighborhoods, our parks, our schools, our mental and physical well-being, and property value. Thank you.
Thank you. It'll be Lance Lee Davis, Michael Lynn, and then Amar Pasta.
Hi, my wife and I moved to Torrance about 4 years ago. We live on Anza Avenue, directly in the flight path. My wife is now a Sling student. She didn't come here with that intention, but driving past the airport all the time, we realized that we needed a career change. We took out a mortgage on our home. It's a pretty big deal. It's pretty expensive. I'm really proud of my wife. She's working really hard to be a commercial pilot. I actually don't understand all this talk of the noise. We live under the flight path. I work outside all the time. I work on the water. I'm in the backyard. I hear planes occasionally, but it's not wrecking my life. So that's the skin I have in the game. Everything else, left turns, that's stuff that is not really my purview and everything. But It seems like some of this is maybe a problem in search of, like a.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'm asking the audience, just be courteous to the speaker. Don't need to laugh or talk over him. Thank you.
Good evening. I began to realize a couple of years ago there are 3 of us in this marriage. My wife, me, and a flight school pilot roaring into our bedroom about 7 in the morning, and hundreds more throughout the day. Credit to my wife. She stuck with me up to now. To the flight schools, I'm invisible, just the scenery below each day's barrage of touch and goes. Pilots I've talked to say it's my fault. Should have done my homework about this area. Shouldn't have moved here. But wait a minute. Before the training school flights increased dramatically these last couple years, it wasn't anything like it is today. In that time, my home and neighborhood has been transformed into someone else's feverish, turbulent job site, belonging not to me, but to those magnificent men in their flying machines. Should my wife and I move away to restore our sanity and peace of mind?
Thank you, sir. Amar Pasta, Mark Danzinger, and then Gary Palmer. Amar? Okay, we'll go to Mark Danzinger. Then Mark Danzinger, then Gary Palmer, then Nancy Griffiths.
Mark Danziger speaking for Southwood Riviera HOA, which is just to the west of the airport. Flight training isn't like lawn blowers. It doesn't happen once a week, early in the morning. I have been at my house when there's been flights every minute for a period of time, and it is unsustainable. At the same time, I've worked recently to collaborate with pilots to try and come to some immediate solutions. We weren't able to do it. I've emailed all of you about that. I do support COTAR. I'm working to get our neighborhood to do it. The key question here is who'll bell the cat? And by that I mean passing ordinances tonight will not solve the problem. Who is going to maintain the sustained effort to execute the complex steps necessary to make the ordinances effective? The city so far does not have a great track record in that. We're looking forward to improvement, and all of us will be watching closely.
Thank you, sir. Gary Palmer, and then Nancy Griffith.
Pilots support the immediate implementation of a noise study per the FAA Part 150. Let's work on that and improve the noise monitoring activities and identify additional noise monitor locations. Those would be good efforts to take forward. I also agree and implore the City Council to prohibit the touch and goes on the south runway while exploring what options are realistic and legal on the north runway. Santa Monica has imposed landing fees, and if you examine the data, the facts show their operations did not decrease. Your objective is to lower the number of operations at the airport. They did that, it didn't work. Then they went from transient only to all aircraft, and it still didn't work. The trend was straight line. So
Thank you, sir. Nancy Griffith, then Richard Shell, and then Sung-Ki Do.
I'm Nancy Griffith, not related to Councilman Griffiths.
My bad.
But I do support his assessment and recommendations that we roll back the number of flights to a volume we can live with. It used to be really manageable. It is intolerable now. Please bring back quality of life to the residents of Torrance and the outlying communities, and please ensure our safety. Thank you.
Richard Shell, Sung-Ki Do, and then Chuck Street.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm in support of Council Members Griffith's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it for keeping it short and sweet. Is there a Sung-Ki Do here? We'll go on to Chuck Street, and then Lucy Armaca, and then Dave Brent.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Chuck Street. I'm the executive director of the Los Angeles Area Helicopter Operators Association. Over the last few months, we've been monitoring developments here in Torrance concerning the possible implementation of landing fees at the airport. It's encouraging to note that the major flight training schools at Torrance Airport have voluntarily cobbled together a letter of agreement which requires flight protocols that will significantly reduce the aircraft noise signature on those residential neighborhoods surrounding the airport. As you know, and has been mentioned previously, there is a dire shortage of airplane and helicopter pilots in the U.S. The airlines are crying for qualified pilots. Many of those future airline pilots will have been trained here at Torrance Airport. Therefore, it is our view that landing fees are not necessary. Imposing landing fees would place a chokehold on the vitality of Torrance Airport.
Thank you, sir. We got it. Lucy Armaca, and then Dave Brent, and then David Farney.
Everyone. I lived in the vicinity of Torrance Airport for over a decade, and it was partly the convenience of the airport that contributed to me choosing the flight school that I attend. We have been diligent about, following the airport noise abatement procedures, and I feel that imposing the landing fees would greatly increase the cost of flight training, which is already astronomical, and it would have a major negative impact on the operations of our flight school. Furthermore, the landing fees imposed on fixed-wing aircraft would not resolve the noise complaints, as helicopters are much louder than our planes. Specifically, sling planes are among the quietest single-engine aircraft. Flight training at Torrance Airport has been the most joyous period of my life, so please consider that when making that decision. And also, don't forget that, we are the future mainline pilot.
Thank you. Dave Brent, David Farney, and then Kate Olaf.
Good evening, honorable members of the Torrance City Council. I'm a 44-year resident of Valteria, where the past 17 years as an environmental acoustician and simultaneously as an aerospace scientist, I've performed several hundred acoustical studies for Honda, Toyota, schools, churches, automobile dealerships, retail businesses, residential projects, and even for Torrance City Hall. Over 90% of these studies were performed at locations in the city of Torrance. In addition, I've also performed several noise studies for businesses around the airport. I support the proposed actions of COTAR. We don't need endless studies, but prompt action to mitigate persistent aircraft noise problems that impact hundreds and perhaps even thousands of Torrance residents. The response to intensive, impulsive aircraft noise can vary with the individual. Some are very sensitive to it, and others are not so much. Thus, an aircraft noise limit of 82 dBA might be not appropriate for many residents. The noise could be bothersome even at lower.
Thank you, sir. We got your deep analysis. Got it. Mr. David Farney, and then Kate Olaf, and then Han Fan. Go ahead, sir.
First off, I'll start by saying I'm a student pilot, even though I'm a retired person. And I failed my phase check this morning for solo pilot because my instructor said I don't have enough touch and goes under my belt yet. And I'm sure the sling people here know exactly what that means. That said, Torrance Airport is destined to become a regional coastal center of vertical takeoff and landing VTOL aircraft. VTOL craft will connect residents and visitors to all major locations of interest, such as LAX, Disneyland, Knott's, Magic Mountain, downtown Hollywood, piers, beaches, Queen Mary cruise ships, schools, universities, Leisure World, and countless more. The nature of aircraft noise will change to a quieter but even more persistent hum, much like living near a busy road like Hawthorne Boulevard or the 405 freeway. VTOL craft will dominate the low-flying air traffic as more neighbors will install VTOL pads at their own houses. Torrance become a vibrant center of this new form of valuable mobility as automobiles replaced horses. VTOL.
Thank you, sir. Kate, and then Han Fan, and then Chris Harshman.
Hi, I moved here to Torrance 1 year ago today to start flying. Moved here from Minnesota. And I feel so privileged to have had the opportunity to experience life in this beautiful city for the past year. I still find myself incredibly impressed with the uniqueness, the character, the people, the diverse land, the beauty, and the vast array of activities and businesses this city has to offer, with the most important element being its inviting community. I view Torrance as a city where opportunity exists and where goals can be met. I know Torrance as the city where I achieved my dreams of becoming a commercial pilot, and I'm very thankful for that. Moving forward with the possibility of imposed landing fees at my beloved home airport is something that scares me, as it would change the strong community and support system that currently exists in Torrance. I hope for a resolution tonight that makes everyone in this room and city at least a little bit happy, as I truly value this area, this airport, this city very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Han Fan, Chris Harshman, and then Chase Fairchild.
Good evening. My name is Han Fan. I was born and raised in Vietnam. I want to become a pilot when I was very little. I remember my grandparents, uncles, and aunt flew to Vietnam to visit me from different part of the world, like the United States. Since then, I know that I want to become a pilot. And I fly Sling. Sling, my dream come true. Now I become a CFI there. We do follow strictly with the noise abatement. As CFI, I'm not supposed to do the left traffic pattern at Torrance. We're not supposed to do early left turn. If we do, it's because of the safety. And with the numbers of landings, and we need to train to become a safe pilot, landing fee will not gonna stop the flight training, but it's make a big impact to student pilots. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Harshman, and then Chase Fairchild.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm a pilot and an attorney. I've watched cities spend millions of dollars over decades of litigation and failed attempts to curtail and close airports. City Attorney Sullivan misstates the situation, however. While Torrance is not under grant assurance obligations because it took federal funds previously, it remains obligated under at least 49 U.S.C. Section 40103 sub E. Trying to impose discriminatory landing fees opens the door to expensive litigation. I'm happy to discuss the nuances with your Aviation Council when we prepare to file a complaint. Also under Section 40103, the FAA is the sole regulator of aircraft in flight. The left turn issue is not that complicated if Mr. Sullivan has different word from the FAA than what their Office of the Chief Counsel unequivocally reiterated in their letter of August 9th, 2022. You should state that clearly. From the information and precedent we've seen to date, trying to enforce the early left turn rule will require expensive failure. Instead of wasting money that the city doesn't have, which will never get from landing fees, we should cooperate.
Thank you, sir. Chase Fairchild, and then Richard Bonner.
I'd like to thank the council for having us here today. That being said, I would also like to express my disappointment in the council today for holding this meeting today when many of our local pilots and aviation enthusiasts are at the world's largest gathering of pilots, AirVenture in Oshkosh. At first glance, it seems like an attempt to silence the voices of those pilots who would surely be here today to voice their opposition for landing fees and banning touch and goes at the Torrance Airport. I certainly hope that this is not the committee's intention and that it's just an unfortunate case of scheduling. I urge the council to vote no on implementing landing fees at the airport. As mentioned, it will not decrease the traffic at the Torrance Airport. All it will do is increase the financial burden that all the students have already said. You've heard that here tonight. I've had the opportunity to fly at schools across the entire country and can firmly state that Sling Pilot Academy is a world-class flight school with safe pilots, fuel-efficient aircraft, quiet aircraft, you've heard that already tonight, technologically advanced aircraft, which is amazing to learn to fly in if you're considering a commercial career.
Thank you, sir. Before the next speaker comes up, I want to disclose the decision to have this meeting tonight was solely my request when I found out that one of our council members was going to be absent at the last council meeting. So I have no idea this conference in Oshkosh. So I will ask every member who's on whichever side you're on, do not stretch to create a story that's not true. That was solely my decision. I don't know anything about the Oshkosh conference. Go ahead, sir.
Hello. I'm a member of the Torrance Airport Association, and I'm a board member. Unfortunately, as has been mentioned, one of the only board members, not the only one that is not at Oshkosh. I understand the reason that the Honorable Mayor has mentioned, but I still believe that there was an opportunity to move this meeting where voices with a lot of experience and have spoken with you before, given lots of data, were silenced. So I do not agree with the decision that was made. We at the Torrance Airport Association ask that the city avoids the action recommended of item 9 and merely accepts and files the report. We believe a lot of data that shows that in past Santa Monica did not reduce the numbers of flights due to the fees, and in fact the fees that Vector would promise will not be realized. We do believe that COTAR has some good ideas, and we would support those that do not restrict.
Thank you, sir. Volfreno, Gutierrez, Chavez, Sean Kim, and Michael Canalo.
Hello. I'm a Sing pilot. Just started about 3 months ago. Excited for my check ride, hopefully by the end of 30 days. Let's see. I think it's really unfair that I come from a really impoverished family, and to be able to barely afford taking out loans and having to pay extra because you guys think that for some reason implementing fees will decrease our chances of landing. Let's see. Yeah, I just think it's really unfair because like $6 for a landing, if I'm going hungry, I could get a Chipotle burrito, or I could choose to fucking land. So I think I'd choose a burrito. And in that case, if I become a commercial pilot, I'm like, shit, I don't know how to land. So, yeah, don't do that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sean Kim, and then Michael Canalo, and then followed by Jeff Metzer. Okay, we'll go to Michael Canalo. Followed by Jeff Metzer.
Hi, I'm a third-generation military family. My son is currently deployed on the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier in the Adriatic Sea. He got his start at Torrance. He loved Torrance. It was what made his career and his life. He is now defending our country because of the Torrance Airport. Mitigating noise and listening to people who seem to be extremely upset about the fact that they've lived at an airport that's been here since before 1946 kind of seems unfair. There's only about 250 pilots, tie downs, et cetera, and stuff like that, compared to the 146,000 residents of the city. It's unfair that the ratio of hands shown tonight represent what the pilots or don't have.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your son's service. Jeff Mazer? Is there Jeff Mazer? Okay, I think we've gone through everyone who submitted a card. And at this point, we'll open up to anyone else who wants to speak. You got 1 minute, and I'm going to ask you all to please cooperate. Stay within the 1 minute and be succinct. If you're just echoing someone else, you could just say, I agree with the previous speaker, so that we can get as many of you in here and speak. And then please do not disrupt and distract the speaker, and just be respectful. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. I support the COTAR's recommendations to City Council, and I thank the honorable council members for pushing for immediate action to restore balance tonight. Some thoughts and observations I would like to submit for consideration. 1, in spite of any voluntary agreement and contrary to recommended noise abatement procedures, flight school aircrafts continue to consistently fly west of Hawthorne Boulevard and north of 235th Street during training operations. I would like to know exactly why our control tower believes it's safer to put traffic directly over that residential area than staying near the business district. Further, if you're going to restrict runways, please do so in an equitable fashion across all sides so that no community is unfairly impacted by noise. 2, why not reduce the number of flight school leases from 8 back down to 6 to be in line with the master plan? I suggest you start by terminating Sling Aviation's lease. That would cut down on a heavy amount of complaints around the airport. I implore you to make serious and immediate reforms around Torrance Airport training operations up to and including termination of touching.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Robert. I am a student at Sling. I just want to say I think it's kind of unfair as politicians, like you're picking on, you said you're not anti-business, but you kind of are, because I don't live in Torrance, so I'm not your constituents. I can't vote or not vote for you, but I do go every day. I drive from Long Beach. I drive all the way to Sling. I shop at the donut shop, the coffee shop, the restaurant, whatever. And I hope when you explain to those business owners why they don't have as much business, that maybe in some small way you drove it away from guys like me. I think it's unfair to pick on one pilot school just because they've been really successful. The reason why they're being successful and attracting people from other communities to come here is because, like they said, the aircrafts are safer, more fuel efficient, and better for the environment. And one other thing, if you guys did your homework, you would realize.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Members of the council, my name is Eric Newman. I'm a Sling pilot. I'm also a Los Angeles City firefighter, currently formerly stationed at the busiest station in the United States in Skid Row. I'm now on the crash response team at LAX. I actually live in San Clemente. I drive 60 miles to come to Sling Pilot Academy because I'm here for safety. I'm here for the best school in Southern California, from the border down Mexico all the way up to Santa Barbara. I came here because this is a school that is the future of aviation. Its track record speaks for itself, and I am not even addressing the landing fees. As someone who at one point lived in a car, I was so poor as a child, that would be difficult. But I'm here more for the changes in touch and goes and hours, because believe me, the last thing you want us to do is not learn to land. This is a matter of safety. This is a matter of lives. I really appreciate your consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, member and council. My name is Judy Bernetti from the Riviera Homeowners Association. First, I'd like to note the last-minute removal of Ms. Kalani from this discussion was unnecessary. The city knew of her family situation and a possible conflict of interest months, if not years ago, so this should not have happened this morning. But getting back to tonight, the measures proposed by the Transportation Committee tonight are positive, but they are not enough. We believe that the city, as the landlord for the airport, has the power to touch stop and goes. Touch and go flights are a convenience for practicing pilots, but they are dangerous. The FAA does not require touch and goes for licensing, and we urge you to take control of your airport and permanently ban touch and goes at Torrance Airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, none of us removed Councilwoman Kalani from participating today. She recused herself. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for this time. My name's Armando Lewin. I'm one of the evil demons that trains these pilots. And there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way to work with your parishioners. Your 12 months doesn't qualify you, I believe, to make your decision tonight. And I ask you not to vote on having fees tonight, because I'm really disappointed with you, Commissioner, with your reckless statement and what you said about choosing flight schools to sue. That was really reckless and disappoints me in believing in what you can do for this city. So you've heard enough of what you need to hear. Don't charge fees tonight. Please don't make the decision tonight. I don't believe you're qualified to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a matter of fact, those people sitting up here are councilmen. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, Council. My name is Elijah DiLorenzo. I trained with Sling back in 2017 and am now a licensed pilot. They are a highly professional school, and they do, during my time, strictly enforce and continue to enforce noise abatement procedures. I have 3 points I'd like to make with you today. One, you've heard that the data supports that landing fees will not reduce the number of flights. 2, you are not punishing the flight schools themselves, you are punishing the students. And 3, and most importantly, is a safety issue that I don't believe has been discussed so far today. One of the primary things you learn as a pilot is not to push a bad landing, to go around if you need to. Practicing touch and goes is a core part of that training. I would not want to be responsible for encouraging pilots not to go around and try and force a bad landing. That's the safety issue that I think is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. Please, let them speak. Let's go.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mary Bowman. I'm a resident of New Horizons, and I actually am here today because I support and disagree with both sides. I spoke with a gentleman. Yes, thank you for meeting me in the hallway. Mine isn't really a complaint. It's more of a suggestion that Bill Timchison brought up at the last meeting that we had, and he had a great way of combining both parties to a great compromise. I'm looking at the sign, it's very small on my phone, that shows the 29R flight pattern, and it just appears to me that if they would just hit that Lomita turn, am I saying this right? And hitting those commercial area, it would eliminate a ton of noise over all of our HOA area. When the pilots miss that, they kind of cut right over our neighborhood, and that's what we're experiencing. We're getting this really low, flying noise. I'm almost out of time. I suggest that they just continue.
Thank you, ma'am. We got you. It sounds like what you're saying is the pilots already know what they should have been doing, right? Oh, go ahead, sir. Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of City Council. So I'm Dhaval Patel, and I'm here to represent Art of Living, a non-profit and humanitarian organization spread across 150 countries. And organization's main focus is on promoting stress-free living and fostering individual well-being. So the founder of the organization, His Holiness Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, he is visiting our neighborhood city, Redondo Beach, and his vision is to spread the peace and bring the happiness around the area. And the event is happening in the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center on August 12th. So I invite all the city council members and all to visit the same, and I encourage all the residents of Torrance also to visit the same. I have some more information flyers with me if you would like to have it.
Thank you, sir.
Crux of why we're here tonight. First, we know the Torrance Airport Association, under its former president, worked to undermine the city's existing local control. And second, we know Sling is bragging they are now the largest flight school in LA. However, what's been recently discovered and never disclosed is that same former TAA president has been employed by Sling for many years. So let's put these two things together. Existing local control undermined, new available capacity in the airport, more tie-downs, and now the largest flight school in LA. Sling gained a massive financial windfall through an unchecked expansion of their flight school, while communities on all sides of the airport are left to deal with nonstop noise, exploiting the situation for their financial gain at the cost of our quality of life. Regaining local control is about righting these wrongs. The recommendations before you are a first step to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. I speak for COTAR tonight. I appreciate the chance to meet with many of you. We have a small, locally owned airport, never intended to be used as a major flight training center. That has happened with the invasion of flight schools. Now I speak to the aspiring pilots. I sympathize with you. But there are thousands of residents around this airport. Landing fees is not even a big
Sir, please
issue.
speak to us. You're
Landing
speaking to
fees
us.
is not even a big issue to Qatar. Touch and goes is. But what you have to remember as students is that a big multinational company came in here to make money at a
Thank you, sir.
And under the, sorry, South Redondo, excuse me, I'm under the flight pattern going out to the practice area. Every time I hear a plane over my head, I'm inspired. Okay. Torrance Airport is one of the many reasons I chose to live in the South Bay. I've always fantasized about owning an aircraft at Torrance and living close to the airport. I'm a private recreational pilot, and I've trained at 3 schools over the years at Torrance Airport, including Sling. It's a wonderful airport for regular people like myself. Personally, I know landing fees will be passed on to me and just serve to discourage training. Constant training and practice are essential for the general aviation community to maintain the high level of safety and competence required. It is a very expensive hobby, and any additional cost would only serve to discourage training and therefore safety at our home airport. I love Torrance Airport and what it means to our community. I do not support landing fees at the Torrance Airport. Landing fees are simply a tax on students.
Thank you, sir. No, we got you. I think we got your message.
Good evening. My name is Marissa. I'm a commercial pilot and certified flight instructor at Sling Pilot Academy. I moved across the country to be here after getting my first licenses over in Boston. I feel really lucky to be here, and I just wanted to teach everybody a word tonight. That word is unable, and that's a word that pilots use. Is pilot in command of an aircraft. If air traffic control tower tells you to do something that your aircraft can't do, you don't want to do, you decide is not good for the safety of the flight, you can say unable. And I have personally said unable multiple times when air traffic control tries to put me into the left traffic pattern for 29 or left, the south tower. So we say this all the time. I know you guys are laughing over there, but we enforce this noise abatement all the time. We get noted from our management if we go in and violate these rules. We do this every day.
Got it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Russ Vicari. I live near Anza and PCH. Lived in my house for 25 years. Never had an issue with the airport until the last 2-3 years with all these flights that have come out from the flight schools, the explosion of flight schools. There's numerous planes that are constantly flying very low over homes, circling. We can't converse in our homes. It's really an intolerable situation. There's lots of solutions. I support Qatar's recommendations. Among them are eliminating touch-and-go landings, more noise monitors, and enforceable solutions. And I think the city has also not been enforcing the noise rules that are in the noise abatement program. The flight schools have known about this situation for a long time, could have taken voluntary measures and have not. The situation's still very bad, even as recently as last week. So the issue has been over in front of the City Council for over a year, and we asked that some decisive action be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm in Southwood Riviera. I'm affected by the north runway. Non-stop flying needs to stop. Sometimes I hear and see 2-3 planes at the same time. I'm unable to keep my windows and doors open in order to have a conversation on the phone or in person. I work from home. It's like living under the freeway, constant buzzing even at late hours. Using backyard became unbearable, and I barely spend time there anymore. For the training school, it's business. For us, it's life. They're making money at our expense, our physical and mental health. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I appreciate being here. I am President of Robinson Helicopter Company, Kurt Robinson. And I appreciate the over 40 years that we have manufactured and worked on the airport and worked with the city, and the acknowledgement that I've seen tonight. I do appreciate that. I am really in support of the airport and of trying to find a way that we could go forward without imposing landing fees. If it hit us, it would obviously impact us greatly and cause us to move. And so if methodology could be done so that you don't have to impose those, we would greatly appreciate it as a whole. But in general, I just want to be in support of our airport. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm a resident of the city, born and raised, and a member of Sling Pilot Academy, and I feel very grateful for that opportunity. I just think a lot of these proposals are pretty premature, and there's just a lack of understanding on your guys' end with city overreach and FAA regulation. It just seems like there's just a lot of you guys just don't really know where your power ends and what kind of power you have. And I thought it was pretty disrespectful there, Mr. Chen, of how you responded to somebody's comment about what we're complying. We know what we're doing wrong, and moving forward anyway. I think that's not the case. Pilots follow rules. We need pilots, and yeah, I guess that's all I got. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir. I was just repeating what she said.
Good evening. I live north of the airport, and those under the north path are still suffering from oversaturation due to constant touch and goes. We've tried playing nice, asking the flight schools to be mindful of the city and its residents, and it's clear that isn't working. They constantly fly over residential areas despite clear signage telling them to do otherwise, and sometimes they even train beyond allowed hours. So it's time to take action. Exercise your power and restore balance to the city. No more waiting around. So I ask, please protect us. Ban touch and go training, implement landing fees, and restrict training hours now. Lastly, as you listen to those who don't want any further restrictions on the airport, ask yourself, how many of them actually live in Torrance? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Young, and I'm a 35-year resident of Torrance, so I've been very happy about that. I've also had the pleasure of working from home for the past 7 years. I'm home a lot. So the past 3 years, I've noticed an increase in noise pollution, which has affected my work and my overall quality of life. So I implore this city council, all of you are elected officials. You are elected by a majority of Torrance voters to look after their best interests. Please, I implore you, thank you, Councilman Griffiths, for your passionate support of Torrance residents. You've been doing that for several meetings now, and I really thank you for that. And additionally, don't just put the ordinances in place. We need to enforce them. Please find a way to do that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Short. I live in southwest Torrance, and I thank Councilman Griffith for his proposals. I thoroughly agree with those. I would also like to add that for me and for most people, I think the problem is obviously noise. And therefore I encourage any noise monitoring equipment, any boosting of that, any maintenance of it, and using it and enforcing any transgressions. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Kathleen. I live in the Seaside Rancho area, which borders Redondo Beach. And the thing I've been listening tonight about is the pilot training. Since when did Torrance Airport, a recreational municipal airport, become a designated training center for future commercial airlines? If there is a pilot shortage, the airlines themselves should build their own separate flight schools and not put this burden on a small local airport and the residents. Delta and American have flight schools, so it can be done. It is not fair to the citizens to be negatively affected for the profit and gain of a few flight schools. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Howard. I'm a resident and homeowner in the North Pattern for over 25 years. I got my dream at Torrance Airport. I became a pilot about 15 years ago, got my training at Torrance Airport. I fly in and out of Torrance Airport, but unfortunately, my plane is at Long Beach Airport. It's not just a Torrance Airport deal. It's not just the poor students that fly out of Torrance that are using the airport. And if you eliminate other airports from coming here, they're going to eliminate them from going to their airport. So it's not going to be a win-win. You kick them out, they're going to kick you out. And so I've lived with the noise. I don't mind the noise. I don't think the noise is that much different from my North Pattern. And I live under the North Pattern. And, you know, these kids need to learn. I need to learn. I need to get my dream. And that was my dream, and I still fly, and I love it. So fees aren't going to make any difference. They're not going to help anything but the poor kids.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor Ishida. I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii. I came to Torrance because I have a lot of family here, and I looked at many different states, but the reason why I chose here is because in all those different places that I found good flight schools, I thought that Torrance had the best one, not just because of the flight school, but because of the community. The community housed many of my family members for over 80 years. Also, coming from Hawaii, I'm a flight attendant. I'm a flight attendant from Hawaiian Airlines. I have experienced myself canceled flights because of the lack of pilots at our airline as well. And I've had many pilots tell me to go and pursue my dream and not just go anywhere, but to find a good place. And I thought I found a really good home in Torrance. Again, like I said, not just because of the great education I have, but because of the community. It feels like a second home. Coming from Hawaii, I feel like this diverse community really has helped me to feel welcome, and I hope that we can continue to have that feeling. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to address some of the things that people said. So if you look at competing flight schools or other places that people can train, Sling is really good at helping students do it for cheaper and in a quicker amount of time. So it's not just like someone trying to come in and make a bunch of money. Like, they're trying to help people fly and make it available for all people of all backgrounds. And I'm currently at Arizona State University, but my home is here, and it's been so wonderful. I got my private pilot license 2 years ago at Torrance Airport, and every time I come back, the community has grown so much, and it's always wonderful to see all of the new people, because I'm always like, oh gosh, I don't know who's there anymore, but they're always warm and accepting, and a lot of people moved to Torrance, so they are now residents that train at Sling, and also, yeah.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Hello, I'm Andy Porkchop. People forgot to tell you or put it in the center of this whole thing. In 1978, the city rule was 6 schools. Hello, look it up. Ask Mr. Lawyer. And now, all of a sudden, we have 8. Who let that happen? Leroy Jackson? Who let that happen? Aram Shaparian? Huh? Aram? Who gave them the license, Aram? Huh? Which one of your employees gave them the license to ruin my life? I cannot even have a nooner anymore because the airplane noise. I cannot live in my house because the airplane noise, and they are 300-400 feet above my house. And they don't violate any of the FAA rules. Not one of them. Not one of them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We got your message. Thank you. Next.
A lot of passion. Hi, I'm Justin Ford. I'm a commercial pilot and resident of the South Bay for my entire life. I'm 30 years old. I actually lived on the approach end of runway 29 right in Lomita, and I currently work on South Park or Sky Park Drive, right next to Torrance Airport. So I'm there actually Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And I mean, I hear the airplanes all day long. I'm biased because I'm a pilot. I like it. But it sounds to me like if you guys are considering implementing landing fees, which is just a tax on us, but also banning touch and goes. If you ban touch and goes, the flight time is going to increase. It's going to lengthen because we're going to have to land and then taxi back, and we're going to be in the air for a longer amount of time, which just increases the amount of noise total. Just my opinion.
I'm going to try to finish what my blonde daughter said she didn't finish. We are residents of New Horizons. There used to be a rule that there was a pattern to be followed. My husband was a pilot. That we would follow the boulevards. You'd follow Crenshaw, you'd follow Hawthorne, Sepulveda. You don't cut across New Horizons or any of the residential areas at low flights. Mary has on her phone, and we can listen to it if you want to. We stand on our patio and we can't hear or see or think for the noise that's coming over a minimum of every 2 to 3 minutes every day from 7 in the morning to 10 at night. There's got to be some kind of a compromise that can be implemented.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak on this item who have not spoken on it yet? And if there's anyone else, please queue up behind her so that we can get you all in.
Hi, excuse the walk. My name is Desiree. I am currently a resident of Torrance, originally from Ohio. Torrance has been around since 1943 and given to the city in 1945. The noise abatement program you currently have is voluntary and not legally implemented by the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. If your intent is to reduce the noise of aircraft, you should be consulting with the FAA and experts and advisors in this industry. It is a process, but at least it's an industry, from the industry experts, legal, and can be implemented. Reducing flight schools and touch and goes is not a long-term solution. Lastly, I suggest educating yourselves on what legality the city has and doesn't have regarding airport and airspace operations. Reducing operating hours will not reduce the aircraft above neighborhoods because the FAA controls the airspace. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? All right. I don't see any, and I'll bring it back to the council. I think before I call on Councilman Griffiths, I think he's asking for a break. But I just want to share with the public, thank you for voicing your opinions, your thoughts. I heard some comments, and I don't believe any of us on the dais here is attacking any particular company or school. We're attempting to find a balanced solution that we all could live, work, and play as best we can. So I just want to make sure you understand that. I know some of the comments are very heated and very emotional. That is not the intention of us here. We're just trying to find the best balanced solution. I think some of my colleagues have said sometimes that could be both sides are either a win-win or they're both a little bit unhappy. And we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume. Thank you. It's 9:48. We have come back from a break, and at this moment, we have allowed all the public to speak, and we'll bring it back to the council. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you again, Mayor. I also want to again thank all the public for coming out and sharing your thoughts and feelings on this really important issue. I know that when I got on council in 2014, I was put here to represent the residents of our community and protect our residents and keep our community safe for our residents. In fact, the couple points of interest, the airport was here before most of us were here. Residents came in and we adjusted, and after much effort with the work with the airport and the players at the airport and the neighborhoods, we managed to create a balanced atmosphere that seemed to be working in harmony with our residents and our airport users. But unfortunately, the huge amount of flight training is new, and it has turned out to create an out of balance situation, and it's tremendously detrimental to our neighborhoods. I know that there's a lot of potential pilots or student pilots here that are interested in furthering their careers, and I don't really want to be the obstacle to that, and I also don't want to be an obstacle for the success of a good business. And I have met with Matt at Sling and his partners, and he showed me their business, and it's a tremendous business that they have here. But unfortunately, as I said earlier, that business is operating at the expense of our neighborhoods, and that's what we have to represent here most. We're not here to represent a flight school, we're here to represent our community. I think that one of the things I would like to request of the mayor and my colleagues is that if we could go through the individual items up for discussion tonight and vote on them individually. Because they're each one so important, I would like to see that we do that so that we don't have a situation where one council member doesn't want to do noise monitoring but wants everything else, and that they would end up saying no on the whole thing just because they didn't want to do noise monitoring. So I think if it's okay with the council and staff, I'd like to suggest that we take things kind of quickly, but do them individually so we can have a brief discussion on each item and have a vote on each item so that we can focus on that and not create a situation where any council member will feel like they have to vote no because they object to one thing or they want one thing and they didn't get it from the other council members. So is that something that
That's exactly what I was thinking of, because I think we all said, everybody may hurt just a little bit, so it's not all or nothing. So I would say let's go, for those of us who would is willing to go with one item at a time. Okay.
I appreciate that. I don't want to hog the floor. I want to open the further discussion before we maybe start making any motions, but Mayor, please take it away.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks again for everyone being here. Great conversation. I just have a couple of clarification from our staff, if I may. First off, would the landing fee expose us to the litigation?
I'm not going to get into a debate with an attorney in front of the council. Like I said, I believe that we can impose a landing fee. If he thinks he doesn't, then we can have a discussion later about that.
The other question is, one of the pilots mentioned that if we ban touch and go, then the pilots will stay in the air, which means they'll spend more time in the air. They'll have more nuisance for the residents. How can we address that, or what's the process that we're proposing I saw that one of the comments is that they have to go back in the line and then they can take off. Have we thought about this, or how can we address that? I mean, is there going to be more in the air, which means going to be more noise? If we even have no landing fee, they're going to stay in the air.
I'll do my best to answer that. I might turn to our airport manager if I'm saying something incorrectly. That could be a possibility, but there's also going to be more time of the aircraft on the ground instead of taking off immediately again. So that could be an unintended consequence, but I'm not an expert in that. I really wouldn't want to comment if that would be accurate or not.
We are not limiting the number of flights, right? In this recommendation, we're not limiting the number of flights,
No,
correct?
to my knowledge, the city cannot regulate the number of flights.
Okay, that's what we're going to get into. So even with the landing fee, I mean, that's a deterrent, but there's no promise that it will reduce the noise level. I mean, they can start paying and we'll still be in the same situation. And how can we address that?
I don't know if we can until we have information. If we implement landing fees, we'll know that probably we'll have solid information most likely after the first year to compare it to previous years on numbers of operations.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not exactly sure who can answer this, so I'm going to start with Shant. If we were to ban touch and goes here in Torrance, what would be the closest alternative for that training to take place?
Are you talking about which airport would be the closest airport?
Correct.
Probably Hawthorne, Compton, and Long Beach.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Can we not have yelling from the audience? It confuses things, so thank you.
At this moment, the audience is just basically you're the audience unless one of the councilwoman or council member specifically asks you a question. Thank you very much.
The second question that I have is there a possibility that if this training is so necessary, it could be done on a particular, like Monday through Friday during a certain hour or certain couple of hours?
That is something we've discussed with the flight schools. We've discussed a reduction of hours voluntarily, mind you, and none of the flight schools agreed to that. So I can't speak on their behalf right now, but that was just based on past discussions.
Okay. I thought we had somebody here from South Bay Aviation. Are they still here? Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sir, you can come back to the microphone.
That way we can go directly to the source.
Thank you. I'm Richard Seals.
Hi, Richard. Thank you for coming up. Is there a possibility that we could limit just touch and go training to a specific time frame or certain days of the week without it impacting the quality of training?
Yes, I think that we could, and we do now. We do limit some touch and goes, weekends, holidays, other times. We do limit it, but it's going to create more aircraft staying in the air over the neighborhoods longer periods of time. To avoid paying the landing fee, you're going to wind up with airplanes in the air over the neighborhoods more often.
Okay, and you're putting that directly with the landing fees, right? They would have to stay in the air because they're not going to want to touch down to pay the landing fees.
Okay, I personally am for landing fees. I think it would be good for Torrance. It's going to cut down the traffic in one of the most dangerous airports in Southern California now. So understand, I run the flight school, but my family and friends live here. I'm for the landing fees.
Do you see any impact to your business? And I know you can't you can't speak for the other flight schools, so I'm asking you specifically. If there were a ban on training on, let's just say, I know Saturdays is a popular day, but maybe a Sunday and a Monday.
Yes, I would be for that, but primarily only on the left runway. We need, for safety, the ability to teach the pilots to do the touch and goes using the longer runway where they have longer distance to get back into the air at a higher level that we don't violate the noise. I'm all for banning touch and goes on the left runway. It's short and they don't have enough time to get to the altitude.
Isn't that what's occurring now, that through the voluntary agreement? that
Through our
there's no touch
voluntary
and goes on
plans, yeah,
29 or
we've
left?
banned our airplanes from doing any touch and goes, just their full stop landings. We try to avoid the left runway at all. And I've been a pilot 43 years. I was raised in the Torrance area. I got all my ratings here. And we've always avoided the left runway up until the last 3 years. That's why I said, until we had a new bad actor that moved in, which has created all of this, all of the flight schools that were there for 40 years always avoided touch and goes on the left, always avoided landing or traffic patterns on the left runway.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming
Thank
up to
you.
the mic.
Mr. Steele, can you stay? I have a couple of questions, Mayor.
Absolutely.
Thank
I'll finish mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
I think let's let Councilwoman Lewis finish first.
No problem. I just wanted to say, you can stay here. This is not a statement to you, but I recognize that there is a shortage of pilots, and I also feel, but I also don't think that Torrance should take the brunt of trying to fill the demand for pilots. I think that, yes, SoCal is a great place to learn how to fly, but we also have to, come up with some type of compromise from our residents. As far as landing fees is concerned, yes, I know that's going to add some additional burdens to student loans, but I know when I was in college and you got your tuition bill, you had other fees as noted, and you never knew what those were, and they could be up to, $8,000 or $9,000 for whatever it is that the college wanted to charge you for. If we could figure out a way to get touch and goes to only be trained on specific days, I think, and then I would want to see what the impact to the noise is to the community. I'm not sure if that is going to solve anything, but I would like to at least try. So, thank you.
May I make one point, please? If you check with Victor, the Torrance Tower Manager for Torrance, he will tell you that over 60% of the traffic at Torrance is from other airports. It is not from Torrance. Of the Torrance-based aircraft, 80% of it is one school alone. Those are the facts.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh,
Yes,
did you want Mr.
Mr.
Seals to
Steele.
remain?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Steele. Sorry about
Go
that.
ahead,
sir.
Councilman Sheikh.
Couple questions. You said earlier that you think there should be a landing fee. You support this. Do you support this because you believe that will reduce the noise pollution?
Yes, sir. I believe it's going to reduce the traffic we get from outer areas because they're going to hear Torrance has landing fees. They're going to go to other airports where they're not paying the landing fees, and I believe it will stop the constant traffic and landing at Torrance. It will reduce it because people don't want to pay the landing fees. It'll be pushed on to the students. The students will not want to pay the landing fees. They'll stay in the air over the neighborhoods longer. One thing leads to the other.
So what do you think in the training, what's the most important part? I mean, I know everything is important, stay in the air, touch and go, and do you think the touch and go, or which one is the most important factor when you get trained?
For 40 years, we had very well-rounded traffic and training at Torrance because it takes a little bit of all those things coming together to produce a good, safe pilot. That's why at Torrance we've had very few accidents. We've had very few mid-airs over the last 40 years. Even in the Long Beach Harbor and a few unfortunate ones, we've had very few safety problems because of the well-rounded way in which pilots have been trained up until the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to ask a few questions right now. How many flight schools are represented in this chamber right now, other than Mr. Sears? Like, for example, if Sling is here, is there a Sling spokesperson still in the chamber here? Okay. Let's start with Sling. I'll call you back up, Mr. Sears. I just want to try something that I just
Yes,
thought
ma'am.
of. I can see that, we have a little challenge here. And we got a zillion emails that says we should listen to the pilot community. Now, first of all, do you believe you understand the problem we have?
I do.
From our residents? Okay.
I do, and I'm in agreement for doing something for them.
Yeah, you want to introduce yourself first?
My name's Armando Lewin. I'm an airline transport pilot, flight instructor, commercial pilot. I have 52 years experience. I've taught at pretty much every school at all the local airports.
Okay. So actually my question, so you're saying, do you have the authority to speak on behalf of Sling? That's really my question. I want someone who has authority.
I'm one of the lead instructors for Sling.
Okay. That was not my question. Do you have authority to speak on behalf of the company Sling? Okay. Okay. So let me bring Mr. Seals up first, okay?
Okay.
And then I'll think about, depending on what question. Mr. Seals, will you come up? Some of the things aren't making sense to me, so, because you have authority to speak, so, technically, I have a little challenge with the argument that, even you said that, if we reduce the touch and goes, I'm going to use the term loitering, because that's what airplane loitering in the air. You're saying you'll cause airplane to loiter in the air. They do that at LAX all the time. The runway's not available, so you're burning jet fuel. Jet fuel probably costs money, right? I'm just wondering, if we loiter, there's a trade-off. You're going to pay for jet fuel, or you're going to pay for landing fees, right? Something's got to break at some point. From your experience, if the question is listen to the experts, and you got 40 years and you've been here, of all the recommendations here, which ones would you recommend we do? And give us the reason why.
Pilots have to build hours. They are required to have enough hours in their logbooks to pass the FAA getting their licenses at different levels. They're not asked how many touch and goes did you do. They're not asked a lot of other questions. They're based upon the training, the overall training program. If you give a student a choice of staying in the air and building hours, because that's what they're there to do, instead of paying landing fees to go in and do 4 or 5 landings, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to stay in the air over the neighborhoods, burning hours, because that's what they have to do to get their licenses.
So they'll burn hours, and they'd rather pay the extra cost of burning jet fuel versus touch and go landing fee.
Yes.
Interesting. Anything? So what you didn't say is, of all the options that we have here, is you would pick the landing fee.
Yes, I would.
Anything else on here?
I would strongly recommend, for safety, because you don't want one of these airplanes landing in somebody's house. I would prohibit the touch and goes on the left runway. I would allow the touch and goes on limited times, on limited days in the right runways. I would go ahead with the landing fees, because that's going to prevent a lot of transient aircraft from coming to Torrance. It'll help reduce the overall hecticity at the airport, and improve the safety level and reduce the possibility of collisions and accidents.
Okay, thank you, sir. The gentleman who's the instructor, I understand.
Mr. Lewin.
Mr. Lewin. So,
yes, sir.
In the context of an experienced pilot, of all the options given here, is there any of these options, in your expert opinion, would help mitigate this issue?
Well, I've spoke with many of the residents tonight, and there's always a way. There's always a way. So in terms of mitigating, my biggest concerns as a flight instructor and producing safe pilots for the future, which is what I've been tasked with, is keeping them safe. So I apologize for my earlier statements, but my concern was a little emotional because of safety concerns. And with the lack of understanding, even in 12 months, it's like a lawyer learning everything in 12 months, right? So there's so much in aviation to know. I've spent 50 years of my life taking this all in.
Sir, I'm gonna just cut you straight.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. You can insult us all you want. I'm asking your expert opinion. What recommendation would you make other than, you're making a general comment. I'm asking you.
Right. So
for your-
touch and goes
yeah.
are a big issue. I did want to say something. So some of the information might be a little dated that you got in the last 12 months, because in the last 4 months, the Academy specifically, and I know most of the other schools, have been completely cut off from doing left traffic patterns so that the neighbors on the south side are benefited, as well as taking the aircraft, as Richard was saying earlier, all the way to a higher altitude before making any turns. And then the one girl who said unable, I've been asked by the tower multiple times because traffic permitting, they needed me to go left and go south, and I had to tell them unable. We're unable because we're not using the south pattern. We're only going straight out and not veering south of the highway there, just going straight out to the water, feet wet. And then right traffic, I have seen people go a little wide, so there'll be a discussion about that for the whole airport, about bringing the aircraft in closer within gliding distance. There's a reason the pattern's within a half mile. It's if something were to happen. Pilots always plan emergency procedures, so if something did happen, they stay within close to the airport. And I have seen multiple aircraft going wide, and so heard some of the residents talk about planes over their area. So what would you do to mitigate this?
If it's not listed here, you could help us and say, here's what I would suggest. I'm looking for something very specific because you are the expert. At least that's what you're, right?
No pressure there, huh?
No comment,
but,
please.
Tighten up our downwinds.
Say that again?
Tighten up the downwinds. That's the turn on the north side to stay closer to the airport. As Richard was saying, you continue the use of right traffic. Touch and goes are necessary for the pilots to learn how to take off and land. But if we have some kind of limitation or something, maybe something can be worked out. A little more study on that, what's going on, maybe discussion with Tower. And then considerations for safety. There's going to be a time if something happens and a pilot has to say unable because for safety reasons, but you can't ever use that as an excuse. So the touch and go thing, in the last 4 months, the left traffic's been banned. So if there's left pattern, I would check with Tower on that, on who's doing that. If a concern is about operating hours, I hear a lot of residents talk about late hours. There is a requirement for nighttime and nighttime experience and night landings. I was just talking with another instructor about maybe taking our private pilots who do the most pattern work and taking them to another airport to do it. Somehow decreasing that. There's got to be a way we can all work together. Better than just slinging mud at each other or different companies within the airport slinging mud. If we work together, we can do this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there any other flight school represented here? Not you, sir. No, I'm not calling on you. Okay, Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm a little concerned that we're going down a slippery slope of giving people multiple opportunities to speak and not hearing both sides of the issue. If we're gonna give pilots an opportunity to state their concerns in case, then I think the residents should have additional time.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm asking them specific questions. If you want to ask a resident specific question.
He went on and on and on about other stuff unrelated to your question.
I understand that.
Anyway, I made my point.
I think I'm able to discern if he was giving a specific recommendation or not.
It's your call, but I'm just stating
Okay,
that
I
we need
heard
to be
you.
fair to the public.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I do have another technical question. it seems like that some of the pattern work that's being done over the homes might actually be one of the issues and creates the most noise pollution. If that is actually the case, is there a reason, I guess I'll go to you, Sean, a reason we haven't considered that before, or do you know?
If you're speaking about the pattern to the north, it has not changed. It's just a matter of the pilots tightening it up, as you heard before, and sticking closer to, frankly, the tank farm and a little bit north of Lomita Boulevard, rather than drifting more north over residential. So the patterns have not changed. It's one of those things where this has been an ongoing issue for many, many years. This is not recent. So it's one of those things where we need cooperation from the pilots, and maybe we can look to the tower to give reminders of the north pattern, something along those lines.
So if we put it on the, I forgot what the app was. Thank you. And then also instruct the tower about this, could that be one of the resolutions?
We can certainly request the tower for cooperation on it. They're gonna direct the traffic as they see fit for safety.
For safety.
It depends on how many aircraft are in the north pattern at once. There's lots of factors, but I think it's just and I think, again, it goes towards education, not only of our reminders of our based aircraft, but outreach towards other flight schools and with at other airports coming to use Torrance. That will help, and that's our continued efforts as well.
Do we have the ability to say you can't train at the Torrance Airport if you're an outside flight school?
I don't think so. That was, I think, asked and answered earlier. I don't think we can prohibit any other aircraft from using it.
Okay. Because I'm also finding out during my research that a lot of the noise, because they use different airplanes to train on, could be related to outside flight schools, particularly some in the Long Beach area. So I just wanted to ask about that. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Shate.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I asked you earlier, but kind of piggyback with Councilwoman Lewis. I'm still not clear about the role of towers. What kind of role they can play to avoid all of these nuisances. I mean, why they're the expert in this field, right? So what can they do to avoid this?
So they're the experts in the field, but they're not experts in noise abatement. And they're not going to enforce our noise abatement ordinances if it takes precedent over traffic, weather, and safety. That's something the FAA has preached for years. They have complete control of the airspace. That's why we work with them in cooperation to help us enforce our noise ordinances, curfews, traffic patterns, et cetera. And I think I stated earlier, if a pilot or aircraft is not violating any federal air regulations, the tower's not going to say anything to them.
That is very helpful. Do we have any kind of regulation, the noise of the plane? I mean, how much if the plane is an older plane, it may make a lot of noise than the quieter, the newer plane. Do we have anything?
All aircraft have to abide by our noise ordinances,
Okay.
regardless of type of aircraft. So if a certain aircraft cannot meet those requirements, I know they'll be hearing from the noise abatement office, but all aircraft that fly into Torrance have to abide by our noise ordinances, including jets, turboprops, propeller-driven, et cetera.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thanks again. I'm going to just comment on the issue about if touch and goes are eliminated, that the pilots would choose to stay in the air longer. And I understand that pilots need air time and they need flying time. But why wouldn't the pilot in that case then go over the ocean or other non-populated areas to do that training? And then when they're done doing their hours, they come back in and they land. And I can't imagine that if a touch and go was eliminated, that they would continually fly loops but not land, because what would the point of that be? And I doubt that the tower would even let them do that, because that clogs up the airspace of pilots that want to take off and land. So either you're taking off or you're landing, but I don't think that the tower would recommend that they keep flying over the airport without doing one of those operations, and they would recommend that they fly outside of the area. So I'm a little concerned about some of these comments that are being made, and so I'm ready to start making some motions here if there's no other comments.
Okay, any other council member who wishes to speak? If not, let's start going down the motions.
I'd like to start out with item number 1 on the recommendation list, and that's an accept and file the Transportation Committee meeting minutes of April 12th, 2023, and I move to accept and file.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recusing herself.
Okay, so we got the first one. Who wants, oh, Councilman Griffiths wants to make a second one.
Yes, please. Yeah, the next item would be the discussion of the landing fees, or not the discussion, but a motion on that. And I would like to make the motion that we do impose landing fees as recommended by the Transportation Committee, with imposing fees on all transient flights and all flight school operations for flight schools with more than 3 aircraft. But I want to make sure that Robinson Helicopters operations are exempted from landing fees.
Can I get a clarification on that?
Sure.
Would it be all helicopters or just?
Just for their manufacturing purposes, not, if somebody's flying a Robinson helicopter for personal purposes, that would not. But I think, Sean, I think we talked about this earlier, is how would you identify a newly manufactured helicopter and avoid it being charged landing fees for its manufactured testing?
So just because you see a Robinson helicopter in the air doesn't mean it's Robinson conducting their test flights. It could belong to somebody.
Understood.
But we have those N numbers that are assigned to those aircraft that are not part of Robinson's testing. They typically do certain patterns. So those are things that we can certainly, we can certainly break out from the landing fees. So it's possible.
Good.
And also for clarification, is the motion also going to include the exceptions for military, public safety, and medical?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recusing herself.
Next item is the letter of agreement with fixed-wing Torrance-based flight school operators. I have no problem making the motion that we do that. I'm not sure that it will have any consequences because it's voluntary, but it's worthwhile to see who will sign that and who won't. And so I think we should go ahead and make a motion to do the letter of agreement.
Quick question on the one. Sorry. Will there be hours of operation listed in this letter of agreement?
No, it's the current letter of agreement that's been circulated.
Okay.
As proposed by the Transportation Committee.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Without modification.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recusing herself.
Next item I have would be the noise study and possible addition of new noise monitors. I would make a motion that we do move forward with a full noise study, but not limit the number of potential new stations to 4, but whatever is recommended by the noise study.
If I can, very quickly, Mayor and council members, with that, then I would, when I bring back the amendment, then I would bring back what the cost would be, because that would change the cost.
No problem.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recusing herself.
Next item is the phasing out of leaded gas. I will make the motion that we do move forward with that on an ASAP basis. Obviously, we, as was suggested, maybe try to limit it to a 12-month maximum, but obviously more information needs to be gathered, but I would like to target a elimination and phase out of leaded gas within 12 months if possible.
If I could just jump in real quick, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, just for the council's information, I received information that there is an ongoing study right now with the FAA that is anticipated to be completed in April 2024, and they're going to be recommending guidelines, so we might want to push out to at least that date, if not farther, just so that we in compliance with whatever the FAA comes up with.
That's within 12 months.
But again, it's the FAA, so there might be a little wiggle room.
Like
So I just wanted that out there.
The target would be 12 months, but if it obviously is pushed back because of obviously requirements that we're waiting for approvals or things like that, as soon as possible after that.
I second with the asterisk that we acknowledge that it may take more than 12 months to fully phase out.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. Would Mayor and Council consider that staff return with a report within 12 months to incorporate any updates that are determined to come out of FAA and a recommended conversion or phase-out timeline for Council to consider at that point?
That sounds reasonable to me. I'll see.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, as amended?
I second as amended.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recusing herself.
Next item up was the elimination of touch-and-go operations from both the south and the north runways. I would make the motion that we do implement that restriction of eliminating touch-and-go operations at the airport. And I'd also like to include low approaches.
Can I get a clarification on that one? Maybe I need one from the city attorney. Should that be separate from imposing the new flight school? Should we have broken that down as two items?
You better check the Code of Federal Aviation
So,
I want to sue.
if you're asking about the touch and goes, that would require, it would require an ordinance. If you're asking about what low approaches are, I defer to.
Yeah, what I
Sean
was
or
getting
someone
at is this, after the comma on item 6 is imposing a moratorium. Should that be item 7 as opposed to
Yeah,
item 6?
I believe Council Member Griffiths only mentioned the touch and goes and to look into the low approaches. I don't think you mentioned the moratorium.
I did not. I view that as a separate issue. I want to clarify that touch and goes for safety reasons and also low approaches for safety reasons, I have absolutely no problem with, but only for safety reasons and not for training purposes.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. That motion fails with Councilmember Kalani recusing herself, Councilmember Lewis abstaining, and Councilmember Sheikh and Mayor Chen voting no.
So that means that did not pass, right? Okay.
Next item is a moratorium on allowing additional flight schools. I would like to recommend that because we've exceeded the number of flight schools allowed by our resolution, that we notify the two most recent additions of flight schools that we will not renew their business licenses when they expire at the end of the year, and get us back down to the 6 that the resolution calls out, with the exception that if another flight school, other than those 2, departs, that they could potentially have the option of filling that slot. And then modify the resolution to require city council approval for the addition of future flight schools.
I'll second that.
I don't know, Councilman Taji, you want to make a comment, or is that a second?
I have a question for the city attorney.
Okay.
For those 2 most recent flight schools, would a decision to not renew the business license violate the lease agreement between the schools and the city?
I believe one is on a tie-down and one is on a lease through someone else, not the city directly.
So it's a sublease?
Correct. They're with, I remember, Sean? They're with Flight Park, who leases from the city. So
Thank
they
you.
have an agreement with them.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up.
Councilwoman Lewis?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Sullivan, is there a way that we can restrict in the leases that the original leaseor cannot sublease to flight schools? Because that seems to be how it's happening.
You would have to open up the lease to do that. And so essentially the Flight Park or Great American would have to agree to open up their lease.
And then, okay, so let's just say we do that. Is that something that we could add into leases that need to be renewed?
You could negotiate whatever terms that the council finds acceptable, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Do we need to clarify what, it has motion change from all this?
You're not changing, you're not modifying this, the last one imposing.
I'll just restate it.
Yes, thank you.
We have 8 flight schools registered, and our resolution states that we have a maximum of 6. So my recommendation was, and my motion is, that we let the 2 most recent flight schools added that increased us beyond the resolution's maximum. Those 2 flight schools to be notified that their business license will not be renewed at the end of the year. And then that I would like the resolution to be modified or replaced, adding a requirement that future flight schools must be approved by city council for their business license.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Start voting, please.
I do have a question. I need to see if we can
Hang on for a
actually
second.
do that. Can we restrict a business license?
When you say restrict a business license, are you talking about asking for council approval of the
Correct,
license?
on a business license, because that would be the only business that would come forward before the council.
There are many businesses that have to go through license review board. I don't believe there's any that go directly to council. So that would require a modification of our license, business license ordinance. Just as if we were to do, change to not that they did it, but the touch and goes, that would have required a change to the ordinance as well.
Could I ask my council member to restate without the last part coming to council, until we can make sure we are clear on how that process would work?
The motion was to reach out to the 2 newest flight schools that exceeded our current resolution's maximum of 6. So that would be flight schools number 7 and number 8, according to the chronology of the flight schools that were added in the supplemental. Have them be notified that their business license will not be renewed at the end of the year, which will bring us back within the resolution's requirement of having a maximum of 6 flight schools.
Right, and then you're
My
gonna.
secondary action was to modify or replace the resolution 77-215 with a modification that would say any future flight school business license must be approved by city council.
Would you be willing to split those up?
split them up. How?
Correct. So you said the secondary motion is what you said. So,
I'd like to vote on it first that way and see what happens.
okay.
That motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recusing herself and Councilmember Lewis and Mayor Chen voting no.
I think we're done, right?
Well, actually, there's a couple
Actually,
of other things.
If I could actually ask for a clarification on the vote on the touch and goes. What was the vote?
There was
Touch
some-
and goes, touch and
touch
goes.
and
Touch and
had-
goes failed.
Had 3 yeses.
Well, because I was looking at the council rules of order, and unlike ordinances or resolutions that require 4, Council Rule of Order 4.8 only says a majority of vote unless otherwise required by law. So then it defines a majority as the members present is a majority for the passage of motions. So I guess that's the question. Do we get 3 or 4?
We got 3 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 recusal, 1 abstention.
Okay, if you could just give me a second, I want to read through this real quickly to make sure that I get it right. No, I'm sorry, it does say a majority of the members present if a quorum is a majority for the passage of motions. So a majority would be 4. So it fails.
Okay.
Is it possible to do a substitute motion on that?
You can always do a substitute motion, or you can do a new motion because we're still on the item.
I'd like to ask any of my council members who voted against that motion if there's an alternate motion that you would prefer to see that would be acceptable. This is on the issue of eliminating touch and goes.
I don't see any response. Councilwoman Lewis, you want to say something?
Yes, I have some questions, so I'm not sure who can answer this from the city, but is there another alternative that puts us in the middle for touch and goes? So you've already said we can't ban transient flight schools from conducting touch and go. Is it a all or nothing scenario?
I could check with them. I could ask if Lori would like to jump in on this. She's obviously a lot more experienced at these questions than I am.
This is Lori Balance, outside counsel. The thing that most airports do across the state with touch and goes, if they don't want to go for an all or nothing approach, they do look at the hours. And you already have constraints on the number of hours that you allow touch and goes. The number of hours that you allow could be limited further, and that would be kind of a halfway point. And I do know that, like I said, a number of other airports throughout the state do limit hours, and that's how they try to balance the community interest with the flight training.
Do you have an example that you could share with us? And then my secondary question is, does that affect our ANCA standing, either pre or post?
Yeah, and it would not affect our ANCA standing. Monterey is an example where they have no touch and goes. They say no more than 4 within 2-hour periods, so they limit the number within a period of time. That's an example of kind of limiting, self-limiting. But there's other examples. I mean, certainly staff could take a look and provide you with the matrix and come back.
So just so I understand you correctly, Monterey only allows 4 touch and goes every 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. And just so,
The other thing that Monterey does, they have no touch and goes for turbojet or turboprop larger than a King Air, which is a C-12.
I don't know how that would impact us here, if at all.
Because that's exempted
Yeah,
already. They
yeah.
want to fly.
Yeah, I don't think that would impact us at all, other than the normal hours that we have right now, which is supposedly from 10 to 8.
8 p.m. to
8.
8 a.m. You cannot, let's see, Monday through Friday, prohibited 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 8 p.m. to 10 a.m., and prohibited Sundays.
Okay, so if I were to make a motion, I would make a motion to ban touch and goes training on Saturdays, Sundays, all holidays, and from the hours of 10 in the morning till 6 in the evening. I think that's a good solution.
Repeat that one more time, please.
We didn't quite understand that. I thought you just, is it,
I would
is it all, you're saying not all day, but you're gonna allow touch and go in the
Oh.
evening?
only from Monday through Friday, from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m., you can do touch and go training. Or if you want to do 10 to 4, however the council wants to do it, absolutely none on Saturdays, Sundays, or the weekends. I think that's a good, or holidays, I'm sorry. I think that might be a good compromise.
Is everybody clear? Don't we have some, don't we have some limitations already today on those?
Not on touch and goes.
For Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, right now you can't do touch and goes Monday through Friday from the hours of 8 p.m. until 8 a.m. Monday through Friday, and then on Saturdays it is from after 5 p.m. till 10 a.m. on Saturdays, and no touch and goes on Sundays. So it is more restrictive what the council
Okay,
member is.
So the no touch and go on Sunday, that's already written today.
Correct.
And from Saturday is after 8 p.m. till,
Correct.
No, sorry, Danny Santana, City Manager's office, 5 p.m. to 10 a.m. on Saturday.
On Saturdays, correct.
okay, so 5 p.m. on Saturday to 10 a.m. Sunday morning. You can't do that,
And then no holidays currently.
which is what Councilwoman Lewis already said.
I think with the holidays, we would probably want that clarified what holidays we're talking about.
Okay.
Be helpful if those align with City
Correct,
of
that's what I was
Torrance
gonna-
recognized holidays.
That's why I was going to recommend that they be in alignment with the holidays that the city of Torrance already has established, and to put more restrictive hours and days on when the flight schools can do touch and go training. I don't know if my other federal council members would like to shorten that time period, like noon to 4, or however you want to do it, Monday through Friday, no Saturdays, Sundays, or holidays, but just one option.
I'd like to replicate what Monterey have. I mean, they already have, how long they've been, is she still online with us? Can we ask how long they have this policy in place? Is there any legalities?
Ms. Balance, can you respond to the councilman's requests or query with respect to how long Monterey has had their touch and go maneuver limitation?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I do not know when they put that into place. I can certainly look into it and get back to you.
That's okay. I'd like to replicate that since it's already in place and maybe less exposure to legal actions. I don't think they have any number of hours of operations in Monterey Park. Am I correct? Do they have any hours of operation for Monterey Parks?
I think the city of Monterey, not Monterey
Monterey,
Park.
sorry, City of Monterey.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I think they just limit the number per hour, so no more than 4 within a 2-hour period. I think they also do not allow it when the tower is closed, but other than that, I think they do allow touch and goes.
I'll tell you that.
And then all the other airports around here, Long Beach, Santa Monica, down in San Diego County, some of the smaller airports, they just limit by hours, similar to what you do right now.
I'm actually thinking that we leave the touch and goes as is right now. I think as part of a solution we're trying to do for everybody tonight. Hang on, hang on. You know, this is part of what I'm thinking, try to do a little balance and see if it works out better, because everybody hurts a little bit tonight, right? And so, well, I'm just sharing. That's where I'm leaning, right? I think we made a lot of decisions now, so I'm sticking with our previous position as voted.
You're voting not to stop
Can,
the noise.
can I, please, no, nothing from the audience, please. May I try this again? Let's see if this works. So, no touch and go training on the weekends, which includes Saturdays and Sundays. All City of Torrance established holidays, there will be no touch and go training. The hours for touch and go training, I want to set the hour perimeter first. I think 10 o'clock in the morning is reasonable until 5 o'clock in the afternoon is also reasonable. And then however many touch and goes we allow between 10 and 5, we can come up with. So you'll get touch and go, it'll allow the pilots to do their training from 10 to 5. If you want to restrict it to the number of touch and goes that can be done within an hour or a 2-hour period, and then absolutely none on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, because I think that would be a good compromise for our residents as well.
I think I could go with the no touch and goes on Saturdays and Sunday and holidays. I think we narrowed the touch and go windows. I'm just thinking 5 p.m. still may be a bit early.
So I would even be willing to do 10 to 6. That's a good
That would bring it
8-hour
down
time
to
span.
2 hours.
Mayor and council, that would reduce 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. It still allows for some dark maneuvers during certain times of the year when
Yeah.
the sun sets early.
So 10 to 6?
And then that way our residents know that you're not going to get awakened by touch and go training before 10 or after 6.
And we can, Adam Chaparro, City Manager, we can always come back and report to council, once you implement these measures, what type of impact it's making to the community.
That's really what I was looking
Correct.
for, that, we'll get a report back to see what kind of differences it has made, right? Because we're trying to, making sure that we can do our best to make everything work together. Not everyone's going to get a slam dunk one side, right?
So would you like for me to do the motion again?
Sure.
Okay, so I am making a motion for the touch and go training, that touch and goes be banned on Saturdays, Sundays, and recognize holidays by the City of Torrance. So you can go online and see what holidays those are. And restrict touch and go training Monday through Friday. The training can only be done between the hours of 10 a.m. in the morning and must end by 6 p.m. in the evening, Monday through Friday.
I think that's a reasonable compromise, in my opinion.
And that'll be my motion.
Would this include the no training still in the southern pattern? No training and no touch and goes in the southern pattern period?
Yes, that's what it says. No landing.
This is
This is just touch and goes.
This is just
Yeah.
touch and goes. We're not talking
addressing
about
that.
training yet. That'll have to be another motion.
I think that's part of the letter of agreement, right? On item 3, there's a letter of agreement we're pushing out, how we're going to
Yeah, the problem in the letter of agreement doesn't have any teeth in it. I think quite honestly, I think we're over-talking it and missing the mark. We want to reduce the number of planes in the sky, one way or another. And, you know, it seems like the amount of things that we have leverage on, we're kind of just giving them away right now. And I feel sorry for the schools and the pilots, but, you know, our responsibility is to our neighbors, the residents as well. So we can't, you know, and quite honestly, the pilot shortage, I just have to make a comment about that because it's been bugging me all this whole time. The pilot shortage was caused when the government completely shut down the economy. The airlines were giving away retirement packages for pilots. Then, when the economy reopened, pilots that refused to get their vaccine weren't able to get rehired. So now they could go pound sand for all I care. These airlines, I don't care if they're short on pilots or not. You know, it's the responsibility of them getting pilots is on them. They made the decision of not rehiring individuals that weren't willing to take the vaccine. That's what happened. I know 3 pilots that were not rehired because they didn't want to get the vaccine. So the pilots, you know, pilot shortage by the airlines, the big airlines, they can go create their own schools. You know, our responsibility is to make sure that our city.
Please allow Councilman Matucci to speak.
It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
So the motion still stands as is, adding with the conditional notice that was in the letter of agreement that we voted to accept earlier tonight.
I understand, but the letter of agreement doesn't have any teeth on it. This would actually prohibit touch and goes on the south pattern if we included it. But if we're not including it, we're relying on a piece of paper that has
Okay,
no.
so I understand. So
No.
I'll add in there no touch and goes on the south pattern to the motion.
So just for clarification, it's for both runways?
Yes. No,
Okay, just for
Correct.
I second that.
Hang on. Is Councilman Griffith, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to
Okay.
clarify the training hours, because I want to make sure that our training hours are extremely clear if we approve this motion. Because currently, the touch and go, stop and go, taxi back, and low approaches are permitted during certain hours, including taxi backs until as late as 10 p.m. Are we adjusting this just for touch and goes or for all training operations in these hours?
I would be amenable to putting it to all training hours,
All training operations?
all training operations, unless there's, one of my colleagues can give me a reason why you can't get training in from 10 to 6. Okay, we're not doing from
Okay.
from the audience.
I will reluctantly second that motion to get all the training, touch and goes, stop and goes, taxi backs, and low approaches in the hours restriction as suggested by Councilwoman Lewis.
I just want to ask the city attorney, does this have to be from the 3 that, from the previous decision, or it could be anybody second?
This could be whoever would like to second her motion. I just wanted to clarify that this would require an ordinance to be brought back in coordination with the FAA, but I just wanted that, it's not going to happen tonight. Obviously, we have to bring an ordinance back if the council decides to proceed with this.
May I ask what could we get done tonight without the ordinance?
It's not going to go into effect tonight, because you'd have to change because the code already has hours, so you're changing those hours. So we'd have to bring a ordinance back to modify those hours.
Okay, and that's going to take a while.
No.
Just sit down and draft up the ordinance, then obviously coordinate with the FAA, but it wouldn't take that long.
One more thing I just want to clarify is that this doesn't stop pilots from training to go fly out at night during airport hours and get some hours and fly around and then come back in and land. It's only preventing those particular operations. You can train and go fly for hours
You can get your night hours on another
wherever you
airport.
want to fly, but training maneuvers are limited.
I would like to limit training maneuvers because I believe that that is where the biggest noise concerns are. Unless someone
I
can prove
second
me
it.
scientific.
Let's take a vote.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recused.
All right, so let's bring Councilwoman. Do we need a number and title for some of these?
No, we'd have to bring back an ordinance for that.
Okay. Let's get Councilwoman Kalani back
Actually,
in.
I'd like to recommend a couple of other things that were not recommended that I discussed.
Oh, so you're not done yet?
I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to recommend that we make a motion to begin reinforcement of the early left turns as written in our Torrance Municipal Code 51.2.3E for all, non-safety related early left turns, and start reinforcement as soon as we possibly can.
Let me make sure I understand that. Did we stop enforcement?
When we began working with the FAA, as a show of good faith, we suspended enforcement of the early left turns.
Got it. Okay.
Like I said, we're still working with FAA, so obviously it's council's decision, but that's, we're still working with them on that issue.
Okay.
Start voting, please.
Was there a second?
Matucci, second.
Oh, my second.
Yeah.
Your Honor, that motion carries. Councilmember Kalani recused, and Councilmembers Lewis and Shake voting no.
Anything else?
Yeah, the last thing I wanted to see if the council would agree on would be would like to make a motion that we issue a formal letter to the FAA and our tower, sharing with them our desired concerns related to the operation of our airport, so that they know clearly where we stand, and it's been approved and supported by our Torrance City Council, and they can certainly respond to it. But I think it's a letter of cooperation that I would like to have sent to them. It's not anything binding, but it's just a request that we work together as FAA and the city to create a harmonious and safe environment for our neighborhoods, our pilots, and the FAA.
I second.
If I could just make a comment, the FAA may take the previous motion as a lack of cooperation. So just want that out there.
Start voting, please.
So are you saying there's no teeth in this motion, basically?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the previous motion where you're enforcing the early left turn, then you're going to send a letter saying you want to cooperate. They're probably going to say, we don't think you're cooperating because you're
Yeah,
enforcing
we
your
poked
early
them
left
in the eye and they would follow up with a letter. That's what we're doing.
But there's no harm in the letter.
turn. There is no harm in the letter. I just said, like, I think they're going to view it as inconsistent.
But some of us didn't approve that, but yes.
Can
Okay.
we,
I think the question here is, as we proceed and we have a lot of procedural issues, we made a decision to proceed. Now, if anyone who voted positive want to ask the council for reconsideration, I think that would be the process, because that motion passed. Am I correct, City Attorney?
That's correct. Someone in the majority, if they were to do that, would have to do a motion for
Right.
reconsideration on the early left turn enforcement.
Mayor, can we have the vote read back?
This is, so, this, I
Click on
think,
pre-
I think
click on previous
Councilwoman
vote.
Lewis.
Yeah,
we
Councilman
gotta make
Member
sure-
Lewis.
Okay,
did
she's
not vote.
asking for concurrence among those who voted on the positive on that one, right?
No, I'm just asking for the vote to be read back.
Oh, the previous vote?
Yes,
Sure,
sir.
we just want to know who voted yes or no.
Yes.
That's the summary, the
Councilmember
results.
Lewis, we did not receive your vote on that item. Would you like me to do another vote?
The previous
She's talking
one.
about the,
Oh, the
the
Just show, yeah, just
enforcement
flash
of
up
the
the
early left
results of
turn.
the previous decision.
Yes, so that vote, we had 4 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 recusal.
They were asking who was in the majority, so they could, if
Yes,
someone wanted to.
Councilmember Griffiths, Kaji, Matucci, and Mayor Chen were in the majority.
Thank you.
So does anyone in the majority wants to reconsider and bring this issue back up for a vote? Going. Gone. Okay, the decision stays, and did we take a vote on the letter already?
No, we need to
Okay.
do that vote.
Okay, Councilwoman Lewis, where the majority decided to stay with the decision. Okay, Council.
The motion on the letter of cooperation to the FAA was just to state our positions of what we are, what we desire to see as a city in cooperation with the FAA and the pilots based on decisions we've made here tonight. Just say these are the issues that are important to us as a city and the owners of the airport. Oh, did we? I'm sorry.
Right. I think that there were some second thoughts, just because of the comment that basically said that our decision was sort of like a poke in the eye to the FAA, and then we're following up a letter that said, by the way, we just poked you in the eye, but let's work together. But that happens sometimes.
That's what happens when the city attorney makes that comment.
Okay, Councilman Griffith, anything else?
Mayor Chen, Councilmember Lewis did not vote on that last item regarding the letter to the FAA.
Oh, okay.
I'll abstain. I don't know. I think the letter would be confusing based on the city attorney's comments from our previous motion, so I'll abstain from that one.
Thank
Okay.
you, Councilmember. That motion still carries with Councilmember Kalani recusing herself and Councilmember Lewis abstaining.
Okay. Any other members have any other action on this item? If not, we're gonna ask Councilwoman Kalani back in for item 9B. Thank you, everyone, for your active participation. All right, let it be known that Councilwoman Kalani has joined us. Item 9B from Transit. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor Chen, members of the council. James Lee with the Transit Department. Item 9B is requesting your honorable body's authorization to allow the Transit Department to submit our fiscal year 2023 Federal Transit Administration grant to the feds. Transit is eligible for and will be requesting $4,360,736 for 3 priority projects. They are preventive maintenance, which is for the daily upkeep and repair of our buses, operating assistance for the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center, and funds to leverage the purchase of 1 replacement bus. And staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I spoke with the transit director on this one, and I have issue with the purchase of a replacement bus, which is my understanding would be an electric bus. I realize that the state and federal governments are pushing mandates upon us to move in this direction, but I have to believe both at the cost and the efficiency of current electric buses that that's a boondoggle in my opinion, and the cost is substantially more expensive for an electric bus, and there's information on the performance of an electric bus compared to a CNG or other environmentally friendly buses is also questionable because of the reduced mileage range and long recharge time. So I realize we're mandated to do it, so I'm not going to say no to this item, but I just want to voice my objection to the mandate of electric buses at this time because I don't believe the technology is cost beneficial at this time.
Thank you. Any other member of the council has comments or questions?
Mayor, let me just jump in. I think this is going to be a pilot to see how this one bus will work. If that's my understanding. Is that accurate?
It's part of a larger order, sir. There are approximately 7 electric buses that we'll be ordering.
But we're going to test it out. How does
Yes,
that operate?
yeah.
That's the idea, right?
Correct.
All right.
Gather data for it.
Right. Thank you.
I think this one, the bus is, we're getting funds from the Fed, right? Okay. All right. Any other member of the council? If not, let's go to the public.
Drew Iacano.
Okay, I think Drew must have left.
Eric Newman. We have no other people signed up.
Thank you. Any members of the public who wish to speak? Go ahead, sir.
I would just like to tell you, I watch YouTube a lot and saw these electric buses burn like, bonfires. But besides that, everybody crazy, actually the government crazy about the electric cars and electric buses, There is nothing wrong with the natural gas buses, but that would be good if all this money we spend on public transportation, it's something would be a usable transportation because it's useless like tits on the board. I visited the newly opened Giordano Transportation Center and I was there. The security guy was there who came to check on me because I was filming and nobody else. It was empty like the Mojave Desert.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendations of the transit director.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9C from transit. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. This item is requesting your honorable body's approval to allow the Transit Department to submit our annual claim for Transportation Development Act and state transit assistance funds to the LA Metro, or we call it the TDA and the STA funds. These are state and regional funds that are based upon our performance against other transport providers in the LA County region. And for fiscal year 2024, based upon our prior year performance, transit is eligible for and will be requesting $10,376,549 in TDA funds and $1,299,000 in STA funds, and this will be used towards our daily bus operation for fiscal year 2024. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? I don't see any. Any members from the public who wish to speak on this item? Ah,
I thought it was a device, I don't know why the police chief did not come here and save us. It could have been a bomb.
then you're the right guy to take care of
It
it for
could
us.
have been a bomb. Somebody
Thank you, sir. Do you still wish to speak on this item?
Of course, of course. So thank God, our government, the United States government I'm talking about, give us back the money what we paid to them and use for totally useless purposes. As I just told you, the brand new $54 million facility I went there, since it's opened, I bet any money you weren't there. I bet any money, it's like useless. And $10 million, all this spent on something, I cannot even use it. I tried to go to the Harbor UCLA Center with Torrance buses, and I was out of breath before I hit the bus station. I was out of breath. If I have to go to someplace to a bus station or a whatever center, I'm already in my car. Why would I stop and get off?
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the transit director.
Motion to concur.
Second.
9C.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9D from police. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Jane Chung with the Police Department. Item 9D is the recommendation of the Chief of Police that the City Council, 1, determine, based on the military equipment annual report, whether each type of equipment has complied with the standards of approval set forth in Government Code Section 7071D, and 2, review and renew Ordinance 3902 approving the Police Department's military equipment use policy. The Torrance Police Department completed the 2022 to 2023 Military Equipment Annual Report, which was presented to your honorable body at the May 23, 2023 City Council meeting. This item is a follow-up to that item, as it is required that in reviewing the annual military equipment report, as well as Ordinance 3902, the City Council must also determine whether each type of equipment listed in the report has complied with the standards for approval set forth in the Section 7071D of the Government Code. Since we last presented to your honorable body, the Police Department also facilitated a virtual community engagement meeting to provide community members the opportunity to comment on and ask questions regarding the annual report, also required by the Government Code. The meeting was posted on the department's social media platforms. Once reviewed and accepted, and for as long as the military equipment is available for use, the updated military equipment use policy and the annual military equipment reports will be made available on the Torrance Police Department's public website. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the council? I don't see any. It looks like there are some members of the public who put comment cards in. I think they're gone, but, we'll just read their names out and then we'll let the general public speak. I'll just do that quickly. Sarah B., Marianne, Sherry, Audrey, and Sheila. Okay. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
I am all for this military equipment because, military is for protecting everybody, the whole United States, and the police is to protect the citizens, inside. But why don't we use military, a good Abrams tank, or whatever. I could see that coming down on PCH and protect me. So I just don't know really. What the hell else you need? You know what I mean? The police has guns, the police has the fence. You build a fence, so they're safe. The fence you had for $300,000. Why you need military equipment? They have the guns, they have the laws, they have the power. You know, they already ignore me to protect me.
Does anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the Chief of Police.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9E from the City Manager. Is there a staff presentation?
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Carlos Huizar, the City Manager's Office. Item 9E is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council award a consulting services agreement to Gruen Associates of Los Angeles, California for RFP number B 2023-004 for an amount not to exceed $181,082 to prepare the Civic Center Master Plan and Economic Feasibility Study for a one-year period beginning August 1st, 2023 through July 31st, 2024 with an option for 2 one-year extensions. For tonight's presentation, I will briefly provide an overview of the history of our Civic Center campus, the objective for this master plan envisioning project, and elaborate on our undertaking of the RFP process to find a qualified and suitable consultant to assist the city on preparation of the master plan and economic feasibility study. Next slide, please. The Torrance Civic Center campus, as we know it today, was developed at its current location as a response to the growing population that the city was experiencing post-World War II. In 1947, the city had about 13,160 residents. By 1957, that number grew to about 94,000 residents. Between the period of 1954 to 1956, the city's population grew about 1,000 new residents each month. At the time, the city held a presence in downtown Torrance, with our City Hall previously located on Cravens Avenue, now the location for Torrance Community Credit Union. Additionally, a library branch, community auditorium, and city offices were also located throughout the downtown corridor. At the time, with city offices becoming increasingly inadequate to handle the surge in population, the City Council at the time directed then City Manager George Stevens to pursue the purchase of 30 acres of land along Torrance Boulevard between Maples and Madrona Avenue. The city attempted twice to obtain voter approval for a ballot proposition to provide the funding for the new Civic Center campus, which the first attempt in April of 1954 failed. But after a second attempt with very thorough outreach, the second proposition attempt passed in October 1954. The city hired Pasadena architect Mary Ann J. Warner to design the Civic Center campus. Ground was broken and the center was officially opened August 11th, 1956. The new Civic Center was initially built with a new city hall, a police station, and city pool. In 1960, the city adopted a master plan that would provide the footprint for the development of the Civic Center over time. The Civic Center eventually went through a first major expansion in the 1970s, which converted the City Hall at the time into city administrative offices, constructed a new City Hall at the core of the campus, and constructed the city's Civic Center Library branch. In 1978, the current City Hall underwent a 3-story addition, that is its current form today. In the 1980s, the police department relocated to Civic Center Drive with their current headquarters. And then finally, the last major development on the campus was in 1991 when the city constructed the Torrance Cultural Arts Center, which abuts the pre-existing Ken Miller Recreation Room. Over the years, the city has undertaken many projects to improve and renovate the Civic Center. The most recent project was updating the wayfinding signage throughout the campus, highlighting the city's new branding scheme. A number of existing public facilities at the Civic Center occupy prime real estate and are reaching a condition that requires replacement or refurbishment. Considering the cost of various options, the age of conditions of the building, operational and functional issues, aesthetics, maintenance costs, and existing and projected community programming needs, the land management team within the city manager's office and staff began discussions with city departments and council on the need for a new plan, new master plan, and economic feasibility study to consider a potential re-envisioning of the Civic Center campus and determine whether current economic market conditions would support such redevelopment. On November 15, 2022, your honorable body appropriated funds from the one-time land management revenue fund to support the project and solicited a request for proposals to retain a qualified consultant to assist in the preparation of the Torrance Civic Center master plan and economic feasibility study. This would be the first step in obtaining public input and assessing market viability on potential uses, placements, and intensities in advance of subsequent environmental review, surplus land act compliance requirements, and potential public-private partnership negotiations. A request for proposals for this Civic Center master plan and economic feasibility study was issued in January 2023, with a total of 8 proposals received in March 13th, 2023. The evaluation team was made up of 11 individuals who independently rated each proposal and assigned up to a maximum of 100 points for each proposal. The 11 independent ratings were then averaged, and the rankings were made public on the city clerk's website with a minimum of 2-week notice before the anticipated council date for approval. Next slide. This slide shows the final scoring tally for the 8 proposals. Next slide, please. Staff determined that the proposal submitted by Gruen Associates to be the most advantageous for the city based on the quality of prior plans and work product, experience with similar projects, proposal approach to the project, qualifications of the project team, and understanding of the scope of work for the Torrance Civic Center master plan and feasibility study. And one thing I did forget to mention, if we can go back a couple slides to the Civic Center map, please, is I wanted to highlight the existing condition as well as how the property ownership is divided within the Civic Center. So the city of Torrance owns about 30 acres of the land. However, 10 acres that makes up the entire campus is owned by the state of California and LA County for the courthouse operations. For this master plan project, the state of California, while staff did reach out to express interest of incorporating their property into the envisioning process, they have elected not to participate at this time. So the Civic Center Master Plan Economic Feasibility Study will only primarily focus on the city-owned properties. We do have the privilege this evening of having our consultant present, Larry Schlossberg with Gruen Associates. I do thank him for waiting through this long night, but I do want to take the opportunity to allow him to introduce himself, and then if council has any questions for both myself, staff, or the consultant, we are available for any questions.
Thank you for hanging on in there.
Yes, well, thank you for inviting me, and I learned a lot about airports, so, so that was valuable. Gruen has been operating continuously in Los Angeles since 1946. Founded by Victor Gruen at that time, who is a renowned planner in the planning profession. I am a partner in the firm. The firm is run by 5 partners. I have been with the firm about 37 years, and we're very gratified to have been selected to do this project. Much of our work is public and institutional, and we like to think of our practice as being very much involved in building communities. And I think there's a great opportunity here to build the Torrance community and do something that the city will be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this point, is there anyone from the council that have comments or questions? Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Vizar, for the presentation. A couple of questions. Number one, when are we going to get the update for this? That's going to be quarterly update or yearly? What's the process for?
So that will be actually up to your honorable body. If you would like to include quarterly updates, biannual updates, The anticipation for this master plan is that we would complete it in a 12-month timeframe. During the process, we would be participating in a wide variety of public workshops, as well as it will have to undergo through a planning commission review, probably even go through the community planning committee, and then go to your full council for review and adoption. But it would be up to your discretion on how frequent you would like the updates to be provided.
But at this point, we do not have any statement from Gruens or any requirement from us or any proposal. When should they come back?
Mayor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Councilman Sheikh, because of the short horizon to complete the work product, that was not something that was incorporated into the schedule. Typically, with these types of studies, we do incorporate an opportunity for council to provide their input of what areas are priorities for them. We also have an extensive community outreach program that we will, following each of those, can provide a summary for mayor and council to have a continued understanding as to the progress of the project. And as Mr. Weezar indicated, it will progress to the Planning Commission and ultimately to your honorable body. Again, because of the 12-month cycle, from staff's perspective, having a quarterly update may not yield what I believe the councilman is hoping for. We can certainly provide that both for the council and the community so that they can continue to see the progress on this initiative through maybe our website, Torrance, or another means. Trending in Torrance, thank you. Our city manager just reminded me, we have, thanks to the cooperation of, or the assistance of the Office of Cable and Community Relations and collaboration with all of the city departments, we're able to identify hot topics and we can cycle through those topics that are featured. Typically, we have between 4 and 6, and it allows the community an opportunity to see not only updates, but separate fact from fiction and have quality assessments and information as to where they could find additional information.
I agree everything what you say, but I just do not want to have this procrastinated and after a year we will see, okay, we have no information where we stand.
That is not staff's intent, Councilman.
I did see, I did go to the website and I saw some of the new things were done by this Gruen. They're very beautiful design, great experience, and great, even the associates with this company, they're pretty well knowledgeable. So I have a couple other questions, if I can go back to. The scope of their work, if we look at page 122, their scope is to provide the design for this project based on certain factors that I believe 11 people from the city, they were selected and they gave them some kind of feedback, and I just want to understand what the scope is and how they'll be receiving feedback or interaction between city and them.
Yeah, so the main goal is for them to prepare the master plan document in concurrence with the staff with involvement. However, there's other minor or sub-goals within that document that needs to be considered. One of them being the type of uses that could be integrated into the Civic Center campus, the uses intensities, also looking at different parking strategies, as we're currently, we have an abundance of surface parking that's viable for development. We would have to look at how we would be restructuring the parking configuration in order to still meet the parking demand, but while also intensifying our buildable area on site. An economic feasibility study would take a look at the current market trends within the South Bay and see what's currently in demand. Is it retail? Is it office, medical office? Is it schools or some type of institutional use? But also looking into our existing space planning, or looking at our existing city facilities and how we can either consider renovating the existing sites, existing buildings, or doing a more of a condensed footprint of city offices. You know, like I mentioned in my presentation, Civic Center campus was originally developed in the 1950s, and you know, a lot of our buildings are at the stage where they either need some major refurbishment or replacement. And a lot of these existing city buildings are sitting on prime real estate that can either be redeveloped for a brand new city building or for other types of uses that would benefit the community. So the scope of work that we provided, any proposal that we received outlines in very much detail what we're looking for, but this essentially is a comprehensive planning document that will essentially provide a footprint of how the Civic Center will be redeveloped over time.
Yeah, I think it also mentioned in page 22, also bring the economic benefit in different ways. I just wanted to make sure that that is incorporated as well, right?
Yeah, so the project team for Gruen Associates, you know, they have their internal staff, but they're also have sub-consultants that will be providing that economic assessment. So they have a pretty well multidisciplinary project team that, you know, they have the experience, the qualifications, they understand the scope of work of what the city's asking them to do. I believe, Councilmember Sheikh, you had a question on how the RP evaluation team came up with choosing Gruen Associates. There's essentially a criteria with a total points of 100 points that we evaluated the proposals, making sure that they meet with each criteria. And then when we did an interview process, we selected the top 3 proposals to interview because we got a total of 8, but we, you know, in order to cut down time, we decided to interview the top 3. And then based on the interviews and going to elaborate more on their project budget, their work plan that they proposed for this project, better understanding their structure with their project team, the RP evaluation team felt that Gruen Associates was the best qualified for this assignment.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hear all this.
Councilman, if I may also expand, Alam Torrance, City Manager, if you look on the graphic before you, you'll see a significant amount of parking space. We are looking at highest and best use of available facilities, which may include consolidation, reconfiguration, and then overlay with the economic impacts as far as leveraging available space. The goal is to modernize existing facilities, leverage what's remaining, to be able to ensure that we can self-sustain the operations without burdening the general fund or the taxpayers of Torrance to the extent possible. This is an initial step in determining what are the various components to utilize the 30 acres to its full extent. And we hope eventually our partners at the state and county would want to work with us, because if you look at their parcel, there's significant parking lot, which granted we are utilizing with our sports complex at this time and some other activities, but there's a real generational opportunity to leverage the space to create the destination as well as capital revenue for us to be able to self-sustain the operations. These buildings are over 50 years old, and we hope Gruen Associates, with their expertise and the depth of their planners, will help us through economic assessment, feasibility, to leverage the available space to really have a center for the community. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Exactly, that's what my point is. That will be part of all their scope. That's not only going to be the design, they'll do all this visibility and scope.
They're going to tell us what is the best utilization of the available space.
Exactly.
Perhaps the pool may end up in another facility at the site. Maybe there's we have several buildings that are spread out from the cable and general services. Perhaps we can add additional layers to the back of this building and consolidate. We may end up with hotel usage, perhaps, to utilize our cultural arts center during daytime for a conference center, and then look at other ways where we can create that synergy and add restaurants and shops, perhaps some housing here on the center.
Utilize the best possible.
Exactly.
I guess. Thank you. By the way, I like their LA County Fire District headquarters. It's free. It's a great building. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, to add on to the city manager's comments, earlier this evening there was mention about the revenue that's generated on an annual basis from properties that surround the airport. I believe our finance department put that at slightly over $11 million on an annual disposition that the general fund in turn benefits from the airport external to the airport operating fence line. There's no reason why the city couldn't do something similar here at the Civic Center for segments of the facility after, with proper planning and proper economic analysis and a good parking solution strategy, we can concentrate our footprint and identify additional areas where, through public-private partnership, the city would be able to obtain newer facilities, an additional 50 to 75 years of service life to continue to provide youth the ability to learn how to swim at a new pool, learn how to read at a new library, while still providing additional ground lease space for third-party investment to build that additional general fund revenue on the long term. That's part of the concept that was identified with this initiative, and we're hoping that Gruen can assist us in identifying not only the right uses that have economic viability, but also provide the public an opportunity to input where they want those uses, at what density and what intensity.
Thank you for additional clarification. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you. I'm very much excited by this. I'm glad that we've moved forward in selecting Gruen. As Mr. Santana mentioned, I think this, our 30 acres sets up well for the creation of a public-private partnership that will truly unlock the value of our 30 acres here, and also by looking at where the city of Torrance stands in relation to all the other industries that are present here in Los Angeles County and Southern California. I do believe that if we go about this in the right way, and if we do fold in our economic development initiatives, we may have an opportunity not only to create a new civic center, new government buildings, but also by way of how we entitle the property, create an opportunity for a 4-star hotelier to come in to the South Bay, or to attract firms that are now stuck in Culver City or in Playa Vista because of their perceived lack of available space in the marketplace. So I'm really looking forward to the study by Gruen, and especially to see how we as a city can generate a new source of revenue. So we're less reliant on sales tax revenue and property tax revenue, but we can generate a consistent growing stream of revenue from our land. So I'm looking forward to the results of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council wish to speak? Well, I too am very excited that we're really pushing this forward. I even looked at page 124 here, task number 7. It's as a response of Councilman Sheikh. There's going to be, looks like 3 master plan concepts that will be provided to us. And I'm assuming at that point we'll get at least one brief update, and probably we could chime in before we break dirt. I know that's a long way, but anyone else from the public wish to speak?
So I'm very excited also about this planning. You don't know what the hell you want, but you hire already, it's already passed. Anyway, but I just like to remind you the new military equipment coming in. So I would double deck the parking lot of the police station to park the new tanks and the new military vehicles and make a helipad for the Apache helicopters. And also, I would double deck the, how you call that internal camp, or what you call that where you lock up the homeless. I would double deck that too, because your policies creating more homeless, and we have to keep them out of the general public. So double deck the police station parking lot for storing the military equipment, and double deck the internal camps so we can house more homeless and free up more money.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
James Henry, I have two questions for the consultant. How many other civic center master plans did the consultant do? And can the consultant name those other plans that they did?
Are we asking him to flip through his proposal?
I believe the gentleman from Gruen can speak to a few
Okay.
examples off the top of his
Okay.
head.
Most recently, we completed, late last year, the master plan for the city of Chino Civic Center, which was very well received. As a matter of fact, we won an award from the American Planning Association for that project. Also, recently, we did a master plan for the city of La Mesa, near San Diego for their civic center. We did the master plan for the city of La Quinta, out in the desert, and also did the architecture for their city hall. In years past, we did the same thing for the city of San Bernardino. And we have done a number of projects that include all the components that will go into the new civic center. Many libraries, other city halls, not necessarily in a master planning context, but in designing and doing the architecture and planning for those projects. Libraries, city halls, city administration facilities, courthouses, schools, and along with commercial projects, revenue generating projects, housing, retail, hotels. We're a very diverse firm, and we have a lot of experience in both master planning and all the components in terms of architecture that would go into a new civic center.
Your
Thank-
Mayor,
thank you, sir.
a few additional that are included in their proposal is of like projects, the Simi Valley specific plan,
Yes.
the La Mesa Civic Center, La Mesa, California, Morongo Band of Mission Indian Administrative Complex, just to name a few additionals.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager.
I will move that we go with the recommendation of the city manager, and I thank you for answering some of the questions, and it also seems like it's not your first rodeo, so that's my motion.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9F from the Community Development Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before your honorable body is the introduction of an ordinance to prohibit smoking in and around multi-unit residents. In 2019, the City Council directed staff to work with the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission to develop an ordinance that would prohibit smoking within multi-unit residents. While the commission initially discussed and provided direction on this item, it was stalled due to a number of factors, including the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020, and never taken back to the City Council. As a result, on February 2nd, 2023, staff reintroduced the item to the commission for discussion. At the conclusion of the item, the commission directed staff to prepare a draft ordinance that would prohibit smoking in and around multi-unit residents with 2 or more units. Since that time, staff worked with the commission in developing the proposed ordinance. On July 6, 2023, the commission approved the proposed ordinance and adopted a resolution recommending that the Torrance City Council add Chapter 19 entitled Smoking in Multifamily Dwellings to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code entitled Public Health and Welfare. The purpose and intent of the proposed ordinance is to prohibit smoking in and around multi-unit residents to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents within the city of Torrance. A multi-unit residence includes a lot with 2 or more units, including but not limited to apartments, townhomes, condominium complexes, senior and assisted living facilities, long-term health care facilities, and lots with the unit attached to another unit on an adjacent lot, such as condominiums or townhomes. The following do not constitute units are single-family homes, accessory dwelling units, either attached or detached, junior accessory dwelling units, mobile homes in a mobile home park, or hotels. The ordinance would require multi-unit residents to be smoke-free in the following areas: indoor and common areas such as halls, pathway, lobbies, stairwells, mail areas, community rooms, playgrounds, pools, laundry rooms, and parking lots, and individual units including balconies, porches, decks, and patios. The ordinance does allow for the creation of a designated smoking area if desired by the property owner that is at least 25 feet from any unenclosed area primarily used by children, and at least 25 feet from any doorway, window, opening, or other vent into an enclosed area. Additionally, the proposed ordinance provides a temporary exemption or phased-in plan for existing smokers who reside in multi-unit residence. This temporary exemption will allow existing smokers to continue smoking within their units exclusively, which would not include private balcony, porch, deck, patios, or other areas related out in the open, until such time that the unit becomes vacant, change in occupancy, or 2 years from the effective date of this ordinance, at which time the unit must be converted to a non-smoking unit. Further, a landlord may not terminate a tenancy based on the tenant's violation of the proposed ordinance unless the landlord has included a no-smoking policy in the tenant's lease or rental agreement and the tenant has violated the landlord's related agreement. The proposed ordinance also includes an enforcement component whereby the city can issue an administrative citation for violation of the ordinance. However, the city may not issue an administrative citation until the violating party has been issued at least 3 notice of violations. The enforcement of the proposed ordinance is at the sole discretion of the city, as any reported violation generally needs to be witnessed by staff. Additionally, as it is not uncommon for staff to receive false and frivolous complaints from parties that are feuding, anonymous complaints will not be accepted. As the city may not always be able to verify a smoking complaint, the proposed ordinance does allow any person acting for the interest of itself, its members, or the general public to bring their own civil action against someone in violation of the proposed ordinance. In preparation of the ordinance, staff held 7 workshops, which included 5 virtual and 2 in-person workshops that were advertised through the city's different social media accounts. Additionally, staff sent out letters regarding these workshops, which included a copy of the draft ordinance to over 1,000 property owners of multifamily units, as well as to all homeowner associations with a valid contact on record and the Chamber of Commerce. In addition, staff created 2 dedicated web pages, one under the Community Development Department and one on Trending in Torrance, that include an overview of the draft ordinance, a link to the draft ordinance, information on the workshops, and a tentative timeline. Furthermore, a public announcement regarding the ordinance, as well as several meeting dates, was made during a city council meeting held on June 6, 2023. Lastly, staff made themselves available to discuss the ordinance with any interested community member at the time convenient to that person. The overall feedback on the proposed ordinance showed support, with very little community members showing their opposition. As the home remains the most serious place for secondhand smoke exposure, as it drifts through walls, ceiling, crawl spaces, shared ventilation system, electric outlets, balcony and patios, doorways and windows, staff recommends that the Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the Torrance City Council add Chapter 19 entitled Smoking in Multifamily Dwellings to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code entitled Public Health and Welfare. That concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously it's been a while this was requested a few years ago, but I think that the problem obviously exists, and being that I'm in real estate, I deal with property management as well. It has become a pretty common thing that we hear tenants complaining about smoke. Um, Now, I don't personally manage properties, but I deal with management companies all the time because we do rentals. Um, one of the arguments that I heard from these workshops was that it's government intrusion on people's personal lives, and and I get that. I get that. It's a legitimate concern, and and government shouldn't be in people's homes, and I agree with that as well. But this is not about government being in people's homes. This is about protecting quality of life for anybody that's in a shared space. So if there were, say, three people smoking in this room, um, LA County and I believe the state of California eventually came up with no smoking in public facilities. Now, I remember there used to be a time where you can smoke in airplanes on international flights. I remember a time where there used to be a smoking section in restaurants here in LA County. All this was eventually done to protect the public health and well-being of anybody that's not smoking. So I'm not necessarily agreeing with the idea of making it no smoking inside the unit. I understand the balcony, common areas. I, but I do know that smoke will go through the ventilation systems and everything else, so I understand why it's included. And I think I want the public to understand why inside a shared unit with common walls, why it's being proposed to include it as well is because you can smell the smoke. I personally lived in an apartment that was next door to a heavy smoker. In my particular case, they sit right in front of my window, smoking all day long. Hey, that's their thing. They want to smoke, that's fine, but just don't do it in front of my window, especially in the summertime when you have to keep everything open. So this particular ordinance, it's not about government intrusion. It's about protecting some of the tenants, some of the kids that might be living in those apartments as well. Secondhand smoke has killed many people, including people that I know. Smoke in general is not something that, if you don't smoke, you're not going to be too happy about having to smell it, all day long, every day. And you may not have the choice of just picking up and moving. So we create a situation to where you complain to the landlord, and the landlord doesn't really have much to say or do. Sometimes that could be an absentee landlord, or a landlord just doesn't want to get involved. You don't like the smoke? Move. I think that's the wrong approach. So I'm fully in favor of this ordinance for a variety of reasons, but I think the most important reason is to give landlords a little bit of leverage when it comes to being able to enforce no smoking inside their units and outside. I know the leases have a provision in there that there's no smoking inside the units unless the landlord allows it. This is not it. This is about protecting the common areas where that smoke could possibly affect the neighbors. 25 feet, I guess that's what's shown to be a safe distance. I believe it's too short, but whatever, if 25 feet is enough, 25 feet is enough. But yeah, I'm definitely in favor of supporting this as written. I think there's enough public comment that was accumulated as over, seven? You said seven public hearings, so.
7 workshops.
7 workshops, I'm sorry, yeah. 7 workshops. Do you mind sharing some of the feedback from landlords? I know there was there any landlord feedback, like people that actually own apartment buildings?
Yes, Councilmember, Your Honorable Mayor, Council, most of the feedback we received from any property management company or property owners was that they were supportive of this. A lot of them already do not allow smoking in the units now, so they're hoping that this will kind of reinforce that. And to your point about secondhand smoke, according to the California Air Resource Board, they classified secondhand smoke as a toxic air contaminant, and they actually place it in the same category as asbestos, cyanide, and arsenic.
Oh, wow. I can see why. So, and as far as when you say that there's some landlords that don't allow smoking, by law right now, if a landlord decides, I don't want anybody to smoke anywhere on the property, including common areas, do they have that option?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so they could put it on their leases that there's no smoking on the property, period.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if they don't, that would be a violation of their rental agreement, and they could give them a notice to cure, whatever, 5-day notice to cure to stop smoking. But if they don't after that, I guess the only recourse would be, I guess, an eviction.
Yes, usually they would give a 3-day notice to cure the violation, and then they could go through that process if that's what
Okay,
they so
which
choose.
most landlords probably don't want to evict people first.
And that would be if they had that actually in their own ordinance, their own lease.
If they're on lease,
Mhm.
okay. So what this ordinance would do is reinforce the whole non-smoking. So whether they allow it or not, so if they do allow it on their property, it would have to be the smoking area would have to be more than 25 feet away from somebody's bedroom or living quarters, right?
If they wanted to create a smoking area. There's
Okay.
nothing in the ordinance that requires it. It would be up to the property owner whether they would want to create that area or not.
Okay, so but they still will have an option to do it,
Yes.
Taking into consideration if there's space to do it and everything else.
Yes.
Okay, so, and that includes parking lots and everything else. They can put a smoking area in a parking
As long as it meets the parameters that have been set, 25 feet from any children's areas or openings or windows, doors.
Okay, so we're not taking away that right of a landlord if they choose to have a smoking area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. Really, how will it be enforced? You talked about an anonymous call-in will not be accepted. They have to give their name, their phone number. Then who goes out and what exactly do they do?
A code enforcement, well, normally when we have cases like this, and it's not just this case, we have cases of people who report certain noises or things that we can't always, parties going on. So usually we try to get as much information from them as like, when does this normally happen? So then we could have a code enforcement officer go out there during that time when they say that this is a normally happening to see if we're able to witness it ourselves. If we're not able to witness it ourselves, we have no idea about it. We would talk to the management company usually first to say, we've received this complaint. Are you aware of this? If they say, and try to get their cooperation to also assist in this. If we're unable to do that, then again, one of the nice things about this ordinance is it does allow that actual tenant who doesn't like what's happening, then to also seek their own remedies in Superior Court if they so chose to.
Okay, and then we have the staffing available and
Yes.
to do this. My second question, hypothetically, you have someone that owns an owner-occupied fourplex, and they smoke themselves. They have to stop smoking within 2 years or move and sell their property or move.
Well, I hope they'd stop smoking.
I don't disagree.
Inside their unit.
Okay, all right. And then I was surprised on page 46 a large number of cities that have already adopted this. And have we talked with them at all and talked about the ease in implementing this? And
Yeah, their ordinances, if you look at the ordinances, they are all drafted very similar. And so they have the same issues as far as like the not accepting anonymous complaints, and then being able to actually witness the complaint themselves in order to proceed with either a notice or administrative citation.
Got it. And then finally, I mean, an example of a rooftop patio could no longer be used for smoking because it would be within 25 feet of a door, or it's a public place.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, sir. I'm not a very big fan of government oversight to this degree, but I do understand the necessity for this ordinance. There are some areas in Torrance that are fairly densely populated that may not have the room to accommodate a 25-foot away from a window or anything else. What would be that remedy if there was a smoking area that needed to be created, but there's just no room?
Again, smoking area is not required. It's up to the property owner to, if they would want to create a smoking area. So even whether they had the room or didn't have the room, it would still be up to that property owner to make that decision whether they wanted to create such an area for smokers. So if the property owner decided not to create such an area, as an example, most new developments, they do not allow smoking in these new developments, and they don't allow smoking anywhere on their grounds either. So those smokers do have to find somewhere else to smoke.
Which would be, yeah, so that's right. I mean, I just want to make sure that I'm looking at all the different angles. You know, I do agree that we would hope that, you know, this would be a step forward to stopping smoking, but I also don't want us to waste our very valuable city code enforcement resources to chase complaints that may not still be in effect by the time they get there. So are we going to have, let's just say you have a complainant that gave you a name. Are we going to have that complainant to sign the actual complaint?
Well, and I'll explain why we don't accept anonymous complaints, because if for some reason this did get to the level of going to court for some reason, you actually have to have a complainant.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
And so the complainant, they don't have to sign anything, they just have to be willing to give us their information that we then log into the system.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, and I would also say that in a lot of the research that was done in doing this ordinance, what was also found is the number of smokers, especially younger smokers, don't typically find themselves smoking in their homes because they actually don't want their belongings smelling like smoke, and they actually don't want to smell like smoke themselves, or they don't want to expose the rest of the family members to smoke. Now, that may not be true for older generations who are used to it, but there does seem to be this trend in the younger generation.
Okay, yeah, I'm supportive of it, but on the other hand, I'm cautious because I feel like there's already a mechanism in place between landlords and tenants to address whether you have a smoking facility or a non-smoking facility. And my concern was over the ability to be able to actually enforce this, but I do think it's a good idea, so thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I too have a little bit of mixed feelings on this issue. One of the things I do anytime we look at a new ordinance is the enforcement side, and I know that's been a concern from several members. And if I'm reading the section in the ordinance about enforcement, section 419.1.140, penalties and enforcement, in subsection C, paragraph 1, says the city shall not issue any administrative penalties upon a person unless they've been issued at least 3 notices of violations. This sounds like an awful lot of work for our code enforcement to get 3 notices of violations before we can even subject them to a fine. Am I reading that wrong, or is that?
No, that's correct, and that was written that way intentionally. It's very similar to a lot of our property maintenance right now. We give them usually three notices prior to an administrative citation. We give them their first, their second, and their third and final. So it's no different than what we're doing right now. And and the reason why we brought on code enforcement officers is for this.
for this and many other ordinances that we
That is
are
correct.
not doing maybe a bang-up job always of enforcing.
Well, hopefully that will change.
I hope so. I'm a huge proponent. If we're going to pass an ordinance, we should be enforcing. And then clarify, you might have said this and I might have missed it. Do you have to catch the person in the act of smoking in order to do a violation?
Yes, for us to be able to issue a notice of citation or an administrative violation, we would want to be able to actually catch the person in the act.
So if somebody reported it and then your code enforcement officer showed up, but there's nobody actually smoking at the time, you cannot issue
That is correct.
a letter of violation or a notice of violation.
And
So that
that's
makes
why-
it even more difficult.
Well, that is why it was also written to be able to allow the public themselves also then to proceed and take this to court themselves.
And if this is such a popular thing in the public sphere, why wouldn't landlords in general ban smoking on their own accord without having a city ordinance?
Well, this actually came because of a council oral, and that's why this is coming back in front of the council right now.
Do we have any sense of how many multifamily units leases currently ban smoking already?
I do not have that number,
We haven't-
and due to the number of units we have, that might be difficult to obtain, but I can tell you the newer developments that is something that they do require.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And this is, again, this is only for living spaces, not like the Lama Mall parking lot or.
This is only multifamily unit residents.
Okay. So maybe that's where people go. They'll go to the shopping center. Yeah. Okay. No, I mean the parking lot. I know that. All right. Any other members of the council who have questions or comment? I think we have some people from the public who signed up to speak. City clerk, you can call them up if they're here.
Alex Politanov.
Good evening. I'm Alix Politano, project coordinator of the nonprofit organization Behavioral Health Services located in Old Torrance. We are members of both the Downtown Torrance Association and the Tobacco-Free Torrance Coalition, which consists of community members dedicated to making outdoor areas smoke-free. Thank you for considering an ordinance prohibiting smoking in and around multi-unit residences. I would like to touch upon secondhand smoke exposure in public outdoor areas since it can reach levels comparable to indoor concentrations. Secondhand smoke odor is detectable at 23 feet from the source, and irritation levels begin 13 feet from the source. The benefits of smoke-free outdoor area policies include protecting non-smokers from exposure to secondhand smoke and lowering smoking rates among youth and young adults. Additionally, there is no constitutional right to smoke, and smokers are not a protected group of persons. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else? I think.
Jennifer.
Hi. First, I wanted to thank Community Development for helping me with this ordinance, specifically Michelle Ramirez and Leslie Cortez. They were intelligent and resourceful and very responsive to my questions. But I live in a triplex and I own it, and I have a long-term tenant who's a smoker, but he doesn't smoke inside the unit. So I have some questions. If he continues to smoke outside, he's very conscientious. He goes to the back, 25 feet already. I don't need to report him under the 60-day thing once a year, right? Because he doesn't smoke inside the unit, correct? Okay, and I don't need to create a no smoking area if I don't want to.
Yes to both.
Okay, and if everybody in the triplex area is okay with him smoking, do I need to do anything? I don't have to worry about the apartment buildings on either side of me?
Apartment buildings that are not part of your property?
Right, yeah.
No, you're just worried about your property itself.
Yeah, your time is up. probably after we make a vote on this, you could ask for clarity, but I think Michelle has some comments.
I would just like to reemphasize that there is nothing in the code that requires any property owner to create an area for smoking.
And in the ordinance, or which is suggested here, doesn't tell the property owner that you have to report it. I think that's sort of like the car comment. If everybody's okay with it,
No,
and no one reports it, then what happens?
No, if I understood her question correctly, one of the things in the ordinance is because we have this phased-in approach for currently smokers inside their units, that if they do have smokers that are inside their unit, that smoke inside their units, they need to report that to the city so we keep a listing to know when that unit needs to then become smoke-free. Whether it be the tenant moves out, they stop smoking, the lease is up, whatever the case might be. And I believe her question was if that tenant doesn't smoke in their unit, then does she need to report anything to me? And the answer is no, she does not need to report anything because the tenant is not smoking in their unit.
All right. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
I think this is a very good ordinance because I stopped smoking, you know. I loved smoking and I enjoyed every cigarette, but people pissed me off because I couldn't smoke, you know, and it was like almost 20 years ago I quit. Plus I was tired of paying all the money for the government, you know, for a 50-cent item, you know, when it went over $5. So I said, screw them. But this is a very good thing because oh, I forgot to tell you, I gained like 70 pounds after I quit smoking. So I'm healthy like Christ. Never gonna die. Anyway, what I would like to say, it's very easy to enforce these things. We're gonna have the military equipment, we run the drone, and then when we see somebody smoking, then we send in the smart bombs and bang, put out the people, you know, because how are you going to enforce this thing? You know, even spend time and money for a stupidity like this?
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? All right, we'll bring it back here. I got one question for Michelle. Do you envision in the future that somebody could use a My Torrance app and go click and say, I'm reporting this?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. All right. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Ramirez, I was trying to understand the answer to one of the questions that was posed. So someone owns a duplex or a triplex and they live next to an apartment building and their tenant goes out into the corner, but he's within 25 feet of the building next door.
Mm-hmm.
The building next door could report him?
If that 25 feet is within an area where that smoke can go into an open window or door, then that could be a problem.
To a neighbor?
To a neighbor.
To a neighbor. But if it's a single-family residence next to a neighbor and the single-family resident owner is smoking next to the apartment, then it's not a problem.
Well, this doesn't apply to single-family homes.
Right. I see. I know. I was just making a comparison. Thank you. And then kind of back to that property owner, how would we reinforce the property owner to stop smoking if the tenant complained?
That's up to the property owner.
But they're the property owner, right?
Yeah, they're the property
Interesting.
owner.
I'm just trying to
I
understand.
will tell you that a lot of the, especially the management companies who really are supportive of this ordinance, want it to, because some of them are larger, have more than one building, and so they want to be able to do this. They do it in other cities, and they want to do it here, but sometimes they don't do it unless it becomes an ordinance, and so they're looking forward to it. So then they can tell their property owner that this is something that's now we need to do here also. Very similar to like the shopping cart ordinance. A lot of our big retailers weren't doing it until an actual ordinance came into place, even though they did it in other cities.
I see. Well, I get it. I understand all of the effects of smoke. There's no challenging that, and I do understand that the right of someone to live in a smoke-free environment as well. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I had a similar concern about the multifamily property, having a smoker on the property who was smoking legally, but the smoke drifting over to a neighbor's house. So I think I understood you to say that that would be a problem if it wasn't a 25-foot clear zone, including to a neighbor.
Yeah, so what we would do is then we would work with the property manager to let them know that that is not, that their area doesn't meet our code.
And then I heard you also talk about the rollout plan where if there's already a smoker in a unit, that, could you explain that process again, where they get some sort of grandfathered in situation for some period of time, and then once they move, then a unit becomes smoke-free?
The way the
Clarify
ordinance
that.
is written right now, it's a temporary exemption for 2 years. That,
2 years.
yeah, 2 years from the date of the adoption of the ordinance. And it can be changed, either the 2-year period is up, if there's a change in the lease, if the tenant moves, anything that would affect the agreement that they have there on site, then at that time they would have to come into compliance.
And who would maintain all those records of all these existing smokers and the 2-year tracking and all that?
The Community Development Department would.
Seems like a lot of work.
We won't know until it happens.
True. Thank you, that's all.
It's only data, right? Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring something up that a few years ago when California passed medical marijuana, a lot of landlords, for at least for a few years, were really scared to enforce, there's no smoking within the units because of that fear of retaliation or people claiming it's my medical, I'm required to do it, or I want to do it, I'm protected by the law, etc. This ordinance would also cover marijuana smoking. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this also gives, I guess, the landlords a little bit of peace of mind. It's basically the city getting behind the fact that, look, I don't care if it's medical marijuana or whatever kind of marijuana or whatever kind of smoking, it's just not permitted by ordinance. It gives them something to say, hey, the city says there's an ordinance that you can't smoke within the unit. So it kind of, I guess in a way, shifting the blame or shifting pointing their fingers at the city. Well, the city did it, so because at least in my experience, a lot of landlords, even to this day, even though there's alternatives to smoking marijuana, you can ingest it and everything else. So I guess in a way, it gave us the ability to ban smoking of any sort because there's alternatives. Is that correct?
Yes, and well, not only that, but as you alluded to, there's still a conflict between cannabis at the federal and the state level. Prop 64 that was passed in 2016 legalized cannabis within the state of California, but the federal government, it's still a federal offense. Cannabis is still considered a Scheduled I drug that that they say is a chemical dependent, that there is no need for it for medical reasons. When it comes to the Fair Housing Act, the Fair Housing Act does not cover medical cannabis. And when you have residents who say that it's a reasonable accommodation to them, you also have the opposite effect for those who say that they need the reasonable accommodation because the cannabis is making them sick.
Yeah.
So as a result, the state has not addressed that conflict. And because of the conflict with the state and the federal law, we are saying that medical marijuana is not allowed because there are other ways that you can do it. There are pills, there are ointments, there's topicals, so there's a lot of different ways that you can ingest. There's gummies. that you can adjust, that you can do medical marijuana. It does not have to be smoking. So we're not saying you can't do medical marijuana, we're just saying you can't do it through smoke.
Okay, and this would also, because I have no problem with people smoking, they can do whatever they want. I just don't think it's fair that anybody else has to sit there and live with it as a non-smoker. And whether it's marijuana, cigars, pipe, doesn't matter. So that's why I think it's important that we pass this tonight, is to protect the well-being of those that are non-smokers, or non-pot smokers, or non-pipe smokers, or cigarette smokers, whatever. I just don't think that many landlords believe that they can enforce the non-smoking when it comes to medical marijuana. And I think this would solidify their position. So I think that's why it's important. But anyway, as far as enforcement, I think the first line of enforcement is going to be the landlords. They're the ones that are most likely going to get the most of the phone calls, the complaints. And I think if we educate the landlords as far as what they can do, as far as this is our ordinance, you can legally tell your tenants that they can't smoke by city ordinance. I think that would alleviate a lot of the enforcement requirements, I think, on the city. Plus, I mean, our main role as a city is to, seek law and order and try to have a peaceful, clean, nice, neighborhoods. And I just don't think smoke is part of that. I don't think that's the right way to live next to a heavy smoker. So, anyways, I'm 100% behind this. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Sorry, I keep thinking of new questions as the discussion rolls on. If this ordinance were passed, can in fact the landlord enforce if it's not written in the lease?
The landlord can, the landlord's responsible for enforcing the ordinance. They can't evict.
Oh, they can't evict.
Can't evict.
So when you say they can enforce, what tools are there to, if they can't evict, what tools do they have? Can they write the violation?
They can't evict unless they do an amendment to their lease. So if they do an amendment to their lease,
that I understood.
then they can evict.
Right, but if
So
it's not
then
in the
they
lease, then they
can
can't.
notify it. They can notify the city, and then we would come out there and.
So the landlord can't really, in fact, enforce. They can
not
notify you.
Unless they amend their lease.
Understood. So that just to
May
clarify.
I interject on that, because I
Sure.
do this for a living. I think Kaji can attest to this. Once you get past the 1 year, usually it's a 1 year lease.
Mhm.
Once you get past that 1 year lease, you go on to a month-to-month
Mhm.
thing. So technically, the landlord, if they wanted to amend their agreement, it's just by giving them notice, usually a 30-day notice, saying that from now on, or starting in 30 days, you can no longer smoke in or around the building. Here's the city ordinance and such. At that point, if they violate after that 30-day notice, then they can do a notice to cure, usually a 3 to 5 day window, a notice to cure, and at that point they can be evicted.
If it's in the lease.
Well, it will be in the lease once even if it's a month-to-month agreement, you can change the terms of that rent.
I know you can change the terms, but if the landlord doesn't change the terms, then the landlord can't evict.
Well, correct, but they still can. They're allowed to change the terms.
No, I'm well aware of that.
Yeah.
But if it's
unilaterally.
But if it's not in the lease agreement, at the time of the violation, they can't
Oh, no, not at
process
the
the
time. Yeah,
eviction.
not at the time, no.
But obviously, the landlord has the right to modify the terms of their lease according to the terms of the lease, which I'm very well aware of.
Correct.
In drafting, if I may, in drafting this lease, I felt it was very important that we did not allow a landlord to use the city as a reason to evict somebody. So that's why it would revert back to what their lease says.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else going to click in to speak? If not, I'll ask the clerk for a number entitled, please, and take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation.
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3920, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adding Chapter 19 entitled Smoking in Multifamily Dwellings to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code entitled Public Health and Welfare.
Move to adopt ordinance. Did I get it right? 3920?
That's correct.
Second.
Start voting, please.
And I assume that includes the approved summary ordinance as well, right?
Your Honor,
Yes.
that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Does my colleague need a short break, or do you guys want to press? Okay, I don't see any requests for breaks, so we'll press. Whoops. Sorry about that. I think I threw everything away. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A. This is a recommendation from the Community Development Director that City Council conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the regulation of car wash facilities. This is also a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it was.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Oscar Martinez of the Community Development Department. Tonight I have a brief overview of the material on your agenda packet pertaining to potentially adding a setback requirement for new car wash facilities. At the direction of the City Council, staff prepared an informational item for the Planning Commission and presented it in December 2022. The informational item provided current development standards as well as other local agencies' development standards for car wash facilities to consider potential amendments. The Planning Commission directed staff to provide information regarding setbacks to residential uses at various ranges. In March 2023, the item was brought back to the Planning Commission as a public hearing and discussed potential amendments. During the hearing, public testimony was received, and the Planning Commission directed staff to provide additional information regarding nonconforming uses and buildings, as the availability of new technologies could help address and improve nonconforming conditions such as noise, water quality, water conservation, and energy conservation at car wash facilities that would be considered legal nonconforming. In April 2023, the item was brought back to the Planning Commission as a public hearing with the requested information and consider potential amendments, which also included provisions to allow for necessary upgrades. A motion was made to prepare a draft ordinance with a 100-foot setback but failed. The motion was then amended to prepare a draft ordinance with a 200-foot setback but also failed. And lastly, a substitute motion was to accept and file the information with no changes to the code was made and passed with a roll call vote of 3-2 with 2 commissioners absent. In the material provided tonight, there are maps that show qualifying parcels of 20,000 square feet for car wash facilities with no setbacks to residential uses as currently allowed. There's also a map showing a 100-foot setback to residential uses, 250-foot setback, 300, and also a 500-foot setback. Based on current standards, a total of 689 parcels qualify for the operation of a car wash facility with approval of a conditional use permit. With a 100-foot setback to residential uses, that number is reduced to 416 qualifying parcels. At 250 feet, there are a total of 340, and at 300, there's 328 qualifying parcels. Lastly, at 500, there were 239 qualifying parcels. For your consideration, a draft amendment has been provided that proposes to increase the setback to residential uses to 100 feet for car wash facilities and also provides exemptions for the improvements necessary to remedy non-conforming condition. Staff notes that should the City Council consider the amendment, the date of September 16, 2016 should be revised to June 21, 2023, as the Planning Commission approved a new car wash facility at the northeast corner of Western Avenue and 190th Street, which is approximately 275 feet away from the nearest residential use. Staff and the Community Development Director recommend no changes to the municipal code pertaining to car wash facilities as the previous amendments added development standards and required a discretionary review process for all qualifying zones. Should the City Council wish to amend the code, it is recommended that a setback no greater than 100 feet to a residential property line be proposed and consider the narrow exception for existing facilities, as it would be the least impactful to existing businesses and preserve the greatest number of eligible parcels. Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. That concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions.
Thank you. Looks like Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see all the back and forth with not getting that one motion to pass, but I can understand because I don't think any of them, including myself, has ever lived next to a car wash. Looking at the map, the permitted, the one that shows the permitted uses, there's quite a bit of properties in the pink that are commercially zoned that are right next door to residential. I mean, directly next door. I can point to one right now that's on Sepulveda and Palos Verdes Boulevard. If anybody's familiar with that, there's Ace Hardware and all that stuff. So that would actually be a property that's approved for that type of use, but yet it's right next door to residential. As a matter of fact, the whole area, the whole center is surrounded by residential. You got other properties in pink, and I'm looking at the pink ones just because they seem to be more like nested within residential neighborhoods. So what concerns me is the fact that we keep on arguing back and forth. Not we. I'm talking about. It's really hard to kind of pinpoint what is right and what's wrong, but you got to put yourself in the shoes of the homeowner that is next to a commercial property. Now, one could argue commercial is going to be noisy, whether it's a supermarket, restaurant, whatever. But is it going to be as loud as those jet-powered blowers that are operating? In this case, I think up to 7 days a week. They're allowed to operate up to 7 days a week, even on Sundays and Saturdays. Right next door, those blowers just going, whether they're on and off or like Costco, it's always on. Now, Costco is a great example of a great place for a car wash. There's no residential around it. There's oil tanks across the street, and after hours or during Sunday morning, doesn't matter. I mean, there's nobody that you would be bugging there other than the traffic that they cause. But so the idea behind this ordinance is to protect any future projects that might come forward. We know what a what a mess of people coming in, arguing left and right. I want to kind of try to avoid any future problems by coming up with an ordinance with a setback, a reasonable setback. I mean, I'm thinking 100 feet buffer zone would eliminate a lot of these commercial next to residential properties, and it would still leave quite a bit of space within the city for more car washes. But I would imagine car washes are probably one of the types of businesses that in my opinion, should not be in commercial areas. There should be more industrial areas, just because of the noise they produce. But I'm not gonna argue that tonight. But when it's right next door to a residential neighborhood, then I would have an issue. But I would go with a 100-foot buffer, just because I think it's a reasonable buffer. But if I would add also non-conforming residential use. So in other words, if we have, let's say, an apartment building that was built, let's say, in the 70s, and then somewhere along the line we change the zoning to commercial, I would like to add those properties as a no-go zone, we'll call it, right? So it might be in a commercial place, but there's residential on it now. So, you understand what I'm saying? So even though the zoning might have changed, is it too late to be talking like this?
No, I'm just trying to think that might be a major change to the ordinance that we'd have to bring it back.
Okay. I mean, I don't even know if there's any property. I mean, I'm sure there's
Probably not.
non-conforming, but
because
I don't think there's going to be a
commercial,
lot of-
I mean, because multi-unit apartments can go in commercial zones now.
Correct, yeah.
So I don't see where that would probably be applicable.
Yeah, as currently proposed, it's for any property line to a residential use.
Residential,
So it would apply to a commercially zoned property that has a residential use on it as well.
Yeah, I misspoke. Not apartment buildings. I know they can go on commercial, but there's cases where there's a single-family home that was built, let's say, in the 60s, 70s, and the whole area got changed to commercially zoned, that type of thing. But if it's residential use, it's residential use, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I think that, in my opinion, that would protect the residents quite a bit from a car wash opening up right next door to their bedroom. And hours of operation on these car washes, I think, are something, especially the existing ones that are right next door to residential. I mean, I know they're existing, but that's something that we really, really need to take a look at. As much as a lot of times these applicants, they'll come in and say, well, these are brand new blowers, they're a lot more quiet, but the reality is they're still very loud, and especially if they're operating 7 days a week, and hence I think the necessity for a change in our ordinance to create a buffer zone between noisy type of businesses like this and residential.
Your Honor, Councilmember Tucci, if I can clarify, the current hours of operation on our current ordinance that was previously amended is from 7 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. daily. So any new facility would be limited to stop at 7:30 p.m.
Yeah, but that's 7 days a week.
That's correct.
I
And
mean,
this would only be for new facilities as well. So
Yeah.
if they were previously approved, they would have their previous hours grandfathered in.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if there was any situations now, but if you have a car wash next to you and it's, got those blowers going 7 days a week, that could be a problem. But anyways, I think to avoid any future issues of applicants coming in wanting to build a car wash right next door to a residential neighborhood or residential period, I think it's a necessity that we approve at least a 100-foot buffer, which the 100-foot buffer still leaves, I mean, not a huge amount of properties, but looking at the eligible map that you put together, I mean, there's still quite a bit of an area. And the good thing about those areas are away from residential, So I like the 100-foot buffer. All right, I'll let somebody else speak. Thank you. I'm sleepy.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I prefer a larger buffer, but I think if you look at page 39 or 14 in the code, it does talk about decimals. And I know I had my decimal counter on when you were speaking, and it was 65 decimals already, and it's no more than 50 decimals when you're 100 feet away. But he was already at 65. I don't know how much space that is, but I think it's noise that everybody's concerned about, right? Mostly noise in cars, but I think that gives community development the right to revoke the request if the noise will be too loud, correct?
Yes.
And how would you know that if it's in the development stage? How would you know that from the equipment or how the noise will travel and things like that?
Well, as part of their application, they're supposed to also submit what their noise levels are going to be.
Yes.
And
Okay.
so we'd be basing on that. So then if after the fact, we were to go out there and to do a noise study and found that was higher, then they would either need to bring it within the noise that was agreed upon, that they stated and that was in their conditional use permit, or they would risk the revocation of their business license and the CUP.
So the further away from the noise, the lower the decibels would go down. I think more than 100 is better, probably.
It is probably better. It's just now it's becoming more difficult to find locations. So I guess it's which you want.
Got it. Thank you.
I think the other thing is what kind of sound barrier the business has. I know that Councilman Tucci talked about Costco. I think if you're on the side of the walls, you probably hear very little. If you're getting gas from Costco in Torrance and you're about to exit, you're right in the tunnel of it, then you bear the brunt of that noise. Councilman, oh, go ahead.
Chair, council members, I would say that we haven't received noise complaints on the current car washes we have, which, you know, I'm hoping by throwing that out there in the universe, that doesn't come back tomorrow and we all of a sudden get all these complaints. But we have found that the property owners, when we do have any type of complaint, have been working with us. So that's promising.
All right. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, this is for, we're gonna let to have a public hearing on this item. That's what we're talking about. We authorizing this to have a public hearing and then go back to the planning commission and then, no, it's just.
No, the public hearing's being held this evening and it's for your decision
Oh.
tonight.
Okay,
The planning commission's already made their decision.
okay, thank you.
All right. I don't see anybody else clicking in, so we will now go to the public. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. I don't see anyone clicked in. Do anyone from the public who wish to speak?
Hello, I don't want to open a car wash and I don't want to live next to a car wash. As a matter of fact, I'm not washing my cars, you know, because it's bad for the paint job, you know. If I want to sell my car, I might wash it, but otherwise, you know, the morning dew comes and goes to the ground. What stays on the car, you know, the next rain gonna take care of it. But it's a good thing, you know, you're gonna have a new ordinance about the car washes because they're really noisy, not like the airplanes, you know. So car washes got to go, and more airplanes and more flight schools, because that brings in the money, you know. Car washes, you know, they make profit, but not like airplanes, you know, these flight schools. And as a matter of fact, all the car washes, I would convert them into pilot facilities, you know. You remove the instructional thing and, you know, when they fly the instrument, you put them at the car wash facility, and that way at the airport you have more tie-downs and more space for other company, because the airplane noise, that doesn't matter. The car wash noise, oh man, that's unbearable. But the airplanes, what going over people's property, day after day, hours after hours, that's okay.
Does anyone else who wish to speak? I don't see or hear anyone. I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Does the City Council wish to take action on this matter? And if so, City Clerk, may we have the number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3921, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code, Chapter 5, Article 3 of Division 9 by amending Section 95.3.20 pertaining to the regulation of car wash facilities.
I move that we move forward with an ordinance of creating, at the very least, a 100-foot buffer zone. And, did I say that number yet? Ordinance number 3921.
Second.
And approve a public summary ordinance as well.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now is the time and place for public hearing on agenda item 10B. Conduct public hearing and adopt resolutions authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent solid waste, sewer discharge, and water usage fees as a special assessment. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it was.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor. Staff does not have a formal PowerPoint presentation, but would like to make some brief remarks to provide background and explain the process conducted in advance of the public hearing.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of Council. Joe Pham with the Finance Department. Item 10B is a recommendation of the Finance Director that your honorable body conduct a public hearing and adopt resolutions authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to place delinquent solid waste collection, sewer discharge, and water usage fees as a special assessment on the county's assessor roll. For background, throughout the year, the city has a routine collection process of sending notices and charging late fees on outstanding accounts. Beginning in 2011, the city enhanced this program by adopting Ordinance 3745, which allowed the city to place solid waste account balances greater than 60 days on the county tax rolls to be collected with property tax payments. In June 2013, the program was further expanded by adopting Ordinance 3764 to include delinquent sewer charges. In October 2022, the program was additionally expanded to include water usage fees by the adoption of Ordinance 3906. This method of collection has proven to be very effective for the city at recapturing revenue, and since fiscal year 2019, the city has recovered approximately $200,000 or 95% of the balances through this program. Before tonight's public hearing, the individual property owners are notified by letter, which includes the details on the balance owed and the public hearing to take place, along with public notice in the Daily Breeze on July 15th. Residents will have until Monday, September 11th to pay the outstanding account balance and can call Manol, the city's utility billing vendor, at 855-354-5623 to make payment over phone. And staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pham. Does the council have any questions for staff at this time? I don't see any. We'll now take the public comment for this hearing. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up?
Yes, James Henry.
He's got 11 handouts, I believe. Go ahead, you can come to the microphone.
I have 4 questions. What are the fiscal years or fiscal year that makes up the total delinquency amount of $378,861.79 that is to be collected by the County of Los Angeles? Question number 2, why doesn't the city use the collection agency to collect these delinquent amounts instead of tacking the amount onto the property owner's property tax bill? Question 3, how much is the County of Los Angeles charging the city of Torrance to bill and collect the delinquent amounts? Question 4, and if the Los Angeles County is charging the city to bill and collect the above delinquent amounts, why isn't that amount listed as an expenditure for this agenda item?
Does staff have a response to any of the questions?
Yeah, so the first question is the balance relates to the outstanding balances as of July 12th. So notices are sent in June, and then to prepare for the item, we run the report for the balances as of July 12th, so those over 60 days. Second question is that although, you know, the city does use, or the city doesn't use a collection agency directly, the utility service provider does, and then this method has proven to be effective with a collection rate of 95% going back to fiscal year 2019. The county charges 25 cents per account. So they take that amount net of what is remitted to the city.
I guess his final question was that if it's 25 cents per account, that means he's saying that in the agenda item where it's funding is none, you know, why is it not 25 cents times the total number here, right?
Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, because we're not expending the money, they remit it to us.
Okay.
Or they take it off the top when they remit it to us.
Okay, got it. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
Hello, it's Paul Chop again. I just was reading this report. It's a very good one because I hate people don't paying for their poop, you know, flushed away. But what's going on at Cota Avenue? $3,000, man, that must be a very big person pooping, you know, and using the poop removing, because $3,000, that's a pretty good poop. But I don't know, two things that comes to my mind. One thing is, I find it pretty disgusting to put out people's addresses, you know, because it's just like come on, you know what I mean? So you criminalize these people, and then you let them neighbors know or anybody else, because, you know, I can find out who lives on whatever Cota Avenue. So that's just disgusting. But about the collection is, so what do you think if somebody doesn't pay $3,000 sewer fee, what he must have a huge water bill with it too. I hope he paid the water bill. But anyway, so let's say I'm this guy living on Cota Avenue, and I did not pay $3,100. So you put it on my tax bill or property tax bill, then I'm gonna pay it. So this guy either dead or in a hospital or a nursing home. Maybe we just should knock on the door there and see if he's alive. You know? Anyway, thank God my address is not on this one.
Does anyone else from the public wish to speak? Okay, no one else? I'll take a motion to close public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please? And I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Community Development Director.
Yes, Your Honor, we have three resolutions. The first is Resolution Number 2023-78, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent solid waste collection fees as a special assessment to be collected at the same time and in the same manner as county taxes. The second is Resolution Number 2023-79, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent sewer discharge fees as a special assessment to be collected at the same time and in the same manner as county taxes. And the final resolution is Resolution Number 2023-80, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent water usage fees as a special assessment to be collected at the same time and in the same manner as county taxes.
I make a motion to adopt resolutions 2023-78, 2023-79, 2023-80.
Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that carried unanimously.
Thank you. There are no hearings there are no other hearings, no agency agendas, no second readings. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification.
My name's Tim Beck. I've lived in the city since 1956. For you to only give 1 minute for the public is disrespectful of the people. And if you hate black people so much that you took away the right of every person to talk 3 minutes about something that's important to them is disgusting. That you would take away the freedom of people to come in and tell you what their problem is. And then you wonder where all this frustration leads to aggression. Now, we're going to recall City Hall. I called the city attorney. He never called back. And you people are disrespecting the public. We listen to you for hours and hours, and you won't give us more.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
This is disgusting.
Got it. Thank you.
Recall
Sir.
City Hall.
Sir, thank you.
Let's recall City Hall.
It's just about to reach.
People died for freedom. In God we
Sir,
trust.
sir, you're disrupting the meeting.
God's will be done. This is despicable.
Sir,
Give people 3 minutes.
sir, you are
No,
ejected.
you're in contempt.
You're ejected, sir.
I'm
Please.
ejected. Thank you. I should be ejected.
They love you. Remember, they love you. I love you too.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, who has not spoken?
Don't put him in jail. He was just speaking.
Go ahead, go ahead.
James Henry, I'd like to know why the TV out in the lobby is not working. Because I like to go out there sometimes to watch the city council meetings. Why isn't that TV working? It has worked in the past. It's supposedly broken. I don't think so. And I just like to, when it gets so boring in here, I like to go out and relax and watch the TV. So why can't you get it working?
All right, thank you for being brief. I don't see anyone else coming up, so let's come to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
I just wish everyone a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
All right, I'm going to say it. I went to see Barbie yesterday. It was actually a pretty good movie. Well, the first 30, 40 minutes were a little, I could fall asleep, but it was a good movie. So that's all I wanted to say. I had a nice time with the family. The place was packed, and a lot of people were dressed in pink. So that was pretty cool. Good night, everyone.
And I thought you were going to come in pink tonight.
No, it's not.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder to everyone, on July 27th, Thursday at 2 p.m. at Katie Geiser Center Library, our librarian, Michael George, will share the historic landmark of yesteryear. If you have a chance, watch it. That'll be interesting. And also my sincere condolences to the passing of Chief Tomei's mother. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take a moment to express some well-deserved thank you to our city clerk for putting on a fantastic commissioner recognition luncheon on July 15th on Saturday. We had a great turnout from our commissioners. I heard such positive comments from our commissioners that really appreciated the opportunity to mix and mingle with their other fellow commissioners on other commissions besides their own, as well as feel a little bit special for the work that they do for our city. And I want to thank my council for going along with the idea, but also mostly for Rebecca Poye for a fabulous job of putting that on. And I hope that luncheon will continue on an annual basis. It was long overdue to give our commissioners the recognition that they used to get. I'm happy to see that that's returned and hope it stays. The other thing I want to make sure that people are aware of is National Night Out is on August 1st. Is it 1st? Yeah, August 1st, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the different locations in each district. You can find the information about National Night Out on your website. I will look forward to seeing the folks in District 6 at Hickory Park, and hopefully we will be able to hear a little bit without a whole lot of airplane noise flying overhead. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to congratulate our city clerk this evening for doing such a great job. Did a very good job. Sincerest condolences to Chief DeMay on the passing of his dear mother. She had a beautiful life. I'm glad I had the opportunity to give her a hug. But on another note, congratulations to Councilmember Lewis on becoming a new grandmother another time. Gigi, for being Gigi tonight officially. And then I want to do a shout out. I would have loved to have been there with him tonight, but needed to be here. Happy birthday to Jackson, my beautiful grandson. And I just love you more than the sky's high. I tell him that all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to share with the public that Councilman Sheikh and I and Councilwoman Lewis hosted the visit of Consul General of Pakistan yesterday. I think Councilman Sheikh coordinated the visit, and I think we had a very good visit, and hopefully in the future there will be more opportunities to collaborate. And so I want to thank him for introducing us, and I think we had a great visit. It was a visit to this transit center first. I think it was the first official visit from a Consul General to the transit center, and then we brought him here. As we conclude this evening, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. We discussed and took care of a lot of city business tonight. I know a lot of it was very emotionally charged. Thank you for hanging in there. We have your best interests in heart. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. And now I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting until August the 8th, 2023.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.